Loading the game. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51 Lost Atlantis 35 Twin Heart and Grilled Lamb Chops. Zen boldly guessed that this heart must be eaten for the devil. I also know how normal people can eat this stuff. Although he couldn't figure out how Randy was resurrected, it was obvious that he was afraid that he would be resurrected as a fake Saiyan demon, so he was tempted. Then the question came. Zen was sure that he was not a demon, but how did he feel that the heart was as delicious as a lamb chops? Even worse, he is getting hungry, and the impulse to eat is higher than a wave point. If there is a barbecued pork, he used his heart as a roast lamb chops and he ate it with gusto. Then Randy was killed in a dream. The mission progressed to 0. I don't know if there is any chance to dream again. As for why he thinks his heart is a roast lamb chops, it must be because this is Randy's dream. What happened is driven by his will. Randy felt that it wasn't seen, it was a demon. So I thought that Zitao would like to eat this heart. Under his strong will, Xie, who didn't want to eat, just thought of the heart as a roast lamb. Thank you. But from another angle, does it mean that Randy of the past life did resurrect a demon? So this memory will be so ingrained. With such a thought, I feel that the dead metamorphosis is very pitiful. Zitao's mood is very complicated, and he can only solve a stupid X solution. In the face of the fascinating and strange things. Zen held back. He twisted his eyebrows. Why should you give me this, Randy? Whispered, and the voice had a few undetectable tremors. Do you not like it? Like a ghost who wants to eat the heart. When it's over, it's baked into a lamb chops. It's just baked. The outside is crisp and tender. The aroma is tangy. So hungry. A small barbecued pork, a kitten called. Zen instantly calm. This is not the heart of life. Can this eat? Randy's pupils shrank and there was an incredulous ecstasy in the depths. I'm not good. I'm confused. I'm going to take this kind of thing for you to eat. I will withdraw it and give you your favorite roast lamb chops. Xie. I have been disgusted enough to eat the lamb chops. Randy took the hot heart and soon returned. He smiled and had a temperature in his eyes. The young master waited for a long time. He opened the meal cover. Zitao is silent. How is this still the heart? A complete, red hot, still beating heart. Zitao has never seen the heart of the people. I have only seen the heart of the pig, but I heard that these two are very long. So, this is the heart. What happened? Is it a stuffing? Is Randy still testing him? As for coming twice, Randy said, eat, you must be hungry. I ate you, a big devil. And Xian looked at the bright red heart and vomited. The barbecued pork sniffs the nose and snoring. Good fragrance. Is this the lamb chops? Xie. The pork roast can't be done. Can a cat eat a sheep? It looks so good. With the opening of the barbecued pork, Zitao looked at the plate again, and the heart became a roast lamb chops. This he didn't move, and Randy's voice went down again. Young master, Xie. Yuxin mentions the suspicion in his tone. If you don't eat again, you will be misunderstood. But he can't go as long as the barbecued pork can't make a sound. He sees that the lamb chops are the heart of the heart. Exudes a pungent suffocation. How disgusting it is, even if it knows that it is really grilled lamb chops. Don't go. Sure enough, in Randy's heart, here's a demon. Since this is so determined, what else to test? Kill it. Zitao can't understand this kind of mood. Not on the edge of the most desperate, who will die to catch such a broken hair. The joy of Randy's eyes faded again. Do you want to eat? Xie. Tao knows that, as long as he bites his scalp and eats this thing that looks like a raw heart is actually a roast lamb chops, it can dispel most of Randy's suspicions. But he can't do it. He will definitely spit out if he barely eats it. This kind of physical resistance can be changed without relying on the will. Randy raised her lips and revealed the nervous smile. You really want to eat just now? Maybe. The smell is too heavy. I don't want to eat this greasy thing. Randy. Xian looked up and used the expression of Sane's usual dependence in memory. I want to eat snacks and black tea. Can I? If Xie Tao remembers the mistakes, the nobles who are paying attention can't eat snacks for dinner, but Scene is often picky eaters, and sometimes he will give to Randy point. Although Xie Wen's goosebumps are awkward, it's good to use point. Randy's look has slowed down a bit, and he said, okay, I'm going to prepare some snack. This kind of non-meat should be better. Xie Tao was finally bet on this, and Randy came to the hot black tea and delicate snacks. The snack didn't make a demon, it was a serious dessert. Xie was very cautious and poked the kitten. The pork roast bag still missed the lamb chops just now. He turned his head and said, the most hateful chocolate, not good. Xie Xi knew that he was not mistaken. He was indeed hungry, and in order to make Randy feel at ease, he ate a piece of chocolate cake. This sweet thing is in the mouth of Xie Tao, but it is uninteresting. It is like eating earth. Xie Wei. The devil's taste is the same as that of the cat. Can't taste the sweetness. Randy asked him, how is the taste? Fortunately, Xie Tao is an individual. Even if he can't taste the taste of chocolate, he remembers. He said, it's delicious. Make a satisfying appearance. Randy looked at him and said, slow down. Don't worry, Xie Tao is not in a hurry, who will be anxious to eat the soil. Taking into account the various viscera, eating the soil instantly became very delicious. Look, Xian is full of happiness. The river slanted there, and I also harvested a number of plates that were as red as the heart. Finally passed the test of dinner. Zen a little relieved. Randy asked him, I have prepared the water, let's take a shower. Zen is not sure if there is still a pit in front. But then it is time to take a bath and prepare to go to sleep. Wash it. Zen thought, I have to hide. I can only see the move. Randy bent over and hugged him. Xian didn't want to make a branch. Let him hold it. In order to be able to brush up the progress. Xie Wei is very desperate. When he got to the bathroom, Randy put him down and unbuttoned him. Xie Tao responds to nature. After all, there is experience in the first world. There is nothing to panic about. Take off. Xie Tao just wants to go to the bath. The barbecued pork has jumped into the water. It is a kitten that still loves to take a bath. Unfortunately, just jumped in, and the kitten cried, good ice. How cool this water is. Xie Wei. It really has a pit. Xie Wei did not move. First stepped into one leg and tried it. This water temperature is not too cold for him, but also very comfortable, like taking a bath in the hot summer. Hey. Xian took a breath, and took a breath, frowning. How is the water so ice? Randy Black was cool and asked, is the water temperature inappropriate? Very suitable. Too suitable. If it wasn't for the barbecue, he would have been lying in, and then he was taken off his head. Xie Tao played the biggest acting in his life. It's very cold. Randy, aren't you saying that you have prepared water? Why is it so cool? The words also brought some blame in his tone. Randy was not only angry, but rather happy. He quickly said, you wait a moment. I immediately heat the water. Xie Tao only wrapped a piece of cloth around her waist. It was not cold at all, but he knew how to take the initiative, and took the clothes to wrap himself up, and make a cold luck. Randy repented, blaming herself and quickly changing to hot water. There is hot steam in the tub, and the barbecued pork bag jumps in and happily swims up. Dad is coming in. It will be comfortable now. Xie Wei stretched his foot into it, and it was a moment of excitement. Randy asked him, is the temperature right? Xie Tao looked at the kitty that swims around and gnashed his teeth. It's right. Damn, it's hot to die. Randy's breath said, go in. Be careful about the cold. Xie Zhao slowly entered the bathtub, holding the determination that dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water. The body temperature of the demon is very low. The warm water of normal people is hot and hot for them. Xie Tao not only has to bite his teeth, but also has to make a comfortable appearance. It is really rolled out. Whip the body. Xie Tao is mad. He is a living human being. Why should he be tortured as a demon? The pork boiled bag is still in the backstroke. Comfortable and comfortable. The hot bath is the most comfortable. Xie Wei. It's hot. I want to jump out. Cack. I don't know how long it took. And Xiu's black light progressed a little. His eyes lit up, and then he felt the water temperature was normal. Has this finally passed the test? Randy no longer doubts that he is a demon. Randy finally believes that he is human. Can he finally be a personal person? Hey, he was a human. After Randy's doubts were lowered, Xie Yulian's body was not so stiff. He took a shower and felt refreshed. Randy gave him pajamas and Xie sighed and finally got the initiative. Randy gave him a button. Gentle, what the young master told me, Xie Tao said. I'm not wrong. Randy's hand, how can the young master be wrong? Xie Wei whispered, I have used so many people, I don't care about revenge. I even don't hesitate to summon demons. Randy jerked up, and a pair of black cockroaches stared at him. Xie Wei is sad. I have lost a lot. I have almost nothing, but I still have you. Randy, I sometimes think, if only we both should be good. I just want to be with you. Nothing to manage, nothing. He stopped when he didn't finish talking, because there was a hint in the lower right corner. The dream is coming to an end. Please leave immediately. The countdown to the back is 3 seconds. Xie Tao still dared to talk nonsense, quickly left the dream, and returned to reality. What happened? This is the end of the dream, is what he said, spurred to Randy. Xie Tao quickly put on the reserve face, and found a place to hide. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Xie sighed, and the big prince was woken up. He has some regrets. It's not a good time to wake up. He just got the trust of Randy, when he just had time to brush up the progress. He woke up. I want to dream again. 3 days later, and Xie lived. In the lower right corner, the black progress bar at the mainline mission disappeared, and it was only 9%. Now it is directly full, and becomes a green 16.66%. Is this full? He just said such a sentence. Is it full? Is this too simple? Turning to Xie Wei and vaguely understand some. Randy waited too long, struggling for too long in the desperate abyss. He didn't ask much, as long as it was a little warm. He only needed a little hope, and he would pay for everything. Xiu's mouth actually spread a bitter taste. At this time, the voice outside called the heart of Xie Tao. A clerk with a secretary-like appearance swam in. He simply took a gift and said to the prince in a hurry, His Royal Highness, the 6 princes are great, and the sea hills are a pulse to the abyss. The great prince just returned to God, he said. Good. There is another fierce in our underwater kingdom. The secretary also said, the 6th Highness has captured the national division of Heiqiu state. Heiqiu's great strength this time. It should not be launched again for a long time. The big prince twisted his eyebrows. Heiqiu Guogo. The secretary-in-chief whispered, there are subordinates who hear that the 6 princes seem to want to use the power of this national division to resurrect one person. Xie Wei. Chapter 52. The conditions of the resurrection of the lost Atlantis. 36. Is the 6 princes so efficient? How many days did the sea country that repelled the attack also caught the national division? What are you doing in Heiqiu? Say it is fierce and brutal. Don't move. You will be beaten back to the midnight abyss area by the prince. Xie Tao is full of grass mud horses. I really want to go to the unrecognizable Heiqiu Guogo to come over and violently. It is better to protect yourself than such a cow. So easily caught by what? Xie Tao is mad. The big prince crumbled and asked, resurrection of a person. The secretary of the secretary said, I heard that it was a guard in the royal family. Before the 6 princes were attacked, it was this guard who guarded the lord and saved the 6 princes. The great prince said he asked to fight off the sea hills for this guard. The secretary said with a low voice, the 6 princes seem to love him deeply. Xie Tao muttered in her heart, don't ask for a name, don't ask for a name, don't ask for a name. It is a pity that this is not Xie Wei's dream. If he is strong, he will not be able to move the big prince. The great prince asked, what is this guard called? Secretaries. Official said, Scene Hall. Xie Wei. The pork roast bag was grandly announced that his father was already a salted fish. Hearing the name, the big prince's eyes were stunned, and there was a wave in the calm waveless scorpion. What is it? He repeated it. The secretary-in-law has been following the big prince for a long time. He knows the temperament of His Royal Highness. The great prince is always calm and calm forever. He will never move anything for anyone. But now, he was guilty in his heart and very honest. Scene Hall. The big prince trembled with a thin lip. Is there any information about him? Of course, the Secretary General has collected information about Scene Hall. After all, the 6 princes are desperate to want to be resurrected. He must find out before they can report to the great prince. This is passed to you. The secretary opened his own communicator and passed all the information about scene to the prince. The big prince couldn't wait for the time of this transmission. He said, show it directly to me. The secretary is a glimpse. The big prince's eyebrows are crumpled and his face is very abnormal. What are you doing? The secretary officer was called back to God by his low drink. He quickly said, said, to cast the information of Saint Hall into the water in the photo, there is a man who looks very good. He is like a black ink. The white skin is like a pearl lying in black velvet. It radiates soft light. The facial features are beautiful and his eyes are bright. When he looks straight ahead, it seems that the scenery of the sea bottom is reflected in it. The big prince looked at it. He thought it was just a ridiculous dream, thinking that it was just an unrealistic illusion of midnight dream, thinking that there could not be a person in the world who would let him pay for everything. The dream became a reality. His name is Saint Hall. It is exactly the same as dreams, and he also felt the desperation and pain that is incomparable with the dream. Lost. Suffer from loss. The ecstasy that I can't believe in the end. Really, it's all true. The people in the dream are real. Sane. Calling this name, he can't even tell where he is. His Royal Highness. The secretary officer called back his mind. What happened to you? He has never seen the prince's dysfunctional appearance. He seems to be in the hell, as if he had lost everything, as if his soul had been taken away. The great prince slammed back. His dark scorpion was hollow, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. He is dead. To save Sirius from death. The secretary-in-law is playing drums in the heart and is not sure about the situation. Is the big prince and the Saint Hall also related? Can the big prince not be emotionally missing? Secretary's official said, yes, your highness. The ship that the 6 princes landed was passive, and Saint Hall was blown up. There is no bones. The big prince's head creaked. He said, it's what the father did. It's the father who killed him. The secretary officer was shocked and looked pale. Your highness, you. This is too much, and he dared not speak out. He has a law on the land and always wants to be the king of the world, but I don't fight with aches. He can't help it. So he used the spy team to attack the 6 princes and wanted to cause public anger and stimulation. Xie went to war with the mainland. In fact, these great princes have long known that the reason why he did not attack is that he is born with a lack of emotion. Secondly, Sirius is not dead, and he will not let the old king do whatever he wants. But now, he felt a pain that he had never experienced before, and the heart seemed to be stirred into a mass of mud. It's not surprising to hear these thanks. You can call the royal team, and there are a few people in total. It's not the princes, it's only the old king. Originally, Zitao still felt that the old king was not very motivated. Now he can understand the words of the great prince. Ordinary fathers of so many excellent sons, I'm afraid that they will be happy. An ambitious emperor is not necessarily happy. Especially when the sons took power and set his position, it became more difficult. The 6 princes were not favored, and the old king sacrificed him to reach his own private wishes. Don't be too normal. The secretary was frightened. His Royal Highness, what happened to your highness? The situation of the great prince is indeed awkward. He looks pale and like paper. Even the lips are lost in color. The dark scorpion is black and stunned. The blue veins in the forehead reveal how painful he is. The emotions that have been lacking for more than 20 years are coming up, enough to drive people crazy. Zitao was very anxious, but did not dare to show up. Can only hide here and do anxious. Fortunately, ran his mental strength against the sky, biting his teeth for more than a minute and finally calmed down. The secretary general was shocked by a cold sweat. He asked in a row, His Royal Highness, I will go to the medical officer. The big prince waved his hand. No, secretaries. Official said, you. The great prince has stood up. His eyes are quiet, but he is no longer cold and ruthless. He said, go see the 6th. As soon as they left, Zitao was also anxious and quickly followed. In the past, the 6 princes' palace in the middle of the door is now very lively. His trip was a great victory, and the people who came to congratulate him were endless. The old king gave countless rewards. When the great prince came, he drove the outsiders away. The reason was that the name was justifiable. The sixth child is still recovering from illness. Let's go back first. Although it was a big victory, the six princes were also injured. This is inevitable. After all, Heikyu is not vegetarian. Zhi Tao is also worried about the six princes, just sneaked in, and smelled a touch of cold aroma. It is the medicine of the four princes. Thinking of the miracle of the medicine, Xie sighed with relief. There is something in it. The trauma of the six princes is definitely not a problem, just need to have a good rest point. Although I thought about it, after seeing the pale face of the six princes, Xie Tao was still guilty. I only smashed into thousands of enemy troops, and took the other side to break the blood, and left the important national division. It sounds light, and how much has been paid behind the six princes is really 1,000 words. Xie Tao is somewhat incomprehensible. Why are you so persistent? The big prince, the six princes, and the five princes are also. The six princes were so successful this time, and the five princes were also behind the scenes. Although he has been alienated from the political center in recent years, he has the power of the mother. He has helped the six princes, and the six princes can return. People are dead. Why not give up? Zen can't understand. He has never had such blazing feelings. The big prince came over and saw the weak six princes and waved. Have a good rest. Don't have to be polite. Six princes were at the bedside and said the experience. He said that he was understatement, but the words and sentences were shocking. Zen was shocked. The pork boiled bag was rushed to the early morning, and the small head and the six princes were squatting. It's hard work, but it's not hurting the eyes. Zen really wants to bring this little bowl back. The focus is on the eyes. People are not important, right? After explaining the business, the big prince opened the door to see the mountain. Where is the sea country teacher? Six princes said. At the fifth brother, the great prince Wei. The old five, the six princes said. Well, he was injured, and the fifth brother took him to treatment. He should be back. When he had just finished speaking, the five princes came in with a middle-aged mermaid. Xie Tao hated this national teacher. If the eyes can kill, this country teacher has been unloaded. The commander of Heikyu Guogo is very common. It is a common mermaid on the seabed. If there is a difference between the mermaid and the seabed kingdom, it is a fishbowl with a finger on his hand and a finger joint. The national teacher was treated, but his face was still blue and purple, and he thought he would not eat less fists. The big prince looked at him and asked, "Can you really let the dead people live?" The national teacher did not say anything, and the sight of the six princes came over. He immediately fluttered into a sieve and timidly shrank. But there are several conditions. The big prince's thin lips were tight and asked, "What conditions?" The national teacher did not dare to speak out, and looked at the six princes. The five princes squinted. Say, the national teacher did not know what he had experienced. He was completely scared. He said, "The time of death and death cannot exceed 15 days. Xie Tao refers to a calculation after the groove toothache, the difference between his mother and 2 or 3 days. Heikyu, you cannot compete for it." The national teacher said, "There must be equipment for his life. This is too simple, and the residence of Sane Hall has long been sealed by the old 5 and the old 6. Finally, the national teacher gave the third condition. There are people who love him deeply, and at least 3 people have blood. Xie Wei barbecued pork with a knife. 3 little meaning. 6 people are crazy about my dad. Xie Tao wants to murder pro cats. Obviously these 3 conditions, the old 5 and the old 6 have long known, and now listen to it again. They are still frowning. Look is not depressed. The national teacher said again, "If you can't find such 3 people, you can't resurrect." The 5 princes looked at the 6 princes. The family of Sane will not work. This third person, they finally caught the Heikyu national teacher, and finally had hope, but in the end they were cut off in the final step. 3 people. Where are they going to find this third person? The great prince spoke openly. "Use my blood." The 5 princes and the 6 princes looked at him, and saw the horror. The 5 princes explained, "Big brother, you must love scene." The big prince interrupted his words. Try it. Chapter 53 Lost Atlantis 37 Thanks. The old 5 and the old 6 were stunned, and they did not expect the big prince to be. The old 5th still does not believe. "Big brother, have you seen Sane?" The Big Prince tweeted, I can't explain it at a time, but if you can't find this third person, I can try it. 6. Princes leaned on the side of the bed, thoughtfully Heiki Guogo is not the dignity of the national teacher, and whispered, if not, the array and the formation will not be launched. Zen really wants to jump out and kill him, say 2 words to die. The great prince said, so try it, it's really not going to find someone else. He wondered if this Sane was his dream Sane, and if so, he could resurrect him. If not, he could give up. How can this kind of thing happen in the past and present? The big prince looked stunned. Zizen's heart was not good, and it turned out that the green progress bar changed back to black, and the progress returned from the full amount to 16.61%. Although I can't read the mind, but Z can also guess what the big prince is thinking. He is doubting the authenticity of the dream, wondering if Scene really exists. Because of this suspicion, the progress will fall, just like the second prince. Sure enough, the progress of using the dream brush is not so stable. How to do? Sane is not resurrected. What should the grand prince do? If Scene is resurrected, will the progress of the old 5 and the old 6 lockup be reversed? There are also the second child and the fourth child, and their progress is still worse than that. Zwelly stared at the progress bar, like an ant on a hot pot. Panic. 2 green full schedules, black progress 16.61%, 2 princes 16.62%, 3 princes 16.62%, 4 princes 16.64%. This kind of eye is about to clear the customs. The big boss has been full of blood, but there is no blue bar, cannot use the skills, can only go crazy and helpless. Pinglei's frustration. Even worse, this big boss may have a second life. He has 99% of his chances to give up. Zitao's brain shell pain. Caught the kitten. A mess. The kitten is quite enjoyable, squinting and letting his father give massage. The outside has a result. The 6 princes whispered. Big brother said so. Then try it. I don't know if it is Zen's illusion. He always thinks that the old 6th voice is very weird, especially when it is called the big prince. Quite a bit. Gnashing point. If Sane has not resurrected, it is necessary for the brothers to turn their backs. If this is the resurrection. Thank you. Brain, shell, pain. The old 6th said so. The old 5 also said with no expression. But how complicated they are. No need to say more. If they succeed, their beloved will come back and have a strong enemy. If they are not successful, big brother is still their big brother. But what should the beloved person do? Zitao is also very complicated. Should Sane live in the end? And what can the country's division do? Like to dispel his luck? The great prince asked the national teacher, after this successful formation, will it be resurrected? Gio Shideo said, no, it is impossible to fail. I can only resurrect 2 people in one life. This is the second time. The sight of the 6 princes drifted over, and the national teacher did not know what had happened. He was completely scared, and shook like a sieve. It will succeed, unless he is not dead. Zwelly. I drafted my uncle. After this is over, you must not let the old 5 know that he is not dead. If you know, it is still green, and it will return to 0% in minutes. He still wants to leave the world. Take a look at the end of the Sea Country National Division. The current small 6 is not the little pity before. 6 princes said, let's get started. The big prince looked at him. Can your body do it? The 6th child used the medicine and was weak. This taste was not difficult for Zen to try. It only required great perseverance to let the body listen. 6 princes sighed and walked out of bed. Can't delay time. He didn't make it clear, but everyone in the room knew that the prince would not do it. He and the 5th had to go to the 3rd person as soon as possible. After all, there are 15-day time limits, and then dragging on is really powerless. Zwelly holding the kitten. The back molars are quickly broken. The group went to the bed of Sane, and Zitao immediately followed and quietly hid outside to listen to the corner. He didn't dare to rely too close. He could only put the barbecued pork out and let him broadcast it live. Charcoal Bayo Deo. Start bleeding. Zwelly. This live broadcast is not reliable at all. Zitao has always been skeptical about the death and resurrection. Can you really die and resurrect? What happens when a person dies? What happened after living again? The ultimate proposition of human pursuit, death. Is it something that can be easily reversed? Although this is a quasi world, but it is about to become a real world, can it really surpass life and death, above death? Or is it, because this is a quasi world, so will there be such a bug? Xie Tao is still in a state of ignorance for the central government. He often thinks, and tries to ask X. Unfortunately, the message is still very thin point from his current understanding. The designer has designed the quasi world, and after the review of the zone, it becomes a quasi world that can enter. The explorers, collectors, and recorders enter the quasi world to complete the mission, and then pass the customs to the world, and finally make the quasi world a real world. So is this creating the world? But why is the customs clearance task he encountered so sick? Is it because the designer is sick? Sure enough, X brain is not good, otherwise how can I get the main task of such a neuropathy? When Xie Tao thinks that the central is very mysterious and the designer is very powerful, think of X. He died metamorphosis. Jiang squinted at the good feelings. Yan Zele joins in the fun. Isn't the little rose yet? Jiang skew, fast, Yan. ZAO, how about, is he happy to have a relationship with your soul? I'm happy. I will cut the knife. The river does not speak out. Yan Zhe felt that this topic was not right. He didn't want to eat the old dog food, so he changed the subject. I heard Laokin say that you can't help it. The next world wants to accompany Zarawi in person. The river slant is really unbearable, and he will not go to fear that his love at first sight will become a lifelong life. Yan Zhe added, you said that if you enter the world of your own design, it is not cheating. River. Ramp, when he comes out, he should go to the open world. Everyone in the open world can enter, similar to the assembly task, and it is also a multi-person task that can be entered without searching. But the difficulty of opening up the world is very different from the assembly task. The assembly task is still designed by the designer, but the open world is derived from the central government, and is a quasi-world formed by itself. The open world is randomly generated. In addition to the designer of the river, other professional levels are free to enter, and even advanced players are infested. Such a world is arguably a newcomer who dares not to sway. Compared with the harvest, losing life is a possible outcome. But the river *** can be determined. Xie Tao will definitely open the world in order to brush off his mission. Yan Zhe wanted to swear, you old fritters, you want to deliberately smother the roses to open the world. River slope, Yan. ZAO, don't think that I don't know your dirty routine. Let Zarawi go to the open world to see people's heart and sinister, and then take the opportunity to gather hearts. Hey, you are so bad. The river was silent for a while, stinking and shameless. The hero saves the beauty, and it is natural. Think about the last time the hero saved the beauty, the septic tank. The heart of the river is a bit imaginary. Unsurprisingly, the law array was successfully launched. The blood of the great prince, the 5 princes and the 6 princes are all eligible. The national teacher was frightened and timid, and could not help but be curious. What kind of outstanding fairy is this, in order to confuse the 3 princes at the same time? If there are such people in the Heikyo country, can you still eat people? Zihao was fortunate that he could not hear this heart, and he had to hack him. The great prince really loved Scene, and the scorpions of the old 5 in the 6th were dark. The great prince was stunned, and for a long time he could not return to God. The dream is real. Sane Hall is the Sane Hall. He didn't even talk to him, but he fell in love with him. Why is there such a wonderful thing? Are those dreams really memories of past lives? They loved each other in the past, but they went to the end. Can he forget him and bring the memory of his previous life? If such a thing goes out, will anyone believe it? Even he won't believe it, even if they love each other in the past. This world has already had another scene. Z when he heard that the lawsuit started, and almost rushed in. He wants to understand. Scene has to live, must live. Otherwise, the progress of the big prince will only be less and less, even if it is no longer a dream. After all, it is previous life. The more memories of past life will only make the reality more cruel. As for what to do after living, Xie Tao also figured it out. Sane Hall and the boss of the old 5 are not in the heart. What about living? He can cleverly wrestle around. Maybe can be able to brush the boss in the situation of the old 5. Old 6 cannot be lost. The situation is compelling, and Comrade Zitao finally took the initiative to go to the squatting road. At this time, the national teacher said a sentence. The law and the law squad have started. It takes at least 24 hours for him to resurrect. When the pork boiled back brought this back, Z's eyes lit up. 24 hours. Was it not an instant resurrection? He still has 24 hours. Why is it not 240 hours? So he can definitely complete the task. Zhao calmed down. 24 hours is already very good. Can do a lot of things. He will use this time to get the second child and the fourth child to be fixed. Otherwise, when he is resurrected, he faces 6 princes, fearing that he will become a wool ball. Use these 24 hours to get 3, and then after the resurrection, to stabilize the old 5 and 6, get the boss. He can complete the task. Zitao thought very well, but unfortunately fate did not intend to let him go so easily. You can't delay the time. Xie Xi left Scene's dormitory and replaced the number 1 face to find the 4 princes on the way to go. Xie Xi looked at the communicator. He brought the communicator of the second face. There are 2 pieces of information inside. Second prince, little colon, are you back? 3 princes, I haven't come back yet. I'm going to your house to marry you. Zitao quickly replied, on the road, it's coming soon. The 2 princes sent a message at the same time. Even the content was the same. Come to me. Something to say to you. What is the matter? Zitao thought about the full promise. He also looked for them. Only 24 hours. No matter how to brush for progress. Zitao came to the 4 princes, not thinking that the 4 princes were going out. After the 2 met, the 4 princes said, I want to go to you, Xie. Wei looked at the progress bar and thought that the 4 princes would be happy anyway. Is there anything for my highness to find me? The 4 princes got down and took his hand. Come in, Xie. Tao followed and found that there was no one in the temple, but the 4th child likes to be quiet. No one is the norm. The 4 princes paused and said the words that were not finished last time. I have no intention of inheriting the throne. My mother-in-law will not interfere with my marriage. I promise to protect you for a lifetime. So, Xie Yang beguised. The 4 princes looked at him and said, let's get married. Xie Wei, is it scared to you? Said the 4 princes. You may feel a little sudden, but I seriously thought about it. You don't have to worry about anything, the father or the mother, or the whole sea. If you want, no one will be our obstacle. Xie Yan looked at the progress bar with an eye, and the eyes of the blind man were like a block of stone. The 4 princes said again, don't worry, think about it, I'm waiting for you, Xie. Tao finally found his voice, and he stuttered, 4 princes said, nothing, give me a reply tomorrow. Xie Wei left the palace of the 4 princes. What to do with his brain? If you promise, the progress bar will definitely be full point. If you don't agree, you will lose 100%. He only has 24 hours left. At this time, his communicator rang, and Ziyumu took it out. It was the message of the 3 princes. I haven't returned yet. Xie Wei shook his head. First did not want the 4 princes, and planned to visit the 3 princes. He replied, come on. He put on the number 2 face, adjusted his mood, let himself slow down from the shock, and went to the palace of the 3 princes. He felt that something was wrong when he entered. What is the expression of your expression by Sulfur? What are these soldiers who are aiming at him? What are the guards grinning? Zitao was stunned when he saw the 3 princes dressed in brand new military uniforms and uncomfortable eyes. Gare glanced at him and quickly dismissed his gaze. Zitao salutes him. His Royal Highness, Gare, held his hand and opened the door and asked, what do you think of me? Why do you want to ask this? What do you want to do in the 3rd year? Zitao stuttered a bit. Your Highness, of course. Very good. He is almost stuttering into the sea country. Gulman's eyes are all smiling, but they are working hard. This looks very cute and charming. Unfortunately, Zizen is full of horror. Sure enough, this guy touched his nose and said uncomfortably, good words. Marry me, Xie Wei. The 3 princes said the same thing as the 4th. I will not inherit the throne, and no one can control me. I mean who I'm married with. In short, you don't have to worry about this. Status is not a problem. If you don't, I like the restraint of the palace, and we can't go far. The pork roast is blinking. Dad, how many dads do I have? This question is superb, and your father can't answer it. The author has something to say. Second prince, am I slow in action? Nothing. The proposal may be late, but it will definitely arrive. Chapter 67 Lost Atlantis 38. What he needs is not the easy 2 capacity technique, but the avatar. Don't be a king. Don't want the throne. The throne will be angry. The 6 princes are not set for the throne of the throne. What are you doing? For a mermaid to give up inheritance rights? Too unqualified. Xie Tao does not want to marry such incompetent people. Then he looked at the progress bar. Give himself a knife. No, you think. You can only think about it if you want to. The eyes of the 3 princes are bright, happy with a little nervousness, and the mouth is still awkward every day. Cough. I know that suddenly, you are probably happy. Cough. I mean, you may be too happy. I thought this is a dream, but I want to tell you seriously, this is not a dream. Hall. I'm really proposing to you. Xie Tao really hopes that this is a dream, a nightmare that can be smashed with an open eye. The temple, the next. Xie Qiang found his voice. We didn't know it for a long time. You suddenly did this. The 3 princes disagreed. What does the length of time mean? I like you. I'm responsible for you. Xie Tao is speechless. He wants to say that there are a lot of people who like him. He hesitated, and the 3 princes sank. I still don't like me. Xie. When he looked at the progress bar, couldn't accept it, and went down again, and hurriedly said, my heart is the same as my highness. The 3 princes are very good, so they smiled and said, since the same, then do not ink. Life is too short. We must seize every minute and every second. It is reasonable to say that the 3 princes' love words are very good, especially after understanding his character. The more he invented the white, he said that every word and every sentence is from the heart, or the whole future is pressed. Desperately deeply love him. It is impulsive to know how to marry in such a short period of time, but it is also the most romantic impulse between lovers, especially in the face of a lover whose status is lower than himself. Such active behavior will give the other party a great sense of security. The 3 princes acted with rudeness, but in fact they were very careful, and they were always thinking about Xie Zhen wholeheartedly. Xie Zhen really can't go down. The inner heart is one side. On the other hand, I'm afraid of overturning the boat. After all, there is still a second child. The 3 princes also talked about the heartfelt words. In the past few days, I missed you every day. Cough. I mean, I want you and my business every day. Yes, it is our business. Char grilled. Bag. No need to explain. You just think about my dad. Xie his ears. A few words can die. The 3 princes cleared their throats and continued. The more I think, the more I feel that I can't waste time. Since you like me, I have to take responsibility and not let down your mind. You can't make you nameless. Translating. It's, you can't waste time. Since I like you, I have to hurry up and hold people. If someone ran, I would cry without crying. Xie Zhen was so moved that she did not dare to move. His Royal Highness, I'm very surprised, but very, very happy. Happy to die. The 3 princes were really happy. He took Xie Zhen's hand. Then you are willing to be with me. Xie Zhen really didn't want to hear the words of marriage again, so he bit his teeth. I'm willing. Barbecued pork. Xie Tao wants to be bald. This is a cat that looks like a big cat. After the 3rd prince stayed, he hugged Xie Tao and took a circle directly with him. Xie Wei. Oh, the strength is great and great. When the 3 princes put him down, his eyes lit up like stars falling into the sea. I will never disappoint you, never betray you. As long as I have all of you, I don't have what you want. I will definitely give you. Colin, I will not let you regret. Marry me. I mean to marry me. Xie Zhen was so embarrassed that he was too lazy to care about his words as he expected. He promised to marry him, and the progress bar slammed to 16.66%. From bright red to green. The 3 princes got it. It's a pity that Xie is not happy, and it's time to get it. Can't think about it. Think of a barbecued pork to be bald. Barbecued pork. I'm going to marry my father, so I will tell everyone about us. The 3 princes are not an activist. They just married and want to get married in the next second. Since Zitao dared to agree, naturally there is a response point. He grabbed the three princes. Don't worry about your highness. Can we tell anyone about our affairs? The three princes did not understand. Why? Zitao pretended to be embarrassed. You are a prince, I'm just a singer, and we will definitely cause a sensation together. 3 princes said, don't be afraid, no one dares to bully you. Zitao said, it is difficult to prevent a dark gun from hiding. This reminds the three princes that he is confident that he can take care of him, but he has to sacrifice some of his freedom. I don't want to be a rare thing on the side of the crowd. Not to mention, Z continued, the time we get along is too short. I hope to spend more time with my highness. We know more. Look at each other. If his royal highness repents, then He bowed his head and was pitiful. The three princes were soft and whispered, how can I repent? If I say this, I will be responsible for you forever. Xie Xi whispered, so my royal highness will give me this time. His cautious appearance made the three princes feel very distressed. He should say, listen to you. What do you say? Just don't cry. Xie Xi, I cried your uncle. I'm so stunned by the third child. Thank you. It's not too late. I should go back. The three princes didn't want him to go. What are you going to do tonight? Xie Xi is embarrassed. It will make people suspicious later. The three princes were slightly embarrassed and annoyed. We are all about to get married. How can we make it like a scam? Xie Xi actually couldn't get through the words. After all, the second half of the third is true. Fortunately, his face was very deceptive, and the third child brought a filter of 20,000 miles under the sea. He thought he was angry and yelled at him, listen to yours, go back, I will go to you tomorrow. Xie Xi was awkward, but unfortunately it was already on the string, and he couldn't take it anymore. He had to say, don't go down to me. The three princes were not happy. Is it not going to meet? It's too strange that you always appear at the guards, Xie said quickly. So please let me come to you. In a word, the old three eyebrows opened their eyes and smiled. Well, come to me when you think about me. Xie Xi has a toothache. Well, his ingenious appearance straightened the three princes to the sweetheart. Don't just go out and come back. Of course, the people who love each other are thinking about each other all the time. Xie Xi, this is not a toothache. It is the tooth is falling out. He has a heart and said, I will send you a message. The silly prince of the landlord's third home was happy again. Well, send me a message if you miss me. Zitao nodded and could be said to have escaped. Well, from the third child, Xie Xi went directly to the second prince. Both vertical and vertical are dead ends. Simply gamble. Fight. Just arrived at the palace of the second prince, Zitao knows that he did not guess wrong. This sad palace is not expected to be like a palace in this life. If something big happened, the second prince, the asterisk of the door, would work hard to take care of his palace. When Zitao saw his second child, it was another glimpse. The second child was born with the most romantic silver white skin, delicate facial features, eyes slightly curved like a smile. It is estimated that any girl cannot hold point at this time. He changed his silver uniform, very close to the body, and perfectly outlined the slender figure. Like the prince of the Middle Ages, Zitao is not because of his appearance. He was shocked by his dressing up. Isn't the second child not asking for marriage, just to get married? Fortunately, Zitao thinks too much. The second prince just pays too much attention to the first big thing in this life, so it is so grand. Zitao gave him a gift. The second prince did not open the door like the three princes. He asked me carefully about Zitao's return home. The warm and whispered look is really gentle, but Z is a little anxious. Ask for a hurry to ask for help, and promised that he will rush to the next one. The old saying is very much, and I don't say the point for a long time. Zitao's time was tight, and he simply took the initiative to say, Your Highness, you said that there is something to do with me. Is it something important? When he asked the two princes to live, the sight of him was also hot. Zitao was asked to marry twice a night. For the third time, she couldn't find any emotions of panic and nervousness. He just wanted to get it done quickly. The second prince was the first time in his life. He was very cautious. You have a dream when you go home these days, Xie Xi. How come there is a feeling of 10,000 words? Sure enough, the second prince, who was determined to move, said, I have a dream, dreaming that you are married to someone else. The man is rude and barbaric, very bad for you, and even drives you out of your house. He thanked him for this dream. After all, he personally accompanied him point after the completion of the paving. The second prince looked at him with deep affection. I think about it, I feel that this dream is a warning. If I delay it, maybe we will go to that tragedy. Excuse me, you are already late. Your brother has already started to be strong. Xie Tao was so dull. The second prince was not surprised. He held his hand and whispered, maybe you think this is a bit sudden, but I did think seriously. Can you give me a chance? The latter half of life. I want to be with you, Xie. Wei. It's really euphemistic. It's no wonder that slow people are one step. Your brothers are all married, and will get married. Xie Tao is already alive, and returning to work 3 times and full of mouths running the train. He is very surprised. His Royal Highness, the second prince said, do you hate me? Xie Wei whispered, do not hate. Who will hate you? The second child has confidence in this, so he believes. The voice is more gentle. So you hate that I like you? Xie Tao feels that she is blushing better, but if she can't do it, she can only twitch and say, you are not kidding me. The second prince said, if there is a lie in my words, then let me be thundered. Xie Tao quickly said, don't say anything like this. He is so anxious. The second child has a very good heart. He believes that this little guy likes him too, and he has a lot of peace of mind. No hurry, we have a lot of time. I will slowly let you know that I'm serious, really want to be with you. Together. Xie Tao is patient with the temper. You are a prince, I'm just a small guard. You don't have to worry about this. The second prince is not the brother of the 2 brothers. The brain circuit is the same. I don't inherit the throne. I don't need to look at anyone's face. Besides, I'm not the hairy boy who doesn't care about the world. My business. I can be the master myself. This is really true. With the power of the second child in his hands, as long as he does not covet the biggest one, no one can easily shake his decision. The second prince said again, you don't have to be afraid. We can come slowly. No matter what problem I encounter, I will solve it, and will not make you feel troubled. Xie Tao felt that the fire was almost the same. He gritted his teeth. I'm very happy to hear you say this. The second prince jumped and asked, would you like to accept me? Xie Wei glanced at the progress bar, and nodded. Awkwardly, the purple progress bar rose to 16.66% and turned green. Xie Tao just breathed a sigh of relief, and he had already fallen into the arms of the second prince. Axe hugged him tightly. It was always difficult to suppress the excitement. This is the happiest moment in my life. Unfortunately, music is going to be sad. Xie Tao continued to routinely recite him. His Royal Highness, I feel like I'm dreaming. The second prince raised his lips and yelled at him, reassured, I will make reality better than dreams. Xie Zio smiled, and in a blink of an eye, he was slightly worried. There are so many people who like you. If they know that I'm with you, will they? The second prince said, I will protect you. Xie Tao is still worried. It is very painful to like someone but lose forever. I'm afraid that people who like you will make irreparable things. This sentence reminds the second child that he thinks of another thing. Of course, he knows that the third child likes Colin, and the temper of the third child knows that he will be upset when he and Colin are together. Zio Colin is very small. What if he is retracted by him? The second prince was awake. He said to Zizen, give me some time. I will handle everything properly so that you have no worries. Xie Heo is not so okay. He quickly said, I listen to my highness. Don't be afraid. The second prince said warmly, I won't let you be in danger, and it won't bother you. He bite his own hook and bite to death. Xie Tao has lost a lot. No, you can't be jealous. He wants to run the road in vain and then drag on to death. Is no place to die. Get the second prince. Xie Tao returned to the 4 princes, ready to accept his proposal. The 2, 3, 5, 6 princes are full, leaving only 1 and 4 after the 4 princes were full. He went to pretend to be the resurrection of Sane, and finally settled the great prince point. As long as the progress of the grand prince is full, he can leave the world, and the rest has nothing to do with him. When Zitao came to the palace of the four princes, the barbecued pork bag reminded him, "Dad, don't you change your face." Xie was a sigh, only to realize that he was wearing the second face point thanks to the kitten. Otherwise he fell into the pit point. Sure enough, there are so many people, so many faces. Zizen really convinced the scum men who were peddling in boats. In the end, if they want to die, they will push themselves into such a desperate situation. Zitao put on the number 1 face and went to see the four princes after steady stability point. The fourth time he saw him coming back, he was full of surprises. What happened? Zitao still can't turn around, adjusted the emotions. I think about it. The four princes had a little smile between the light eyebrows. Not in a hurry, no. Zizen took a deep breath and looked at him. I can't wait until tomorrow. I want to tell you now. The four princes were slightly stunned, and the throat was a little tight. Really think about it? Zitao solemnly said. I think about it. The four princes confirmed again. Do you want to marry me? Zitao nodded hard. Okay. Xie sneaked at the progress bar and wanted to see what he had achieved after breaking the lower limit. Black 16.61%, white 16.66%. Xie. Black is the big prince, white is the four princes. Why aren't you full? Why didn't you turn green? He has promised and promised his proposal. The four princes embraced him. I don't know what kind of wedding you like. Xie is difficult. The four princes must have a wedding here to be full. The question is, how can he get married with the four princes and not to wear the help of a second child and pretend to resurrect the three crazy ones? Zitao has never realized before what he needs is not the easy 2 capacity technique, but the avatar. But he is now, has a lack of skills. Chapter 68 Lost Atlantis 39. Dad, you pick a good day and marry them at the same time. Zizen did not say anything. The four princes called his name, Jesse. At this moment, Zitao did not know who he was calling. Oh, it was the name of his number 1 face. So strange. Xie stabilized her emotions. I hope it will be simple. It's best to be simple and don't notify anyone. Now you will get the certificate and then brush up the progress. Obviously this is a delusion. Zitao stares at the lack of 0.006% progress. I cannot wait to manually write to him and then painted white green. How good is the green? The four princes are so environmentally friendly. Why not turn yourself green? The four princes are in a good mood. He said, I also want to be simple. If you don't ask too many people to do too cumbersome rituals, please celebrate with your family. Zitao thought about his own family. His eldest brother is his previous life debt. His second brother just promised to spend the rest of his life with him. His third brother also asked him to marry him. His 5 brothers and 6 younger brothers waited for him to wait. Zmo was silent and wanted to say, since the family did not need to ask, the trick is enough, and quickly do the marriage. This is not the case. What he said is the export. The four princes are still thinking, we can go to the Muguan district to make a banquet and find a sweet child to be a small flower girl. Muguang district is a shallow water area where ordinary mermaid lives, and it was also a place previously contaminated by land people. Xina is the little mermaid that Zitao saved before. If Zitao didn't step on the 6 boats, I really felt that the picture was very warm. The two have a common ideal. After the encounter, they saved countless mermaids and solved the huge hidden dangers of the seabed. When they return to there again, they will receive the most sincere blessings, and these blessings will make their marriages very beautiful. It's good. The premise is that Xie is not a scum male. Thank you. Really, not a scum. Only a few hours agreed to 3 marriage proposals, but already the heart is in a mess. Zizen will inevitably be perfunctory, but the four princes did not think much. What do you think about it? Who can think of such an angel? Chapter 54 The Lost Atlantis 40 met, and DIDN and -039 T know each other. The 5 princes who followed closely stood and watched the 6 princes holding scene, but they could not step forward and could not say a word. What can he say? Sane Hall died for Sirius. They lived and died together. Now they are also waking up in the arms of the 6 princes. What else is there? After all, he and Scene were only a few days away. He liked him, fell in love with him at first sight, and even made such an incomparable real dream. But dreams are dreams, no matter how real or not. Scene is not a dream of Sane, and Sane will not choose him. In the days when he heard that he was dead and desperately wanted to let him live, the 5 princes couldn't think about it. Compared with who Sane likes, he prefers to see him and know that he still lives in this world. Everyone is greedy, and Sane is back. The 5 princes want more, but the reality is to break him into the bottomless abyss he will be with Sirius. The two people are separated from each other by life and death. Now they are back, and they are rescued when the 6 princes fight for their lives. The 5 princes are stunned, and the sweetheart he has recovered will be his brother's companion. Is there anything more cruel than this? Xie Tao is distressed by the 6 princes. This little pity is too miserable. I don't want to hurt my mother. I don't like any brothers and sisters. No one can take care of him. He grew up alone and was thrown out by his father as a deserter. He was disappointed to give up everything and even his life. No, but I met Sane Hall. A person who illuminates his bottom of the sea. But this light is fleeting, leaving only a deep shadow in his heart. What a ecstasy, he should be now resurrected. Xie was distressed for half of it and couldn't help it. The orange progress bar that had not been seen for a long time appeared. It turned out to be green and represented a perfect 16.66% retreat to 16.65% of orange. The 5 princes were shaken. Xie Tao does not have to know what the 5 princes are thinking. After all, it is a strategy in the dream. When you return to reality, there will be a huge gap. Like the second and the boss, there are such troubles. I never thought that I had just lived, and the 5th is giving up. It is also said that he and the 6 princes are locked to dead, and the 5th is a rare normal child, and it will be normal to retreat. Don't back down. Xie Tao did not think that she would have such a slogan in the sky. Seeing that the progress bar is still flashing, there is still a tendency to continue to fall. Xie cannot care about the old 6th, and quickly started the B program. Who are you? Xie Zhen's voice was very weak, and it seemed that the moment of export was washed away by the water. The people who can be present are all savvy and understand clearly. The 6 princes groaned and held his hand and let go. Xie is distressed, but there is no way to blame X for the dead metamorphosis. Where am I? Xiu's words were not finished, and he frowned and made a painful appearance. He died many times in the last world, and he has a set of imitation pains. After all, he is a man who has been picked up by his head, and pierced his sword, and pierced his heart. The pork boiled bag was the first to be fooled. He anxiously took the small head and thanked him. What happened to Dad? Where is the pain? Is it going to die? Is it painful to die? Xie, this little fool. The 5 princes opened the 6 princes. He just woke up. Don't scare him. The 6 princes were all stunned, and they stepped back and looked pale. The 5 princes approached when Sheng said to Xie Zhen, can we go back to the house first? Xie Tao is one person at the same time. Who are you? Where are I? Who am I? Amnesia asked 3 questions and achieved perfection. The one who came out of this sentence. The 5 princes also stunned. He whispered, you don't remember? Xie Tao's B program can be more than that. He screamed and grabbed his head and made a painful appearance. The 5 princes quickly retired. You don't worry. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. We are advanced. The 6 princes will be greeted by Xie Zhen. One jumped off the roof and returned to the house. Heikiguogo is full of fog. They have resurrected many people in Heikyu state, and for the first time encountered such a wonderful situation. The 6 princes put down Xie Tao and picked up his collar. His face was dark and sullen. What the asterisk is going on? Heikiguogo teacher shakes into a sieve. I don't know. All are normal people. People are also resurrected, and it is reasonable to say that there will be no problem. The 5 princes also voiced coldly, he doesn't remember anything. Where does Heikiguogo know what is going on? He has never seen anyone who is resurrected outside the resurrection, even if the roof is really above the resurrection. I have never seen anyone who wore clothes after the resurrection, and never even heard of anyone who would not remember the previous things after the resurrection. He even suspected that this Sane was not dead at all, just hiding there, waiting for the resurrection to start, and he swam to the roof to lie down. How is it possible? The old national teacher feels that he is crazy. How could there be such a thing? As for the princes who are the same as these people, will they not know that their sweethearts are dead? Of course, he couldn't say anything in his heart. He was afraid that he would be slapped to death by the 6 princes after seeing the power of his slaughter of the sea country. The old Guoshi scared his pants to pee. Xie Xi was afraid that this unreliable national teacher would talk and quickly bring the attention of the princes. This is very simple. As long as he tilted his head and groaned and made a painful look, it is very useful, and the old 6th and the 5th are instantly lost to the national division. It is a pity that the closer they are, the more painful he is, the more his eyes are red, and he doesn't know how many tears are flowing. In fact, he can't cry out, "It's good in the sea." His white fingers force the joints to bulge, screaming. The appearance of the hair is extremely painful. The old 5 and 6 were in a hurry, and they panicked for a while. The calmed prince walked in and whispered, "Don't irritate him." The 5 princes and the 6 princes looked at him. The great prince said, "I called the 4th child. He will come over in a moment. Let him see it." He said that he made a look, and the guards he brought the Heikyu. The old national teacher is still mourning. "His Royal Highness, I saved your lover. I don't have to die. I have eaten so many people under the sea and still want to live." The highest IQ of Heikyu is not too high. Xie shrunk to the corner of the bed and held himself into a ball. He didn't dare to look at it. He didn't want to listen to anything. He just licked his ears, closed his eyes, and snorted. In this way, the 3 princes could not get close, but did not dare to leave. They could only stand there and wait for the 4 princes to come. The 4th is not only an environmentalist, but also the most medical school under the sea, proficient in all kinds of incurable diseases. See when his heart is grotesque, and the 4th has just discussed the marriage with the 4th, and the 4th is to see him. He is really sick. It is a heart disease. Not long after, the 4 princes arrived, and he saw the situation in the house, and collapsed. Big brother, 5 brothers and 6 younger brothers are all in the residence of a mermaid guard. What is going on? The big prince tweeted. The 4th, you go see what happened to him. The sight of the 4 princes moved to the bed and saw the mermaid that shrank into a ball. When he saw him violently, the 4 princes' heart slammed down and almost thought it was his little Jessie. But soon, the difference in fishtails awakened him. How could it be Jessie? The little guy, 80%, is sleeping on his arm. The 4 princes returned to God and walked over to Zen to check. Xie Yuming knows that he will not be recognized, but he is still very guilty. Fortunately, he is now crime, and it doesn't matter if he does not see it. The 4 princes took the instrument and carefully checked him and said, "The signs are very good. There is no problem, but it may be a psychological problem. He is a little afraid of people. It is best to give him some time to be alone and let him calm down." He said this. It was a full house, except for the stupid cat. He was relieved. Needless to say, as long as Scene has no problem with his body, others can accept it. Scene died so badly that it would be normal for him to survive. Not to mention Ziwei. What he wants is such a result. The old 4-character sentence is said to be in his heart. He needs to be alone, need to be calm, he needs one person. The 4 princes were very curious about this situation, but the state of the big brother and the 5 younger brothers were not quite right, so I didn't ask much, just sighed. "You still have to go back first, or here." He is nervous. Painfully, the old 6 looks slightly and asked, "Does he really have something to do?" The 4 princes said, "The body is definitely okay. As for the psychological, this is not good, but it depends on himself." The 5 princes flashed and said to the 6 princes, "Give him some time, let us not bother him." "Very good, thank you for your happiness. Please keep the comrades in the 5th year." The 6 princes frowned and wanted to go and walk. The 5 princes lowered their voices. "Those memories can be forgotten, and it is not a good thing. This is very subtle." And the 6 princes smashed. "Indeed, if you can forget this kind of thing, it is indeed good, but all other things are forgotten." The 5 princes said again, "As long as he is healthy, he will talk about it later in the future. Do you want to see him so painful?" The 6th prince closed his eyes and said, Let's go back, and let him rest." From the beginning to the end, the great prince is farthest away, just staring at Zen. People cannot guess what he is thinking. Zita knows, but he does not want to engage in the stalks of past and present, although this may immediately brush the glory of the big prince. But then, how can I stabilize the old 5 and the old 6? He is not just a person who loves, he has to have 6 people. Once upon a time, our Z classmates had been able to sneak out the scum mail quotations. After sending away the princes, Zita also had to act, but had the opportunity to stupid cats. The pork roast is blinking. Dad is acting. Z. Tao gave him a blank eye. Otherwise, the barbecued pork is very popular. It's amazing. I believe it. Not that he is amazing. The kitten is too stupid. Zita said to the kitten, go out and help me watch. When a prince comes, I will call me. The spirit of the barbecued pork bag is inspiring. Well, flying out to the whistle. Zita did not dare to go. The dog was at the corner of the bed. During the 6 princes came to see him secretly. The 5 princes also came, and finally came the big prince. It may be that I was afraid that Z was uncomfortable. The 3 of them did not come in. They just looked far away, and each person left for about an hour in the early morning. Zita pretended to fall asleep. He looked at him again in 156. This time he probably knew that he had slept, and all went into the house, but he was not willing to wake him up. He left after a half-hour pile. It is Zita did not sleep at all. After sending away the 3 gods, he rolled over and climbed up. Pork, you stay here. There is a situation. Hurry to call me. Fortunately, the identity of these faces is the guards, so the residence is not far away. If you have this range, the barbecue can barely be seen. Otherwise he really wants to dance on the wire rope and die at any time. Z when he put on the number 2 face, went to colon to get the communicator, and then replaced the number 1 face to get Jess's communicator. As soon as he turned on the communicator, he was blown up by the oncoming information. 4 princes, wait for me at noon. Eat together. Second prince, I have a job in the morning. I will finish picking you up after lunch and have dinner together at noon. 3 princes, I'm at the camp. Come back at noon. Take you to eat delicious. Z. Wary, still eating. He looked full. Chapter 70 The Lost Atlantis 41 3 princes, the shame is the eye. The 3 princes grab a small guard. Zita now has a very flexible head. If it was put before, he would not believe that he could find out so many reasons. Now, although he is still 19 years old, he has already experienced vicissitudes. Zita replied to the 2nd and 3rd. I'm sorry that my highness, I just left the city. I'm going to talk to my family. Tell us about it. The smile behind you must be no less this typical copy and paste. Even the 2 princes are better than 1. The 2nd child said softly. Why don't you tell me earlier? I will send you in the past. The 3rd child turned aloud. There is nothing to say. Do they still disagree? The question mark at the back has guilty conscience and tension. Zita quickly replied. His Royal Highness is so busy. I don't want to bother, and it is better to say this kind of thing before I go back. When I sent it, Zwedi confirmed it several times. This is not good for different contents, especially afraid of hair on point. After confirming the correctness, I will reply to the 3 princes. Isn't you joking with me? Talk about it. Talk about marriage, of course, and say something to your family. The tone and mood are in place. Send. The 2 are estimated to be staring at the communicator, and the return is particularly fast. The 2nd child, when will you come back? And tell me in advance. I will pick you up. The 3rd child, I will make a joke with you like this. Hey, when will I come back? I will pick you up. Z. Wary, but his mother won't pick me up. I'm afraid to scare you. He replied, this is not a trivial matter. I'm afraid that they will not accept it. I have to find a chance to tell them that you must not come under the highness. They are the ordinary people and will be afraid. Another change was sent to the 2nd child. This is reasonable and reasonable. If you don't dare to say it, it will not be a problem for 2 or 3 days. Zita also thought about letting Colin die directly and lock the progress of the 2nd and 3rd. Anyway, he had a pain in the burnt pack, and there was nothing to die. If you think about it carefully, you will know that this risk is enormous. The situation of the 2nd and 3rd is completely different from that of the old 5. At the beginning, Sane did not promise anything. After the death, The two were replenishing their own brains. Therefore, in their hearts, sane is the white moonlight that will not be erased. The more I miss, the more stable the progress. The second and third will not work, and Colin promised too much for them, and even promised to marry Point. If it is dead, what do they have to make? I knew each other's things when I was in trouble, knowing that Colin had stepped on both of them at the same time. Point. So, is the dead Colin still worthy of love? The fantasies in their hearts are shattered. What will the progress bar fall into? So Colin can't die, he only has to live well to stabilize these two people. Although Xie is tired and wants to die, it should be fast. As he looked at the progress bar and felt that he was only the last one, or he kicked up to leave the world, or fell and died in their hands. With such a thought, Zitao's fighting spirit is high, and there is a feeling of asterisk battle with the big boss. Point. It's just that the boss on his side is a bit more, and the battle mode is a bit strange. Get the second child. Zitao is free to reply to the fourth. What? Do you want to eat, under your highness? Look at you. Do you have anything to eat? Zitao did not leave the guards when he died, so he proposed. I have always been a guest of my royal highness. Is it good for me to do this east? The four princes replied, it doesn't matter, we don't have to understand that. Zitao disagreed. Even if I get married, I can't just accept my highness to me. This is very heartwarming. The four princes are sweet. Well, you are the east, where to eat? Zitao quickly said, I'm sure that I can't afford to go to the highness. I'm afraid that my highness will not be used to it. Is it better to succumb to you and come to me to eat? The four princes sent him a video directly. Go to your place to eat? Zizao smiled and said, yes, try my craft. The Grey Scorpion of the four princes shines like a star. I'm looking forward to it. Zizao breathed, but it is not necessary to leave the guards. The vigilance of the pork boiled bag is only so large. If you go out to eat, the prince who goes back to see the cause of the bad food. Point. Z was prepared to dinner and just cut a few platters. The four princes sent a message. Jesse, let us go out and eat. Tao didn't understand why he suddenly changed his mind and asked, what's the matter? Is there anything? The four princes said, there may be others in the evening. If you eat at your place, it will be too much trouble for you. Zin's heart stunned, and he silently prayed, don't be a prince, don't be a prince, don't be a prince. Point. As if he had heard his prayers, the four princes said, I met the second brother and the third brother, and they all want to see you. Where? The four princes said, you don't have to be nervous. They are both very good under private circumstances, and the third brother is not so tempered. Where he certainly knows that the third child is a small tiger with a claw and a claw. Point. The problem is, he doesn't want to see them. Although Yirangshu will not reveal the stuffing. Thank you for not being willing to take risks. Moreover, the two princes and the three princes have eaten the food he made. What should I do if I have a stuffing? The four princes said again, so let's go out and eat. Next time I will go to you. Okay. Where he can't go. He can't leave the guard at the death. Sure enough, still have to find a way to push this lunch. What reason? There is no reason. Xie bit his teeth and spelled, I have already cooked the dishes. If we don't eat, isn't it a waste? The four princes bowed. Zitao said, if the two highnesses and the three highnesses do not want to come, will we ask them again in the next day? After he finished, he added, is this very rude? No. The four princes smiled. There are all family members in the future. I don't need to see them. Just like this, I ask them, they will bring some wine to them when they want to go. If they don't go, we will eat them. Zitao continues to pray, don't come, please don't come. Point. Sure enough, his prayers are reversed. The second and third are so shameless to come to eat. The four princes introduced to the second child of the second child, Jess Hall, my fiancé. The pork roast snorted and said, it's also their fiancé. Zizen really laughed how stiff and stiff. Point. Fortunately, he is just a small guard. It is normal to see so many princes stiff. The second child is quite awesome, and the gift is gentle and elegant. Point. The third child also brought a gift, but he did not follow the common sense, and he almost scared Zitao's heart disease. Do you know Colin Hall? The second prince turned his eyes. Zitao's palm was full of sweat, and with his amazing perseverance, he wondered, Colin? I seem to have heard the name, but I have never seen it. Oh. Three princes said, you have a last name, you have, I thought you were relatives, Xie. Tao quickly said, Hall is a big surname, not necessarily all no. Just like the old king next door, the whole of China does not know how much. The four princes wondered, who is Colin Hall? The third prince's mouth was raised, and Xie's heart was mentioned. Fortunately, this guy was still wary of his second child, and changed his mouth. A small guard, nothing. The second prince's mouth was also raised. He thought that the small guard was already his fiancé, and the third child did not know it. He gave him sympathy, and couldn't bear to slap him like he used to, so he said, go. Let's taste the crafts of our younger brothers, Xie. Zen's tail trembled, and almost fell to the ground. The four princes supported him, and said to the second prince, the second brother does not say this, he is shy. The second child smiled softly, the family is all in the future, don't see it, Xie. Xio smiled and didn't dare to look at him. Because knowing that these two will come, Xie Tao worked *** the food, and made all the effort to use the knife that was completely different from before, to ensure that the second and third cannot be worn without giving the four princes a shame. Hard work pays off. Comrade Xie Tao has continued to save himself. When I was eating, my second child couldn't ask the four princes and Xie Tao's encounter. The four princes came together, and the two of them were very brother-in-law. They listened with gratitude, and gave their blessings. The four princes were quite unexpected. The second brother and the three did not deal with it. In the past, the two of them met each other as a sword and sword. How is it so sympathetic today? Xie Tao has some faintly guessed, and 80% of them are complacent. The second child felt that he was about to marry Colin, and was very pity for his stupid brother. The third child felt that he was about to marry Colin, and decided to forgive himself as an incompetent brother. Xie Tao did not dare to pray. He was afraid that Colin Hall would be killed by his own poisoned milk. Halfway through the meal, the four princes talked about the new things today. You know, the old 5 old 6 captured the Heikyu division, and used him to resurrect one person. The second child answered, it seems to be a small guard. The third child sneered, noisy, Xie. Where he silently spit, where are you qualified to say that others are noisy? The four princes said, it's strange that the big brother is also there, as if the big brother likes that person. Both the second child and the third child are stunned. Big brother, is there someone I like? Yes. Four princes said, one of the conditions for the resurrection is the blood of the three people who love deeply. The blood of the older brother successfully launched the law. It is a pity that the pork boiled bag looks out at the outside, otherwise he will definitely come up with a sentence. Your blood can also be the second child is full of surprises. Impossible. Even if the big brother is in a good condition, wouldn't he like the old 5 and 6 rushing to grab people? The third child sneered, there is a shame. The three princes grab a small guard. Xie. Very sorry, you are also robbing. The four princes said, the child seems to be stimulated, and no one is willing to see it. I'm not sure about the specific situation. Leo. Deo, we can't help these private affairs. We can only see the fate. Yeah. The hands of the four princes were covered on the back of Xie Tao's hand, whispering, still look at the fate. The second and third graders nodded, very recognized. It was fate that made him and Colin together. Xie Tao's party is very complicated to hear. If this is known to them, he estimates that 10 lives are not enough. Seeing that the lunch is over, Xie Zhen thought that he had escaped and could take a break. Who knows that there is a problem with the barbecued pork? The kitten shouted, Dad and Dad, the big prince is coming. It's still 4 or 5 meters before I enter the house. Xie. Wary. The kitten cried, I have been watching it seriously. He suddenly appeared. It seemed to hide the breath before. I didn't feel it. Xie Tao guessed that the May 5th attack suddenly attacked, but did not expect the big prince to cover up the breath. This is how to do. 4 or 5 meters into the house, he is too late to catch up. The four princes noticed his strangeness. What happened? Xie said, sorry, I'm going to the bathroom. The four princes smiled and said, go. Xie Tao used the highest speed of his life to swim to the bathroom. The barbecued pork is still screaming. When it is time, I have to open the door. It's Too late. It's definitely too late. The big prince found that the game was not there. There will be big things. Xie took a deep breath and summoned X's avatar. Can you move instantly? Jiang is afraid that he will be in trouble. He is more anxious than him, but unfortunately he has to pretend to face it. Yes, Xie Tao said, take me to the elf. The rabbit tilted him up and instantly came to the bed of sane. Xie Tao did not care so much. He lay down and slept, and said to the doll, hide yourself. At this time the door was pushed open, and the big prince came in. Xie Tao couldn't take a look at X, and quickly closed his eyes. Jiang slanted out of the house, and said something to the kitten. The pork ribs just wanted to talk, and the river slanted his small mouth. Don't let him hear. The author has something to say. Jiang Laoxi will not help again, and the daughter-in-law will be killed by her own soul. Chapter 71 Lost Atlantis 42. Congratulations. Pass the S+ Quasi World. Lost Atlantis. The pork boiled packet has a small head and the eyes are sparkling. Jiang asked him, remember? The barbecued pork nodded in a row. The handsome guy is so powerful. The voice is directly in his head. Jiang said again, don't tell him what I said. The barbecued pork bag does not understand. Why? The big guy's helping his father. Jiang leaned down and screamed at his mother. This is a good thing and no name. So cool. The pork roast has become a younger brother. Oh, it is a cat. Xie Tao does not know the one person outside the cat. His heart is still awkward. This is too exciting. The heart is not good. To fear not to die on the spot. Should there be no problem? He was in place on time, and he also dismissed Ji Rong. Now using his own face. Ji Rong Shu is still a force. It is an instant release. As long as he does not remember to mix it will not delay. Only the big prince came. He deliberately concealed the breath. Not because of the pork roast, but to avoid the old 5 and the 6th. This is an opportunity. Xie Tao decided to start point, although the 4th is still waiting for him, but he locked the bathroom door and made a discomfort. It should be able to delay for about 10 minutes. A rare opportunity for the night-long dreams fight. It is a good thing to be able to get the big prince, and it is possible to sum up the experience. Xie Yuxin has been flustered. There is a kind of unpredictable feeling. He always feels there is a big pit behind. The task must be completed as soon as possible, so the days of dancing on the wire rope are too difficult. He must be quick, otherwise he will definitely fall into mud. Xie brewed a bit of emotion, feeling that after the big prince was watching him, he frowned, his eyes spinning around his eyelids, showing a dreamlike look. The big prince was a little farther away, and he was afraid to wake him up. Xie certainly won't wake up. He cocked his ears and listened to the movement. After he noticed that he had retreated a little, he whispered a name, Randy, very light whisper, as if far away from the world. The great prince heard it, and heard it plainly. Sane shouted his name in his dream. For fear that the big prince did not hear it, Xie Tao repeated it again, still very low, but with a different kind of tenderness and love, like calling a deep love lover. The big prince was stunned. Although Xie Tao closed her eyes, she could see the progress bar at the bottom right. The progress of black rose from 16.61 to 16.62, then 16.63, 16.64, 16.65, 16.66. The number that rose up a bit brought Xie's heart to the eyes of the blind. It's getting faster. It's going to be full soon. Xie Tao will not remember the past life. It is too much trouble. Will make the old 5 and the old 6 be stimulated. But he can use the previous life, and his dream is called Randy's name, enough to give him unlimited imagination. Randy really thought a lot. He is quite sure that he has no intersection with this sane in front of him. The name of the prince is taboo on the seabed. In the submarine kingdom of the ranks, ordinary people have no courage to call this name. He called his name, and sang his name with a voice full of love and thoughts. He is indeed Sane Hall. His Sane Hall. Does he also have memories of past lives? No, he should have not been there before, but it is different after being resurrected. Is it because of his blood? He loves him in his previous life, so he also found himself in his previous life. When he wakes up, he will be so confused. Is it because he has vaguely memories of past lives, so he can't tell where he is, and can't tell who he is? This may be too good. The big prince's heart beats very fast, and he can't help but approached Zitao listened with full concentration and noticed that when he approached, he suddenly opened his eyes that two looked at each other and looked at each other. Ziyan's eyes are not stunned, his mouth is filled with sweet smiles, and his slightly curved eyes are full of affection. He seems to have just woken up, saw his beloved lover, and poured out all the love in his heart without reservation. The great prince seems to have returned to his dreams, as if he saw the young master who was wearing a Chinese costume, attached to his arms in an attachment, and smiled at him. He really remembers, he really is sane. It is his young master, his lover Xie Xi couldn't hold it anymore. After seeing the black progress bar rushing to 16.66% turned green, he immediately woke up. The sweetness in his eyes disappeared. He jerked up and looked at the man in front of his face with fear. The big prince stunned. Zitao retreated backwards and retracted into the corner of the wall. He looked at him with confused and fearful eyes. The nerves tightened to the extreme, as if they were going to break in the next moment. He is like a salt on Randa's heart. Don't be afraid. Nothing. Z. You shrunk more backwards. Her eyes closed, her lips trembled, and she was afraid of the extreme. This look is like seeing the 5 princes and the 6 princes when I was resurrected. The words of the 4 princes flocked to the mind of the great prince. The great prince was so distressed that he was willing to let him suffer again. He quickly said, "You should rest. I will leave. Don't be afraid. I will not hurt you." It is a pity that Zizen can't hear anything, only shrinking backwards, like hiding himself in the wall. This acting, unfortunately, there is no audience, or you are sure to applaud and give 100% recognition. So, people always grow up. Seeing that Zitao's classmates have become a small squid from the 19-year-old innocent little brother after the big prince left, Zitao insurance stayed for a while. The barbecued pork bag flew in. Good insurance, good luck. Fortunately, there is a big guy to help. He didn't say thank you and forgot. Is he gone? 3 minutes passed. It should have disappeared. The pork roast is wrapped. The sound is gone. Zitao nodded, but there was some doubt in his heart. He told the doll that he had to go to the elf's side. He could have a barbecued pork outside the house. He thought that he would move to the house immediately before going to the house, and he would definitely catch up with the speed of the doll. Unexpectedly, the doll actually sent him directly to the house, and it was a bed. He didn't say so accurately. Why do people know? How do dolls know that they are going to bed and sleep? Before the time was typed, Zitao had no time to think too much. Now I think that it is not right everywhere. The pork roast bag knows that Dad is in a hurry to catch up. He quickly said, "Dad, we only have 4 princes left." The pork ribs also saw a progress bar. It's rare that this little guy is willing to use his mind. Zitao said, "It's just a little bit, as long as the marriage is estimated to be full." His versatility has more than 10 days of effort. As long as the 4 princes are rushing to marry within this time limit, there should be little problem. However, to drag the other 5 people for more than 10 days, Zizen thinks that they are all bold. The pork roast said, "Maybe don't have, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 55. See you. Thank you. Who is going to see you? But you can't beat it. Ended. Zitao seems to have been through a century and both physically and mentally exhausted. Mainline task, collect the love of 6 princes. Sideline task, collect 1 million tons of garbage. Completed. This is really the core task, and the world is also cleared after completion. Clear customs. Don't worry about going back to the world. But what about them? Zitao thinks about the last scene. The scalp is numb, completely worn, completely overturned. All the princes are crazy. Although he skillfully used the fright to let them lose their ability to think, and then use the truly confession to get the love of the 4 princes, it was only temporary. As soon as he left, the princes who calmed down would not be able to imagine. Sane Hall, Colin Hall, and Jess Hall are all one person. They love to come and love, and they all love the same mermaid. Especially the second and third. If Colin Hall agreed to the marriage proposal of the 2 of them, they would soon marry the 4 princes, and even swindle to play with their big brother. 5 brothers and 6 brothers Xie Xi. Fortunately, he will never return to that world, otherwise it will not be as simple as a broken piece. However, it is still very embarrassing. Think carefully about the 6 princes in this world, who are much better than the 3 neuropathies of love to the left or right. The boss is dedicated, but only for the past. The second child is a citizen, but as a finance minister, he is very cute. The third child has a grumpy temper, but in fact it is thick and thin. No one around is really afraid of him, but he really respects him. The fourth is also the heart of the eternal life. For the mermaid in the Muguan district, do not hesitate to take medicine every day. The fifth is the simplest, but also the most sensitive and passionate. The art of creation brings an unparalleled bright color to the dark sea floor. The old 6 don't hurt the mother, she didn't love it. After going through such a bad childhood, she didn't have a bad heart. In the end, she even sacrificed herself for her father's decision. Zhao is distressed by them, but unfortunately this task forced him to them all over. He couldn't help but think of the last scene. Xie Xi snorted. It is really terrible. He is miserable, and the 6 princes are even worse. He has already reached the center, and after he opened it, he still has some discomfort. This kind of light that shines to the extreme will make people feel the illusion of being in the dark for a moment. Too bright and too dark will not be clear. Thanks to the gentleman, I finally adapted to the light. He is no longer a newcomer. He will not stay in the beam in confusion. He walked out and went straight to the water curtain. First check the next task reward, the quasi world of S+ level. If the reward is very poor, he will kill X. Zhao just saw a line of characters before the water curtain. Announcement: Atlantis lost in the S+ world has been cleared. Designer X. Customs clearance is anonymous. The world story is on the shelves. Welcome to buy. When the news came out, the people in front of the water curtain boiled instantly. The trough, the quasi world of S+. It is X God. I remember that before the end of the day, I passed a S-level novice trial. Isn't it? How come one again? It won't be the same person. Impossible. A newcomer can use the luck of the S-class novice to test me, but I can't believe in the quasi world of customs clearance. That man is also very strong. S+S quasi world. This is luck and strength coexist. When you hear the word lucky, the legendary European Emperor Xie is expressionless. Such lucky who wants to take away. He is grateful to date. What makes Xie more speechless is the open purchase of the world's plot. If he has experienced it, then it will be put on the water curtain, and it is tantamount to public punishment. Why is there a brain-dead setting that announces a world's plot? This kind of broken story, it is a waste of money to buy it. In addition to showing that the designer is a neuropathy, what is the nutritional value? Zhao thinks about the things that he has done. The brain is sore. What surprised him was that there was another word on the water curtain announcement. The Lost Atlantis world story has been bought out by X. The mall is off the shelf and cannot be purchased. Xie Xi, someone around me mourned. Why do you want to buy it? Isn't this all cleared? It's impossible to enter again. There is no need to buy out and study alone. Besides, X is not a designer. Why did he buy it? It is not so wasteful to have money. Yes, if the world's plot sales are good, isn't the designer a huge commission? My X *** is not bad money. The problem is that he not only can't get the share, but also pays for the money. If I remember correctly, the cost of the buyout can be a purple skill. This metaphor comes out, surrounded by silence, followed by the same voice. I don't understand the big world. Xie Xi couldn't be the best. However, he had too many operations in Atlantis, and he was afraid to flash the wisdom of the masses. However, Xie Xi will not be grateful to X. X buyout is definitely for his own sake. He designed this broken story. In addition to people suspect that his brain has problems, there is no value. The world story is truly open, and the most serious damage is definitely X anyway. Xie is anonymous. No one knows that it is him. X is not the same. As a designer cannot be anonymous. He is spending money to buy face. Thank you will not be grateful. At this time, the third line appeared on the water curtain. Invites the Lost Atlantis clearance to join the Yunj. This is also very familiar. When the love is left or right, Zitao also saw this news. Yunj has spared no effort in recruiting talent, but Zitao does not want to join any organization at all. He is tired and does not want to see anyone for the time being. Zitao finally opened his own system panel. The quasi world has added a line. S+ level of the lost world of Atlantis has been cleared. It turns out that S+ is really harder than love to the left or right. So what about rewards? Zitao accepted the reward. Just listen to a bang. Reward 10,000 coins thanks to Z. He remembers that the love is left or right to reward the gold coin 1000, and the level with a plus sign directly turns 10 times. If you choose a reward for 10 times the privilege, oh, no fart. Zitao is too low. There is no place to spend money. Z despises money as dirt. He is more curious about special rewards, and there are special rewards for completing the quasi world above S. In fact, this special reward is not necessarily all good. Like our non-Emirates, we have received a special reward for countless chickens and anger. For example, you can only view the middle level players and the following good skills may be broken, or how the -444 value will appear, and then use the skills to become handsome for a second, not to mention that he has handsome enough. Even if it is not handsome enough, what is the use of this handsome 1 second? There is also the golden elf egg, which is known to be worthless except for selling Meng. Of course, non-Emirates and European emperors are different species. A luck with Xiaoyu is different. Congratulations, you will get passive skills. You can take away the same items at random after passing through the world. Xiaoyu frowned and looked at it. For the time being, I didn't feel anything special about this skill, but it was better than summoning X's avatar. Z, when he looked at the button to search for the quasi world, hesitated. Do you want to search? Stretching his head and shrinking his head, he has to face it sooner or later. Thank you. After the small funnel turned for a while, a sub-page popped up. At the same time, Zitao received a message from X. The message interface blocked the subpage, and Zitao first saw the words of X. Meet up, Z. Where's expressionless. Fork. Whoever wants to see you can't beat it. Zitao saw the new quasi world. Fuck. Forgive him. Anyone who sees it will be rude. Quasi world. Wonderful pen and C. The difficulty is unknown. Designer X. No challenge. Zitao stared at the 4 words of Designer X, his head creaking. Why is it the world of X? After he came to this ghost place, he searched 3 times in total, all of which are the world of X. Is this luck? This is a curse. At this time, X sent him another message. Would you like to know the situation of your soul after leaving the quasi world? Z. Tao replied, X God, how do you meet with you? He wants to see him. He wants to know him. He wants to find out his details, and then find a way to kill him. Jiang looked at the **** feelings and said, I sent you an invitation, and I can send it when I click. Z. Tao returned to him. Okay, there is a carrot at the back. The river slant clearly feels that the smile is full of murderousness. Chapter 56 Cognac. Why is your soul wanting to be close to me? Zitao received the invitation. After he accepted it, he changed his place instantly. 1 by 1, the quasi world has gone a lot, and the situation of this sudden change of land is not so flustered. Z. When he fixed his mind and looked up. This look is completely different from his imagination. There is not even a house here. It is just a boundless flower sea. The white rose flower is like the clouds of heaven. It is a cluster of clusters and clusters. It is like a dream. I have to say that this is beautiful. Zitao does not have much conception about people's beauty and ugliness, but has a normal aesthetic for other affairs. He likes to stand here, his eyes wide open and refreshing, as if all the tiredness and troubles have gone with the swaying white roses. So, when he saw the different men in the distance, they felt that they were not so annoying. This sentiment lasted for 3 seconds. After that, it was such a beautiful rose flower. Zitao has come back to God, and the dislike in my heart has quickly turned into a digital flyout. How X has so many white roses in his face. White rose represents pure love. Dead metamorphosis knows what is pure. Do not. He doesn't even know love. Zizao smiled. The voice was polite. Hello, X God. The side of the river was faintly swayed and was awake by the red rain. The taste of ice and fire matched his eyes. Jiang skewed his name. Xie Zombie. The Worst words in the homonym are thought of by Zitao. It's hard to hear. It's harder to hear than a stupid fork. Jiang Tz knows what he wants without reading the mind. He explains, it's the river that flows through the spring, and the rivers and lakes fall back to the west. This poem is too familiar. It is Zhang Ruoxu's Spring River Flower Moonlight Night. Zitao finally notes that it is not a zombie but a river. Then what? Anyway, they are stupid forks. Zitao's name Jiang Yi has long been known, and there is no need to introduce it. Zitao is more curious, is X God a human being? Ever since I experienced the world of fairy tale towns, Zitao knows that the players who are selected into the central committee are not all human beings. Like Aaron is a dragon. Zhang Jin looks like a human figure, but can be a friend of Aaron, and he can't say the body. What is it? This is not difficult to understand. If all the games are new worlds that are about to go out independently, then the selected ones must also come from thousands of worlds, not to mention other worlds. The universe in which Zitao is alone may not only be human, a kind of intelligent creature. Jiangzi is deliberately going around this topic, and he has to pull in a distance with the children. The feelings are falling. He is afraid that this thing will change from good feeling to hate value. Although the current -444 is also very similar to hatred. Come here. The river leaned sideways, and Zitao saw the small pavilion in the garden. Zitao can't help but think of whether love is left or right. Randy often takes him to the pavilion for afternoon tea. The style is not at all similar. The pavilion in the quasi world is more grounded. The pavilion here is as faint as the clouds do, so it is not true. Zitao followed the past and sat on a soft wide back chair. Jiang leaned over and poured tea for him. Zitao instantly saw the shadow of the housekeeper Andy. Jiang squinted at the end of the eye and suddenly said, "Young master, please use tea." Tao was stiff and straight back, his eyes narrow. The result of the river slanting him is that the -444 flew a piece of 1. Okay, Jiangzi honestly shifted the topic. I'm human. In theory we are homologous. When this was said, Wen's attention was really diverted. Zitao was really scared, but he soon remembered the world's plot. Jiang's inclination must have been seen, so he experienced the incident. Skew knows the young master is trying to tease him. Thank you for his anger, and brush the river. Jiang Leoxi hurricane cloud countless times. Now it is a real iron plate. Although we are homologous, Jiang slanted to say good things, to save the precarious feeling of goodwill. It's just a parallel world. Tao still wants to know this. He temporarily accepts the prejudice and asks, I mean, isn't I the same world as yours? You don't need to use respect, continued Jiang. In fact, as long as the timeline is different, it can be understood as a different world. I'm in the same framework as the world in which you live. It belongs to the same world, but the designer is different. Different missions, with different branches after independence, have become different worlds. Thanks to Z, I couldn't help but breathe. Is the designer different? The real world he is in is also designed. River ramp. The world after customs clearance is an independent and real world. You don't have to doubt this, Z. Tao came back and asked, all the worlds are designed. After customs clearance, the central government will select players from the independent world to clear the new quasi world. This sounds like a loop. Designers design a quasi world where collectors, explorers, and recorders enter the quasi world to complete tasks. They either discover, or repair or record, or even test quasi-world problems, etc., and reach a customs clearance mission. It will become a new world. In this process, the players are bound to be eliminated a lot, so the central government will select new players from the new world, so it will be repeated. Zitao can't imagine that his own world has been designed. Who designed such a huge and logical world? Oh. The Lost Atlantis is also very large logical precision with such a generation. Zitao lost his curiosity to the creation god of his own world. Zen thought and moved. Is the central government also designed? Jiang slanted his approval and guided him. Who knows, maybe we are just a quasi world, and the existence we can't understand is trying to complete the customs clearance task here. Tao was shocked. This is very likely, just like the Russian doll. You think this is the whole of the world, but in fact, it is layer by layer. It is ridiculous, very small, so small that it can't find the meaning. to exist. River ramp. This question can be considered, but don't question your existence. Questioning how. Zitao couldn't help but look at him and said seriously, if you deny your existence, will you disappear? Jiang answered very well, no, Z. Where he was sensitive to the fact that he said no, referring to the first half of the sentence, he asked, you mean no one will deny their existence? Jiang Student said, yes. The children are really smart. No one can really deny his existence, because once negated, existence itself becomes a paradox. Negation does not exist, and once it exists, it cannot be denied. Even the truth of oneself cannot be denied. There is no need to ask questions about whether it will disappear. Jiang said again, I can't deny, but I will question, and doubts will blur a lot of things. What you need is to firmly believe in yourself. Z. Tao thoughtfully. These problems are only said by mouth. In fact, it is difficult to see through. More is to think in the experience. Use time to precipitate the truth of their own. Zitao still has doubts in his heart. He asked, why would I be selected? It is estimated that everyone who comes to the center will be curious about this. Why does he become a player? Why does he leave the original world, come to the center, and become the upper layer of the Russian doll? The river slanted lightly, and there was some distress in the voice. Because you are in the world, no one needs you anymore. Z. Tao was stunned, and a cold ice from the soles of his feet, straight up, frozen the entire chest. No one needs him anymore in his world. Yes, his mother, Zisu, is pregnant with a new child and a new family. He is already a real burden. The low voice of the river continues, and you are not tied to that world. Z. Tao understood. His only tie in the world is Zisu. Although she hates her and blames her, she still loves her. That is his mother, his only relative. Zisu was pregnant and gave up on him completely, knowing that her mother had a new life. He finally let go. The only tie was broken, so he came here. He slammed. There was not much emotional expression on his face, and the quiet appearance was extra painful. Jiang Zi did not know what Zitao had experienced in his own world, but he could see the soft heart under his lonely appearance. Even if he is abandoned, even if he only has himself, he is still strong. It's very good. Z Wei said with a sigh of relief, it's good to come here. He has not been low for too long. Zisu gave up on him. Zitao had no surprises. He gave up her, and no one owed them between them. There has been no tie, and it is good to come to the center and start a new life. Hey, it would be better if you didn't encounter X. Jiang life mentor. It's not easy to rely on the mouth to add a little good feeling, but it has been lost, definitely broken. What garbage skills? Z Zheng made a new question. Ex-god, what happened to the princes after I cleared the customs? He still wants to know. Although he thinks of the last scene, he feels that he is not qualified to ask. Jiang slanted and sighed a bit and said, good things. You don't have to worry about it. There is no way for such a thing to happen. Z. Zen is not jealous. It will not be impossible to do such a thing, but your big metamorphosis design. Z's mouth does not say. Jiang Yan can also guess the degree of good feeling. He cleared his throat and first pulled points for himself. Although the quasi world is designed by me, I don't know what the customs clearance mission is. Even if I don't sign the quasi world protection law, I can't know it, because the customs clearance task is not fixed. Will change with the world situation and customs clearance. Z. Wei sneered in his heart, but he smiled on the face. So, will it be my own reason to brush this task? It's really your own reason. Of course, Jiang's inclination does not dare to say this. He took the initiative to recite the pot. It's my reason. Z Wen is back mouth itch. The designer is not able to interfere with the customs clearance task. This big liar. Jiang slanted a light cough. My soul is still in the quasi world. They are affecting the customs clearance mission. Z. Yi did not understand this. Could it be that the 6 princes let him peddle 6 boats? None of them are like fish that can be safely wearing a green hat. Jiang Ti explained in detail. You can understand that after you enter the quasi world, my souls wake up. They are essentially the creator, and one of the factors that the quasi world cannot be independent. The customs clearance will be affected by them. Satisfied, the world can be independent. Z. Tao still doesn't understand. Is it worth 6 feet of fish? Are they satisfied? Jiang. Lei said, if they want to be close to you, Xie. Wei. Jiang skewed cautiously. They see you want to be close to you. Everyone's wishes are very strong, and together they become. Collecting the love of 6 princes. Jiang is how particularly emphasized. If someone else enters the world, the task received is definitely not the case. Although others can't get in, he has to work hard to clarify that the Lost Atlantis isn't a quasi-world that explores the theme of racial integration, sea and land coexistence, environmental protection, and art without borders. All are profound and serious, but because Zitao came here, there is only a love mind. Ziwei, is this really his own reason? Ziwei's smirk couldn't stand. He asked, why would your soul want to be close to me? Jiang slanted calmly, probably love at first sight. Chapter 57. My world is only accessible to you. Ziwei couldn't laugh out. Sure enough, Comrade Jiang Yi is not worthy of possession. Ziyang, no expression. Please don't be kidding. With a respectful name, there is a hidden tooth. Jiang looked at him obliquely and said, do you think I'm joking? Xie. Wei. River. Ramp. I said that we have a good relationship. This is not empty talk. We are really fit. Xie. Tao didn't feel it at all, and even wanted to smash the 3 words of fit. Jiang Tai had to pull the topic a little further. He said, the situation in the central part of the year is not optimistic, and is facing a twilight period. He talked about the business, and Ziwei didn't know it. He quickly turned the attention of the children away. Ziwei asked, Dusk, the river ramp, the central designer of this period is scarce. The new quasi-world cannot be born, and the cycle will be problematic. Ziwei asked, why are designers scarce? Knowing the central principles, you know that designers are a vital part of this cycle. Without them to design a new quasi-world, collectors, explorers, and recorders will not be able to clear customs, and in the end there will naturally be no new independent world. Without a new world, there will be no new players, so a little bit of it will go on, and the ending can be imagined. River ramp, the reasons are unknown, but the players who can become designers are less than a year, and the existing designers are disappearing. This is like a typical population problem. When the old man dies, the number of newborns is getting less and less, and finally the population base is greatly reduced. At this time, the river slanted disappeared. Zitao did not think too much. He thought it was a normal death. Although he came to the center, life always had a long life, and could not live forever. Zitao asked, why are fewer and fewer players able to become designers? Jiang said slowly, to be a designer is a gift. Wei waited for the following point. Who knows? Jiang Ting actually said, I don't have the talent. I just want to be a designer, and I just want to know if you say this. It is estimated that the entire central player will laugh at the big teeth. Scorpio, what is this cross-century joke? Ex-god has no talent? Then there are talented people in the center. Looking at the entire center, the major organizations, which do not dig hollowly, want to take ex-god home. Yunge's #1 helm was even more ridiculous. As long as ex-god joined the Yunge, he immediately abdicated. Now Jiang Sui said that he has no talent. How many people's faces are to be swollen? Zitao also knows that ex-god famous. He said, you have designed so many worlds, and the level is very high. How can there be no talent? Although both worlds have left him with a psychological shadow. If it is not a soul, it is actually complete. River ramp. If I don't put the soul into it, I can't design the world. Tao's eyes are awkward. Is it not a necessity? He looks so cute. Jiang Lei laughed. No one can peel off the soul. Wei. Oh, it turned out to be a major metamorphosis. Jiang said with patience. The way each designer is different. I will only strip the soul and let them build a quasi-world, just like pinching a doll. It doesn't give people a different approach. Zitao can almost understand. He said, that is also a kind of talent. Jiang slanted his head and said, no, the quasi-world designed by force has a very large limitation. Tao vaguely felt that there was a pit in front, but still asked, what, river? Ramp, my quasi-world does not allow people who do not recognize the soul to enter. Wei, river. Ramp, if no one enters, the quasi-world will always be fixed in the center, and will never become a truly independent world. What if I can design a complete quasi-world of frameworks? They are always dead. Therefore, Jiang Cheo said that he has no talent. He designed a lot of quasi-world, and the level is very high, which will cause a sensation when it is announced on the water curtain, which will make players shock his amazing results. In fact, these quasi-worlds are worthless. The designer has designed a quasi-world, can be entered, inspected, tested by the player, and finally becomes a new independent world after customs clearance, which is a complete cycle. X designed the quasi-world, very complete and very beautiful, but unfortunately no one can go in, no one can enter, cannot be cleared. A quasi-world that cannot become an independent world, what is the use? For example, someone built a gorgeous palace, but the door is locked, no one has a key, no one can get in. And how can it be beautiful? And how beautiful and then magnificent? What is the point? An uninhabited palace is a display point. Jiang slanted to see the children screaming and hit the railway hotly. Fortunately, you are here. Xie Tao opened the locked door and made the palace built by the river ***** worthwhile point at the twilight of the center, when the designer was extremely scarce. The appearance of Xie Tao made the designer X meaningful. He is no longer designed to be a dead object, but a distinct and truly independent world. It is Xie Tao that brought these worlds into a virtuous circle. It is Xie Tao that has injected new vitality into the central government. The old driver is worthy of being an old driver. This is a profound understanding of the righteousness of the world in the blessing of saving the world. It's not 444. It's worth celebrating. However, the next second Xie Tao caught the key point. So, the world you design can only be cleared. River. Slope. Right. Hey. -400 is again -444. This is unscientific. Saying that so many words rise up on what word is lost. Xie Tao's head turned faster, and he thought of something even more terrible. In the lost Atlantis, is the prince second in the three princes the first world of Randy, X and Gare? Jiang slanted that he had to endure a storm, but he didn't move it. Now, if he doesn't say it, he will only fall more fiercely. Yes, Xie Tao is not surprised. He is more concerned about why does Randy have memories of the last world. Jiang leaned down and the dead pig was not afraid of boiling water because he can't forget you. Xie Wei River. Ramp, you pass the first quasi world, and after the world goes out, my soul will leave. When you enter the second quasi world, the souls involved in the design of this quasi world will wake up. Their some willingness to influence too much will affect the world itself. Xie Yan's big eyes. So Randy is too strong. Yes. River Ramp, the first quasi world after you left. Aches and Gare sensation. Randy knows the existence of resurrection because of exposure to dark magic and wants to resurrect you. But the first quasi world has become a new world independently, and the world that is out of the center will repair the traces of the players themselves. The soul of the river can't stay there. It can be understood that the soul is temporarily sleeping, and the quasi-world like X design is generally fixed. When Xie Wei entered the lost Atlantis, Randy's soul was followed by awakening, and because the last world's obsession was too deep, it affected the world, so he remembered the previous things. X and Gare did not know about the resurrection, so they desperately sensational after the death of their lover. But they put out their obsession. Therefore, at the top of the lost Atlantis, they were somewhat concerned about Sane Hall and could not completely remember the last world. Xie Zhen's heart is cold. How did you know this? If you look at the world story, Jiang can't know what Xie Tao hasn't experienced, but he knows that after Xie Tao's death, the vampire and maid sensation and the housekeeper Randy want to resurrect him. River Ramp, because I took back the soul of Randy. Xie Tao took a breath. Jiang's Q does not want to scare him. I know that you are unintentional. It is a pity that the taste of love and loss is printed in my mind. Xie Wei whispered, why can Randy be taken back? What he really wants to say is that you dare not take back the 6 princes. Jiang Xi knows what he is afraid of, and he is very helpless. He said, I signed the quasi-world protection law. I don't know which souls are involved in the design of the world. I want to recover the soul and only wait for the world to be cleared. Randy came back, because he only participated in the design of these 2 worlds. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 did not come back. Xie Tao is not at all distressed by the princes, because the lost Atlantis has cleared the customs and restarted into a new world. As he left, the souls were fixed, and would not stay there. The problem is that there is still the next world. If they are too deep, they will have memories of the world. As for the deep obstinacy, Xie Zhen thinks about the last scene. If there is no obsession, he cut his head, and gave them a kick. The next world he searched for was still designed by X. No matter who he met in 2345, he was a dead end. Xie Zhen was really scared. He sat there motionless and his face was white like a white rose behind him. The river is very distressed. He has no red rain here. It is obvious that the children are really scared. He quickly relieved him. Don't, it's not that serious, Xie Tao looked up at him. River ramp. As long as you team up with others to enter the quasi world, it should be much easier. Xie Tao is not stupid. Your quasi world. Does anyone go in? River ramp. Others can't get in, but I can. Xie. You live. River ramp. Designers can't search for the quasi world of their own design, but you can search for it. As long as you team up with me, I can go in. Xie Heo paused. I remember that players with 2 higher level can't enter the lower world. River ramp. I have a way to enter. Just have to pay a price. Xie Yan wrinkled his eyebrows. Why? With the current level of the river, it is no good to enter the world of your own design, and the task will only be deducted. River ramp. You will encounter these because of me. I will not let you leave. Listen to him saying that Xie Tao's mood is very complicated. Jiang said again, you are the only one who can enter my quasi world. I also hope that they can become a real world. This word touched Xie Zhen, but he thought of the soul. One big and too big. Xie Wei asked, can I only search for the world you designed? It's really like this. In fact, this does not blame the river. The real roots are on Xie Wei. I don't know why. Xie Tao's lucky value is particularly high and unreasonable. In the current situation of Xie Tao, searching for the quasi world of X is the most cost effective. X's quasi world class is high, rewarding, and customs clearance tasks are much simpler than other worlds under the same level. So Xie Tao will be 100% searched. Not that he is not lucky, but luck is too good. In fact, there are 2 ways to prevent Xie Tao from entering the quasi world of X. The first is that Jiangzi hates him. The second is that Xie Tao's level is higher than the quasi world of X design. This is impossible. How can the river *** hate him? It's too late to feel bad. The second is not possible. Xie Tao wants to upgrade and has to do the task. To do the task, he has to search for a new quasi world. A search is the quasi world of X. This is an infinite loop. Jiang Ting really couldn't bear to beat the children and said, there will be an open world tomorrow. You can go and see. It's like a small rose that was beaten by frost. Open the world. Jiang. Xie. Well, released by zone. It is not a quasi world. It is difficult to become a new world independently. It is randomly open, and all players can apply for it. As for what will happen, it will be a personal opportunity, as long as you don't encounter the soul. Xie Wei is grateful to date. Chapter 58 The Equivalent Exchange. Although disgusting X did not want him to have an accident, the open world gave Xie Tao a living. It's the courage to fight. Just coming down from the 6 boats and climbing another N boats will really collapse. However, this open world is not so easy. Jiangzi sees Xie interested and tells him a little point. Although there is no limit to the number of open worlds, all players can apply for entry, but not everyone can go in. Submitting an application is not 100% approved. For example, if the river is inclined, it will be ignored. If it is handed over to the central government, it is too strong. It is a bug, and it is not allowed to enter. For example, a newcomer who has not activated the qualification system is too weak. There are opportunities to go in, usually through more than 3 worlds. Junior and intermediate players. Advanced players may also apply for success, but advanced players are in a phase where they can't go up and down. They have more and better choices, and in most cases they won't enter the open world. Xie side. I should be able to apply for success. However, he went in, and was probably the most vulnerable group of players, but Xie Zhen did not care. compared with 2,345,6. He saw everyone feel super invincible and lovely. 0. Except for the X in front of you. At this time, the river center team, to apply. Xie Tao looked up at him. Well, river. Ramp, the open world is dangerous for you now. I will accompany you. Xie Tao thought about it and agreed. He can't afford to sin, but after all, the next world is counting on the body to calm the mad souls before the river said. Xie Tao generally understood. The quasi world that has not been cleared is in a state of freezing, just like pressing the pause button. It is sealed in the center. Once someone searches for a related task, the quasi world will move. The player completes the mission, leaves the quasi world, and the next player re-enters until the player draws the clearance mission. Complete the customs clearance mission. The quasi world is separated from the center, and at the same time, erase the traces of all players, become the real world, independent in places they do not know. Like the lost Atlantis that Xie Tao has just experienced. Before he entered, the quasi world was still. At the moment when Xie Tao entered, everything worked, and the souls woke up and began to test the world like their own scripts and characters. After Xie Tao passed the test was successful. The lost Atlantis would erase all traces left by Xie Tao and become a real world. As for what will happen in it, it has nothing to do with Xie Tao, and the souls will leave with it. If it's just like this, there's nothing to be afraid of, and even fortunately, the princes don't have to face the giant shipwreck. But there is the quasi world of the next X. As long as the souls do not return to the river, it means participating in other quasi world designs. Jiang Shao said it. If the obsession is too deep, they will be affected and even think of the previous life in the next world. Xie Wei is afraid of this sentence. 3,456. 6 have not come back. If they are involved in the design of the Myo pen painting mountains and seas in the quasi world, then, second prince, oh, you even promised me to marry my third brother and 4 brothers. And also played with my 3 brothers, you asterisk fish. 3 princes, oh, you even promised me and my second brother's proposal to marry, and also turned my other 3 brothers confused. You are dead. 4 princes, I'm going to get married to the peak of my life. As a result, my Fiancayan brothers have a leg and blow on the spot. 5 princes, I thought that I fell in love with a pure white flower. Even 6 princes, are you lying to me from beginning to end? If they took these obsessives and went to Myo pen painting mountains and seas, then this quasi world can still see. Xie Wei, this is the beginning of the game. Will be singled out 999 and has a 5 life. Super big boss. Therefore, Xie Tao must bring the river asterisk. Such a bleak life. Everyone faces together. Jiang is very self-aware, knowing that the more he is close, the little guy may run farther and farther. So he said, you are the only person who can enter my quasi world, so I must protect you. This is reasonable and there is no emotional shackles. Xie Tao has unloaded some precautions. He asked, when we team up, can your application be passed? Of course, I can't pass it. The river ramp, I have a way to go in, but I need you to cooperate. Xie Tao still attaches great importance to it. After all, this time can be successful, then the next world can be successful, so that he can drag the river to experience the beautiful quasi world of his design. What do I need to do? Xie Tao was mentally prepared. Jiang Zuan said, you don't have to do anything, but after entering the open world, I may lose something, and you should never help me find such a thing. Xie Wei lost one thing. Jiang T has no intention to marry him. He said, my friend has a skill that can be exchanged at the same price. As long as I'm willing, he can cast spells on me. I can use it to exchange a quasi world access, but it will take it randomly. I have one thing. Xie Yan frowned. This is too risky. Randomly. Pay the price. The ghost knows what will be taken away. Although he disliked X, he did not want him to have an accident. The river is warm in the heart. The children are so cute. Even if they are negative, they are not willing to hurt people. Not so serious. River ramp. The so-called equivalent exchange is focused on equivalence. The right to enter the quasi world is not a big deal. It will not be too important to take away. Xie Tao does not recognize. It is always your own thing. River. Ramp. I have a lot of things. Z. Tao is very alert, in case it is not something outside. Jiang slanted his appreciation and continued, so I hope you will never find this thing for me. Z. Tao didn't quite understand, but soon he became a scorpion. What do you mean by waiting for the quasi world? Can you change the lost things back? Jiang Student said, to use a time difference, this garden can set the time to be relatively static. As long as the caster casts a spell here, we are going back and forth from the quasi world. It is a reversal in 3 seconds, provided that the cast is reversible within 3 seconds. I have nothing to take away from me. This is the best plan for the river slanting Kinja to compete for the skills and to test it after many experiments. Zihao sighed. That's fine. No matter what you lose, you can regain ownership if you leave the quasi world. That's not a big problem. After all, they will always go back to the center. Turning to Zitao and thinking, it will not change your life. No, not so high. Jiangting will try to compress the power and lower the distance from the open world. The price paid cannot be too great. Zitao thinks that it is right. Just entering the quasi world, the price is too exaggerated. Oxiwei is not afraid of X death. He just doesn't want him to die because of this kind of thing. If X is killed by his stick, or is mad at his own soul, then it would be better. After all the talks were finished, the team was also assembled. Jiang was inclined to help Zitao's staff under the qualification system, and then helped him buy a suite in the central block to plant a rose flower. Zitao piled up a smile and said, if there is nothing, I will go back first and see the open world, river, slope, but don't be greedy. Go back and it's hard to get up to the -388's good feelings and then fall to -444. Zitao left and returned to the water curtain. He still has such a lost expectation in his heart. If he comes out of the open world, can he brush the quasi world of X? Although the possibility is very low. People can't live without dreams. Zitao was inspired and began to study the newly opened qualification system. After completing the 3 mainline tasks, the qualification system will be opened and Zitao can finally improve himself. He clicked on the qualification word and a sub-page popped up on the water screen. The first column is the collector specialization, the second column is the explorer specialization, and the third column is the recorder specialization. Corresponding to this is a myriad of small branches. Zitao is dazzling, but he can generally touch clearly. The current professional choice is the most cost effective. If you want to choose other professional specializations, it is best to change jobs first, otherwise you will pay nearly 3 times more gold coins. However, the occupation has not reached the advanced level. After the transfer, it will lose all current experience values, and it is still very bad. Zitao has passed through 3 worlds. Although the second level is very low, because it is customs clearance, the reward experience is not low. He is a junior collector in front of him, with an experience value of 60 and a full amount of 100 points. Love contributed 20 points of experience to the left or right. The fairy tale town contributed 10 points. And the remaining 30 were all contributed by Atlantis. Enough to see how big the gap between the worlds is. Ordinary players complete a D-level mission, they can also get a 3 or 4 experience points. Zitao can get 10 points because he cleared the quasi world. The reason why Songwei used to spend a lot of money to refresh the sideline task was not only the final reward, but also the experience value. Doing a ref level mainline task is also a maximum of 1 or 2 experience points, and the experience of 100 points is simply a matter of the monkey year. So when someone passes the S level quasi world, the players in front of the water curtain will be so envious once and for all. A task is worthy of dozens of tasks, although the difficulty is dozens of times. Zitao thinks about his own experience. If he looks at the experience value of 60 points, he feels very difficult. He does not change his position. He is reluctant to exchange the experience value that he worked so hard. Fortunately, the collector specialization is quite suitable for him. Collectors have a bonus on vision, insight, smell and load bearing, and can even extend the props bar later. At this time, the benefits of gold coins can be seen. The things in the mall are still calculated with silver coins. The starting point here is 10 gold coins, which is equivalent to 1000 silver coins. It is converted by the reward of F-class world. I want to enhance the qualification, and I'm afraid to brush the task. Brush to spit. Xie is different. He easily fills the existing qualifications of the primary collectors, because there is still more money. He has extravagantly 600 gold coins on his body as light as yan. This qualification is the primary record of the person. The effect is to run faster. Xie thinks about his own experience of the lack of skills, the need for leg and foot. I've got all the interest, and Xie has more than 2000 gold coins left. This is to let other players know, I'm afraid to be read to blood. What kind of joke? How many of them are full of experience, through the primary assessment, promoted to the intermediate players, but still for the junior qualifications to bald, poor, no money, can't afford the qualification. After saving the qualifications, Xie felt a warm current pouring into the body. He was washed a lot, like inside and out. His eyes widened, his body relaxed a lot, and he seemed to be able to run a marathon easily. Very interesting. Thanks to the lips, there is always a feeling of relief. That is not in vain. Feedback to the river is there. There are a few green +1 point. In order to form a team into the open world, Xie went to the garden again. This time, the white rose flower became a sky-like light blue, one piece, like a surging wave. Xie said, no wonder the four princes would like the roses, because X, the body likes, the soul also likes. Xie saw a friend of Jiangxi, a tall and cold man named Qinjezeng. Jiangxi has introduced them to them. Xie noticed that Qinjezeng is appointed, and not like human beings. However, this is a friend of X, in the basic principle of the object to gather together. Xie Yujing is far away. Xie passed the central application, so it is easy to enter the open world. He just landed, and did not care to look at the task panel. He found that the river was leaning around him. Xie is very curious about what he has taken away. The dissident man frowned slightly and looked at him condescendingly. Who are you, Xie? Well, the author has something to say. Little Rose has no expression. It turned out to be taken away. Chapter 59. Open the World 01 Amnesia X God. Entering the quasi world is not a terrific thing, and what is taken is not something too important. This can lead to the brain of X. Oh, it is not important to remember Xie when he lost his curiosity in an instant and looked at the information board seriously. I thought I had a copy of the full master. Who knows that a second to change the chicken. Xie really needs to calm down. He looked at the task information board, which is different from the previous quasi world. This time there is no game name. It is directly welcome to the open world. Please read the following carefully. The next line of content will make Xie look slightly. Note, disable all skills, disable the item bar, disable pets. All of them were banned. At this moment, Xie even disliked his teammates can't use the skills, can't use the props, and have no brains. What is the use of his teammates? The poor pork burnt bag was also placed in the pet column, and could not be played. Thank you for your distress. After returning to the center, in order not to be irritating, he put the kitten in the pet space, and it was good for a while, and he couldn't get it. Well, the open world is no better than the quasi world. There are still many players. The aborigines of the quasi world can't see the kitten, but the same player can see it, and there is no way to let it come out. Xie is not afraid of the barbecue, but the kitten itself is too precious. He is holding a kitten like a poor high school student who has tens of thousands of bags, and others are not blaming. As for the banned skills and props, Xie can still accept. Anyway, his low level, he cannot use too powerful props skills. Now X has no memory. He does not dare to summon his avatar. It is too troublesome to explain. And the latest ability, to take away the same item, is not a combat skill itself. You can't use it. After such an analysis, Xie felt that he did not need to team up. Continue to look down is the main task. 1. Appreciate the nascent sun. Xie looks like a face. What is this mainline mission? The mainline task can't see the grade, but Xie believes that his luck in this area will generally not follow the poor task. What is the appreciation of the newborn sun? Is it difficult to see a newborn son in this open world? Xie did not ignore the serial number 1, or did this mainline task have follow-up? Zhao is temporarily unsure, and can only continue to look down on the sideline task point. The quest for the spur line needs to be searched. Xie then searched it, and quickly popped it out. 1. Collecting a bundle of branches. Is it so simple? The squad task can look at the grade, and this bright purple mission makes Zhao unable to take it lightly. The difficulty level is from grey to gold. It is estimated that it is difficult to have a golden mission with this open world rating. Purple is the highest point, and Zhao's task of collecting branches is purple. Is the branch too difficult to collect? Or is the wind in the system? The latter certainly won't. The former doesn't make sense. So Xie stares at the serial number 1 and feels that the secret is on it. It takes time to appreciate the nascent sun. Collecting branches is not necessary, and he can try it later. Zhao continues to look down. The open world is not allowed to read files, and because the skills and props and pets cannot be used, the player has only 1 life. If you die, you are really dead and can't be resurrected. Zhao tightened his nerves and did not dare to care. Looking at the information panel didn't take much time, but the thoughts were just flashing in Xie's mind. In the real world, he just stayed a bit. Jiang is still watching him, and his appearance is unpredictable. If Zhao does not know that he has lost his memory, he really wants to be shocked by him. But now, loaded, then loaded. Zhao ignored him, calmly looked around, first looked at the environment. They are on a high slope. Under the foot is a wild grass growing freely, the front is an endless forest, and the back is a towering mountain. It is very awkward that the mountains are bare and the roots are not long, and the bare rocks are full of unscientific. The forest in front is also strange, and the trees are all a mold, but the thickness is different. Look at the weeds under the feet, more casual, densely spread a place. A thick copy of the paste is both visual. So perfunctory. It's also a world opened by zone, so it's so fooling. In contrast, Xie actually felt that the quasi-world of X design was very advanced. Probably the difference between a 2D pixel villain and a well-prepared 3D masterpiece. Except for some roughness, I didn't find any danger at the moment. Zhao took back her sight and looked at the uncle around her. He took out the skills of training the 2 worlds and looked at him doubtfully. What the? River squinted slightly. Zhao raised his smile and looked familiar with him. He had to test what he had forgotten under the river. Jiang stared at him. His line of sight was very penetrating. Zhao was seen a bit awkward by him, and his smile was very stiff. Jiang slanted approached him. Why guilty, Xie? So keen. If you don't have a brain, you can't be honest. Xie couldn't stand the pressure and pulled back some distance. How do you ask who I am? We are in a team. The slanting eyelids of the river are drooping and seem to be looking at the system panel. Zhao observed him, and there was a bit of a bottom in his heart. It seems that this guy still remembers the central committee and just forgot him. I also want to come. Jiang does not know how long it has been in the center. The memory is complex, and it will all be taken away. Zhao was a little relieved, thinking, this guy is so good that he has not lost his memory as a fool, but also useful. Who knows the next sentence of Jiang is, why should I team up with you, Xie? This makes him answer, I can't tell the truth, because I can't let the river think of the lost memory, so that if he leaves the open world, he will never have the memory to be taken away. It seems that there is nothing and nothing. I feel that the river slant just forgot him. Anyway, they don't have much to do with it. If you forget, you forget it. No. Zhao immediately thought that he could not let Jiang forget him. He also expected him to go to the next world, to face the crazy soul with him. Just forget the light. X does not team up with him. What to do? Moreover, Zhao is not sure what Jiang has forgotten. What if it is not just him? The river slant will enter the world to help him. Although he does not like him, he cannot hang a person who wants to help him. Zitao's head turned around and had an idea. He blinked and looked at the river. Master, have you forgotten me? The river slanted and the ears were scratched by the kitten. Zitao said, you are not saying that you want to take me to open the world to see the world? Do you forget all? The river's oblique eyebrows wrinkled and seemed to be thinking. Zitao had an idea in his heart, and he was not guilty. The best way to prevent Jiang from thinking of him is to make a false memory. Anyway, the river is forgotten. He pulls a pass, can make him fooled. It doesn't matter if you can't get it. If you think about it, it will only get farther and farther from the truth. So there is no risk of finding memories. Zitao played the superb acting that deceived 6 souls. What can I do? Are you forgetting all our things? The river slanted is the ancestor of the souls. He paused and asked, our business? Yes, said Zizialu with some embarrassment. I think it is incredible to think about it now. I'm just a newcomer. I have no choice but to be accepted as an apprentice. I'm really flattered. Jiang obliquely stared at him for a while. I'm your master, Z. Tao nodded hard and said seriously, you also took me to the garden. The rose flower inside is too beautiful. This made the river slanting slightly, and he whispered, what color is the rose flower? Fortunately, Zitao was really there. He said, one time it was white and the other was blue. It was especially beautiful, Z. Tao answered well, and the vigilant ex-master slowed down. He whispered, don't lie to me, Z. Zhenliang smiled brightly, how can I lie to you? I rolled my eyes in my heart. I will not lie to you. Point reluctantly stabilized the uncle. Zhen still missed his task. He asked Xie Xi, what is your mission? This master called the river slanting. He said, the main task is to explore the underground maze. The branch task is to collect branches. Although they have teamed up, they can't see it without sharing the task. Point explore the underground maze? It doesn't sound easy, but the sideline task seems to be like him. Ziwei asked, just collecting branches. Jiang Cheo directly shared the task with him. Zitao saw that the mainline task search for the underground labyrinth cannot see the grade, while the branch task collects the branches. It is gray. The same collection of branches. Zitao because there is a serial number 1 is purple, the current world's highest grade. The river is the gray minimum grade. Ziwei coughed. River ramp. My mission doesn't matter, don't you say that I came to accompany you? Yes, Z said. Master has never seen such a low world. There is no reward for customs clearance. This is a good word. Jiang asked, what is your mainline task? Z. Tao shared her tasks. Comrade Jiang Laoxi, who has been an on Emirates for half a lifetime, is silent. Ziwei asked, is it too simple? River ramp, you are very lucky, and most of the guiding tasks are rewarding. Z. Tao curiously asked, guided mission, river ramp, complete one and the next. As the serial number continues to appear, new tasks. Sure enough, there are follow-up tasks. Zitao said flatly. Master knows so much. The river scorpion flashed. Don't be too happy. The difficulty of guiding the task is gradually increasing. You can't leave the world without the last task. Z. Zio smiled and said, not afraid. There is Master. River slope. Z. Tao asked, Master will not leave me, right? The river slanted hard to open the line of sight and strode forward. Go collect branches. Z. Tao saw his reddish ear tip and couldn't help but smile his eyes. There was a sense of sight of the 3 princes. Sure enough, the soul responds to the ontological character. Zitao followed him down the high ****, and went to the forest to find the branches. To collect. The branches are really easy to find. All over the place. You can do it. The river **** can be random to such a branch task. Luck is really hard to say. Zitao quickly smashed a large bundle, and the task of the slanting line of the river was directly completed, and Zitao had a follow-up task here, too. Find a cave nearby. Jiang oblique asked, what is the next task? Thank you. Can't you see? River ramp. Shared tasks only share the current task. The guided tasks will be refreshed and need to be reshared. It turned out to be the case. Zihao muttered, so trouble. Then it is not shared every time you refresh. River ramp. It doesn't matter if you don't share. Z. Tao has already shared, but he thought that there will be more troubles in the future, and he said, well, next time I will tell you directly. The river squint glimmered and said, well, Z. Tao was aware that Jiang was still suspecting him, but he could understand that a person who lost his memory suddenly encountered a stranger who said that he was his apprentice. Anyone would doubt it. Slowly, he won't hang him anyway. It was also simple to find a cave nearby. After completing this quest, There was another task number 3. Raise the bonfire. Zeta will not make a fire, but the river **** has rich experience in field survival. He did not bother to set fire. Zeta quickly searched for hay to ignite and tossed for a while and completed the task number 3. In order to give him peace of mind, Zeta said to him, "Master is really powerful. The sky outside is dark, and the orange light of the bonfire shines on the face of the young white, and the lines are beautiful. His voice is also very nice, clear and sweet, and the words are as sweet as honey. If Jiang Slope is not to see the good feeling of the -365, I really believe that he is his own little apprentice. The author has something to say. Jiang Laoxi before amnesia. What is 365? I'm proud of -444. The reason for forgetting Zen will be said in the text. In fact, it is not easy for the river to slant into the world. It is far from being, so ***** his mouth 23,333 chapter 60 opened the world 02. If there is a *****-365. This open world bans all skills, and the skills to view good sensibility are of course not available. What Jiang sees now is the value of the moment when entering the open world. I can't continue to use it after I come in, so I feel that the feeling is stopped at -365. No matter whether it is a score or a drop, after entering the world, it will not be refreshed. Since the river has the ability to have this chicken rib, I have never seen such a low score. It turns out that this thing has a negative number, or it is -365. If you lose a little this day, you have to give up a whole year to get enough. What did he do, causing the children to dislike him? Jiang Xi is the master of apprenticeship who does not believe in Zen. He cannot accept a good feeling and fall into such an apprentice. What are you doing? Waiting to be deceived. Unfortunately, he forgot and couldn't figure out what he was doing in such an open world. But since you are teaming up with the kids, let's take a look. After the bonfire rose, Zetao's quest for the spur line was refreshed. He said, "Master, the 4th mission came out. The river slanted more and more sure that this was not his apprentice, and the master of the voice shouted, how could his ears be able to withstand it? He thought this way, but his face was flat and steady. Don't have too much Master Fan's words. What is it, Z? Tao knows the twists and turns in his heart. He frowned and said, stand for 10 minutes. What is this task? Stick to 10 minutes. What to do? Zitao didn't quite understand, but the river slanted up and slammed him behind him. Be careful. Although Zitao has strengthened the qualifications of collectors, after all, it is only primary and it is very limited. It is not aware of the changes in the whole. Jiang Oblique pulled him behind him and picked up a branch. He slammed it out and only heard a bang, but it was running through something. Zitao vaguely saw it. I don't know. When the hole is dark, it is black. That is not even moonlight and starlight, as if it is blocking a heavy black cloth. And the shadow on the black cloth is shaking. It is human. It is dull and clumsy, like zombies. The shadow of the thorn in the river fell to the ground, and the green scented liquid poured out from its neck. The rotten head also showed a horrible shape under the swaying bonfire. Zitao has seen this battle. Jiang's squinting eyes smashed into the pale face of the child, whispering, stay here. Zitao nodded and stood against the wall in the innermost part of the cave. The river slanted up the branches and confronted the zombies that constantly poured into the hole. Zitao looked at this thrilling scene. The open world has disabled skills and props, so the river has no weapons, and he has put a branch to make such power. The branch is still thankful. He knows that they are just ordinary branches, and even because they have been landing for too long, they are dried. But now it is like a tree branch. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a weapon of the gods. Just listening to others saying that X is so powerful, Zwenny still doesn't think so, and actually sees the gap between the junior players and the real designers. Be aware that X doesn't use any skills and props. Zwenny leaned against the wall and did not go forward. He couldn't help, but it was a hindrance. He knows the meaning of the number 4 branch mission. Sticking to 10 minutes is to insist on 10 minutes under the attack of zombies. If there is no river inclination, can he keep it? Zitao's palms holding the branches are all sweaty. Don't say 10 minutes. He can't keep it for 10 seconds. So many zombies are constantly coming in, and normal players can't keep it, let's say 10 minutes later. Could it be that this sea-like corpse will retreat? Never possible. How to do? He couldn't help but think that, if the river is not in the way, can this task be completed? No. Xie calms down. Jiang said that the difficulty of guiding tasks is increasing. This is the 4th task. The difficulty should not be improved so much. The 3rd mission is only to raise the bonfire. How can the 4th mission be fatal? Bonfire, Zen thought. He looked at the zombies who were festering. The grass and stones outside the open world are very rough, but the zombies are really disgusting. Stinky pus, blue skin, broken facial features and twisted limbs. Zitao endured nausea and looked at it for a while, screaming, "Master, it is the bonfire that brought them over. The river is slightly sloping." Xie gritted her teeth and picked up a lit branch and threw it at the zombie. Seeing the flames, the zombies immediately fluttered like moths. He guessed it right. These zombies were attracted by the flames in the cave. When the branches came out, they went out, and the zombies turned back. Zitao rushed to the campfire. The river ramp. Wait, Z. Tao looked at him. The river runs fast. Don't let the bonfire go out, Z. Yan's big eyes. But if you don't extinguish the bonfire, it will attract more zombies, and it will continue to be consumed. Even if it is a river slant. The river tilted up a burning branch and threw it out like a javelin. The zombies didn't seem to have much thinking ability. Although they were sucked up by the bonfire, they only rushed over as soon as they saw a closer flame. This is also temporary, and the branches that are thrown out like that will soon be extinguished. Although Zitao did not know why the river slanted to stop him from extinguishing the bonfire, but the instinct was to trust the river, so there was no rash action. The river slanted at the zombies to distract and quickly said, "They have no eyes, no flames, they should feel it. If the bonfire is extinguished, the body temperature of both of us will become a new target to attract them." Zin was shocked and realized that the zombies were not a light, but a heat source. If he had just extinguished the bonfire, there were only 2 of them left in the cave, but they were finished. While the river is talking, it also extinguishes the branches that are burning out, and then picks up all the branches that are burning and still burning. Zitao realized what he was going to do, and his pupils shrank. The heart is anxious, and I don't want to call Master Jiang. Xie actually laughed. So smart, little apprentice. Of course, to protect the teacher, Z. Jiang Xie has already rushed out with all the burning branches. The zombies chased him like crazy, and none of them stayed. Zitao closed her eyes and told herself, the river will not have anything to do. In such a low-level world, he can't have an accident. Thinking of this, the lips trembled uncontrollably. Z's palm was sweaty and his back was sweaty, but he did not shrink. He stepped on the branches that had just been extinguished and dispersed their temperature. Go to the hard stone. It is a pity that there is no soil in this cave, otherwise he will definitely use the soil to bury these dark branches. Of course, there will be nothing in the river slope. How can such a slow-moving zombie hurt him? However, he is afraid that the children are worried. Okay, I don't know how good the 365 children will worry about him. In short, he did not lead too far, and he was afraid that there would be zombies going to the cave to bully the children. When the river leaned back to the cave, he saw Xie who was quietly avoiding the wall. There is no light outside, and the cave is dark. The visual qualification of the river is very high, and it has the ability of night vision, so it can be seen clearly. Zitao can't see anything, but he has done his best in such a dark and dangerous environment. The river slant saw the carbon ash that was stepped on without temperature. He also saw the children who tried hard to move. The gasp was very light, and they tried their best to look at the children who could not see anything. It's me. The river slanted open, temporarily safe. As soon as his voice fell, he saw Z's tight body relaxed, and his big eyes bent. The little milk cat, like a vigilant, put away his small claws. So cute. Jiang Slant had to look at the -365's goodwill to calm down. After Xie approached the river, he blurted the outline. He let out his breath and stretched out his hand. He grabbed the clothes in the river slope. Xie Tao approached him, whispered, "Thank you, master, Thank you for being there, or I will die. Master. Called a fake model, but thank you is true point. If there is a asterisk minus 365, Jiang can stretch his arms and hold him in his arms. Z said, I'm too reckless. If the bonfire is really extinguished, it will be worse. Jiang is not willing to listen. It is the zombie that you found by the bonfire, and it was discovered in such a dangerous and stressful moment in such a short time. Zitao is very embarrassed. I thought it was light. I didn't expect the temperature at all. Jiang said again, that is because you can't see the appearance of zombies. If Zitao has his night vision ability, he has long known that it is a zombie brought by temperature. Z rubbed his eyes. I'm reflecting. River. Slope. Z. Yule. And said, Master, Yanxi out of the high. Jiang. Laoxi, who can clearly see the banter in his eyes, can only stare at the red 365 sensibility and reflect on himself. The two men talked. The fourth task was completed. Zizen silently sighed. He was afraid that this 10-minute insisted on holding the zombie under the siege for 10 minutes. It seems that as long as 10 minutes in the cave. The river is very sharp. Knowing what he is thinking, just wanting to comfort him, and suddenly stopped. Someone is coming. He lowered his voice and said to Zitao. Ziyang big eyes, but his visual qualifications are only better than ordinary people, and they can't see clearly. Jiang slanted softly. 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. After he finished, he did not say anything, because the 3 had already ran over. Zitao heard the footsteps and heard their rapid gasping and talking. There is a cave here. We are advanced to hide. Talking as a man. A rough male voice rang. Let me go. You don't care about him. I have to. With a bang. It seems that who hit him a slap. A woman said, Chen King has bitten a zombie, and you go back to save a zombie. The rough male voice. I can't leave him. He doesn't matter if he becomes a zombie. If he can complete the task, go back to the center. You are crazy, said the woman. He became a zombie and died. It is impossible for the dead to return to the center. The rough male voice angered. He is dead. I will bring his body back. Fuck, let me go. Then he couldn't bear it and began to resist the struggle. Z where he can't see clearly. He can only distinguish by listening. The rough man seems to be tied, which will break freely. Other men and women can't hold him. The woman said, Kang Yanliang, you have a dead brain. Let's die when you die. She seems to have loosened her hand. The man with a rough voice, called Kang Yiliang, said nothing and rushed out of the cave. The woman slammed her feet and chased after, swearing. The man who stayed in the cave hesitated and actually followed. The 3 men did not see Jiang Zi and Zizen from beginning to end. The river slant is naturally clear, but he is accompanying Zizen to the world, so he asks, would you like to go out and see? Z. Tao's face was calm and there was not much ups and downs in his voice. Go and see. The river's oblique corner was bent. I want to save them. It's a kind little cute. Z Wei. What is master talking about? Who can't get to know who saved it? We can't stay in the cave all the time. The fire outside will soon be extinguished. Isn't it a dead end here? Jiang. Oblique. Oh, the little fox of minus 365 point. Although Zitao said so, his eyes were floating, and he couldn't help but find the 3 people. It's really strange here. It's still dark, and I can't reach my fingers. It's bright again, and everything around me can be seen. Zitao looked up and really did not see the sun. It seems that his mainline task number 1 is not that simple. I don't know if it is the reason for the dawn. There are a lot of zombies here, but the forest in front is still dark, which makes people creepy. At this time a fierce scream rang. Go. The old hole you go. Leave me alone. Z. Tao saw the 2 men and a woman, and a man who was kneeling on the ground. The man's lower body was bloody, and the pus and blood of the pus was rushing out, giving off a rancid smell. Zitao knows that this person must be Chen King, who was bitten by a zombie. Kang Xiaoliang's voice was rough and tall, and he was as strong as his surname. He was a big step, running fast, and ran straight to Chen King, who was there. Chen King injured severe pain and shouted, I'm let you go. Laozi let the zombie bite. Both legs are gone. You again. I will bite you too. Kang Yiliang did not stop. He had a blue vein in his forehead and his lips trembled. He seemed to be talking to himself, but he was too far away to hear Xian frowned. He wanted to talk and suddenly stopped. The quest task was refreshed. 5. Save them. 5. Kill them. Why are there 2 tasks for the number 5 task, and are they contradictory? Chapter 61 The Open World 03 are obedient. Zitao shared the new branch task to the river. The river slanted to see the rear of the eyebrows slightly, for him to confuse, to make choices. Different choices will lead to different endings. Z. Where he asked, they are all players, why are they assigned to the mission? Jiang slanted and asked, this is a real world, why can't players become missions? Z. Tower's topping point. The quasi world is the real world, and the players are also real. There is no difference between the two. In the center, everything in the quasi world can be used to post tasks, and players can be assigned to tasks. Zitao stared at the 4 people in the distance, and his mind turned very fast. The task is to save them or kill them. Zitao is staring at them. Who are they referring to? Chenking and Kang Yuliang, or are they said that all 4 people are saved from the current situation? They are still safe. Chenking was bitten, but it did not become a zombie. Even if it became a zombie with no legs would have a very low fighting power. Even if Kang Lianglian couldn't keep his heart, a man and a woman behind him would not sit idly by. So what is the danger? Why not save Chenking but save them? Thanks to Z's current vision, he couldn't see too far. He asked Xie Xi, Master, are there zombies behind them? I look. The river slant is just a visual inspection, and can't see anything. He narrowed his eyes, and fixed his eyes and looked down. The black fog in the forest is spreading outwards. If this continues, the zombies inside will be close to them. He said this. Zitao understood. It seems that saving them is to take them away from the black fog and zombies. Jiang Yi knows that Z has a decision, but he still wants to say how to choose. It doesn't matter if you save or kill. Jiang Sui saw more of this multiple choice question, and it is clear what the focus is. Seeing the heart and making the decisions you want to make is the most important thing. There are no saviors and no demons here, and no regrets are true creeds. Zitao said. First save, can't save again. He is just an ordinary person. He can't kill people when he kills, and he can't ignore his life for strangers. All he can do is to do his best. He can't save nothing but give up the task. The task of the sideline is not impossible. There is no need to bear the guilt of killing in order to reward. The river is not unexpected, and his mouth is raised. Well, how to save? Zitao has ideas. These zombies are numerous, fierce and brutal, but they are also very good to deal with. They have no brains and only know to follow the heat source. To save the gang, just fire in the opposite direction. At this time, Kang Yuliang had already arrived at Chenking's side. He did not say anything, and regardless of the pus and rancid smell of his lower body, he would have to hug his head. Chenking is still jealous of him. Kang Yanliang, you **** a little bit of a brain. I'm like this. You save a fart. I can't live. I don't have any legs. I can't use props. Only one dead road. Kang Tong was so sullen that he had already embraced people. Stupid, you are a big fool. Chenking squatted, tears and a nose. The filthy face is even more ugly. Then the woman screamed, zombies. Zombies are coming again. The black fog of the forest suddenly accelerated, and the zombies inside were like beasts that smelled meat, and they made a low squeaky scalp, and kept coming close. The man was pale, and couldn't help it anymore. Cheng Wei, don't worry about Kang Liangliang, let's go. The woman named Cheng Wei looked at the dark fog that was getting closer and closer, and then looked at Kang Yanlian, who was also suffering from pus and blood, but refused to leave Chenking. She gritted her teeth and finally succumbed to her heart. I can't manage them. Shan Tao, let's go first. Then she followed the man and ran to the bright point. They should all be qualified. Their legs are extremely fast, and they will disappear after a while. Kang Lianglian is focused on strength. He is holding Chenking. He is probably afraid that too much bump will aggravate his injury, so he runs very slowly. Seeing the black fog approaching, watching the zombies come over. Chenking's voice is dumb. Kang Yanliang, you are stupid, and the ones that can be selected by the central government are wastes abandoned by the original world. I have already died. It is not worth it. No. Kang Xiaoyang snorted. You are not a waste. If you were in the last world, I'm dead. Chen King roared. Then you cherish your dog life. I will not let you die. If you save you. Kang Yanliang did not say anything and continued to run. Zitao was setting fire and he couldn't hear what they said. It was only vaguely that he heard Shin King's big tricks, the ones selected by the central government, were abandoned waste. X also told him that he will be selected because no one needs him anymore and he no longer needs that world. Are all players like this? X. Zen's brain flashed. Six princes serious. The sentence he said made Xie always unable to forget sane. There is no light on the seafloor. The fire was on and Zitao no longer thought about it, trying to spread the fire. River ramp. Give it to me. You go first. They put the fire in the opposite direction of Kang Yulian and Chinking so that the zombies will give up the 4 heat sources and rush to this side. Jiang Oblique urged Xie to go to Kang Yulian first. They are safer, Zitao said. We are together. What kind of politeness? Jiang Yan bent his lips. I'm not your master. He looks like a smile and laughs. So Xie has some guilty conscience. X must know that he is cheating on him, knowing that they are not mentoring. But Xie can't make him think more and more. Ziyan said, because you are a master, you have to be together. River slope. Tao said again, is it a natural matter to follow master? Jiang Xiaoming knows that this little liar is swearing at him, but he still hears a slight sigh of relief, but he can only look at the good feelings to make himself awake. Here the fire is raging. The zombies have been diverted their attention, one by one, coming to this side, and even the dark fog spread to this side. Jiangzi and Zitao immediately left the flank, and the two men caught up with Kang Yiliang. Kang Yiliang's head is not stupid. When he saw the fire, he knew it was artificial. At this time, Zitao and Jiangzi appeared. He immediately understood. Thank you, Zitao said. The fire will soon go out. We hurry to find a place to hide. Kang Yanliang nodded again and again. Chen King in his arms began to swear. You put me down. Don't drag down others. Xie looked at him and quickly moved away. It turned out to be more terrible. This is pass and carry. And Jiang squinted at a glance and knew what Zitao was thinking. He was funny and lovely. He speeded up slightly and quietly separated Zitao and Kang Yuliang, just blocking Chen King. Xie a glimpse. Look at him. Jiang slanted his left eye. Xie turned stiffly and looked straight ahead, and my heart was cold and not worthy of 4 words. The bells and whistles. Considering that this is very disrespectful. Then Zen held back and did not say it. Jiang Yan and Xie's fire were not small, and they burned 7 or 8 minutes. It was so long that they were able to distance themselves from the zombie tide and temporarily hid at the foot of a mountain. Zombies chase the heat source, but are afraid of the light of the world, so it is relatively safe under the bright rock. Kang Yanliang put down Chinking and thanked Zitao and Jiang Zidao. Xie shook his head and said, nothing. He did not do anything, but just put the fire. Jiang looked at him and did not speak. Zitao knew that he was asking about the progress of the task. Zitao looked at her eyes and stopped. River slope. Xie directly shared the branch tasks. 6. Find him legs. 6. Kill them. Actually it is a multiple choice question. And what is the search for legs? Who are you looking for? Chen King. What about looking for? Can you still go back? Another option is more toxic. If you don't find your leg, you won't find it. Why do you want to kill someone? Still killing them? Is it worried that only Chen King will be killed and will Confucius revenge? So kill all the mouth. How is this line task so unfair? Zitao looked at the river and the river was watching him. Zitao's mouth moved. I went to find my leg. Jiang Oblique. Waiting. I'm very fast. Xie I'm going. Jiang Skew. The disciples are obedient. Xie a little regretted pretending to be a teacher and apprentice. He should say that he is his savior. He came to accompany him to do the task of reporting his kindness, so it is he who is obedient. Unfortunately, it is already late. However, it is not difficult to find your legs. In the case of zombies everywhere, you can easily get a pair of legs with the help of the river. Zitao is also a bit disgusting about those zombies. Kang Yiliang is screaming, what should I do? How can I help you with this injury? Chen King Xie said, handle a fart. Laozi is not half length, and the gods can't save it. Confucius said, as long as you can go back to the center, you can cure it. Chen. King Dao, I can't go back. How can I complete the task like this? Kang. Yanliang said, I will help you. I will do it. Chen. King Dao, dream you. Wait for me to become a zombie. Kill you first. Z. When he looked at Chen King was fierce in Kang's eye Liang, and seeing Zitao was a lot more honest, and his voice was normal. This little brother, you must take this fool to go. I will really drag on to death. You guys. Z. Tao thinks that he has to face more disgusting zombies in the future, forcing himself to look at this half-hanging zombie. What do we do if we leave? Chen. King said, the big deal is death. Z. Tao said, it is very easy to die. If you want to die, you can't die. Chen. King Gai. Zu's heart is long lasting. You see that you haven't lost your mind, so it's not so good to be a zombie. If you become a new species, you can think rationally, but have the urge to eat people. Kang Yiliang and Chen King, don't say that I didn't remind you. Ziyu said, you can't ask for death when you are alive, stupid. Big and half-hanging zombies smashed. The river's oblique ears that made the legs in the distance were so good that they heard it clearly. He laughed lowly. This little when Jiang dragged his legs back, Kang Yulian and Chen King were honest and quiet, and even a bit stunned. Zitao's roots have been cleaned up. Jiang skewed that he was afraid of this disgusting thing and put his legs behind him. Found. Z. Yan's eyes lit up and flattered. Master, you are really fast. Will it be praised soon? Let's count it. Jiang Zi threw his leg to Chen King and took the opportunity to block the zombie. He gestured to thank you. Thank you for seeing the next task. 7. Put his legs on him. 7. Kill them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 Open World 04 Primary Repair. Zitao shared a new task, filled with eyes. Silly big and half-hanging zombies offended the open world? Why do you always want them to die? Jiang slanted to read his eyes, but said nothing to do with it. You are lucky, Z. Wary. Is it lucky to install a zombie leg for a half-hanger zombie? Or is it good luck to kill? Since leaving the original world, Zizen has not believed in his luck. This good luck brought him all the speed of life and death. It is impossible to kill. This stupid big and half-hanging zombies are not villains. Why do you want to kill? The river slanted back with a pair of zombie legs, and Kang Yulian and Chen King both saw it. They can't figure out what this is. Kang Yanlian came to the sentence. If you are hungry, I still have food here. Z. Wary. Chen King Guy's legs are gone, and he doesn't prevent him from giving him a great deal. Silly is shutting up. Kang Yanlian is honest, but the eyes are still full. If you want to eat, I have better food here. Zombie legs or something. Zitao turned a blind eye, and it was a bit of a move to kill this option. Chen King. Zitao looked at the half-hanging zombie. Do you want to stand up? Chen King stunned, and some did not understand. Zitao has some ambiguous concepts in his mind, but he is not very sure. But this does not prevent him from playing his acting skills. I'm not sure if there will be side effects, and I'm not sure if you can stand it. Not even sure how long you can stay sane. He was born with a white face, and he was tender and tender, but when he spoke with this unfettered tone, he had a different sense of shock. Chen King's face was full of dirt. Only one pair of eyes lit up. Can you let me stand up? Zitao said, you can try. More excited than Chen King is Kang Yuliang. Engang. Please help him. After saying this, the big man slammed down. Ziwei, don't be too happy. I'm not sure what will happen. Ziwei looked sharp and lowered his voice. You also saw it. This is a real zombie leg. Maybe you can stand up with it. Maybe you will be as infected into real zombies. Chen King calmed down. Zitao stared at him and asked, even if you want to try it? If Chen King does not want to, Zitao will not do it. This is a task of Zitao, but it is the future of Chen King. It is no different from killing people without the consent of the parties. A branch task. It is a big deal. to give up. Chen King looked at the pair of zombie legs with a sigh of relief. Xie Tao did not speak, waiting for him to give a reply. After a while, Chen King said, "Can you promise me a request?" Xie Wei asked. "You said, Chen King Dao, if I become a zombie completely, please kill me, comrade." Leo Kang was instantly tearful. Xie Wei looked at the man with dirt and pus on his face and could not see the original man. He nodded and said, "Yes." Hearing his 2 words of calm and quiet, Chen King was as if he had unloaded a heavy load of 100 pounds. He was calm. Trouble can live. Who wants to die? Can there be a chance? Who will give up? Even if you step on the tip of the needle, step on the wire rope, as long as you can step through the yellow spring, return to the world, who will bite the scalp to the end? Xie Tao was calm in the stupid big and half-hanging zombies. In fact, he was panicked, not so bottomless. He looked at the river. Jiang was full of smiles, and after seeing his guilty appearance, he was cute again. His thin lips moved and would do. Xie Tao didn't understand too much. There was confusion in his eyes. Hold it down. Jiang Sui felt that the 365's good feelings quickly made him calm, and his throat was surging, slowly saying, "A line and let go." Xie Tao can understand it. He can't help but ask, "Can you do it?" Jiang slanted to think that he was only thorough. His heart itched like an ant in a carnival. He said, "Yes." A small Dr. Xie Tao only understood the first half of the sentence, but did not understand the following. "What is small? Should be careful." Xie Wei began to sigh with a sigh of relief. The spur task gives such a hint. It will not be a task that cannot be completed, so it should be able to put the leg on it. As for how to be safe, you have to fumble. What makes Xie Wei more guilty is that this picture is too disgusting. The river slant should have chosen a pair of relatively simple zombie legs, but it also has a great impact. Not to mention zombies, it's just a pair of legs that are shocking. Xie Tao's loss is much more dead, and the ability to bear the **** picture is much stronger. If you really want to break the work, first go and spit. The river is inclined to help him, but this branch task is no better than finding legs. Looking for legs, he can help find it from a distance. It is also a thank you for looking for it. Installation will not work. You must personally point. He looked at the child's disgusting pale face, and he couldn't feel distressed. Just look at the 365's good feelings and wake up instantly. Jiang oblique smiles in his heart. He first knew that he still has attributes, or how can he still feel like this? However, Jiang Zi thought again, waiting for the world. The degree of goodwill will definitely change. Conservative estimates. How to get positive 365. Xie Tao placed the zombie's legs under Chen King's body. He looked at the 2 pieces of rotten meat and his eyes were soaked up quickly. Can this really work? Xie Wei looked at the eyeline task. Still really. The number 7 mission disappeared, and a new mission emerged. 8. Use repairs on him. 8. Kill them. Xie Wei directly ignored the second option, and stared at the first option. Repair? What does it mean? Xie Tao shared the new task to the river. Jiang is not surprised at all. He whispered, "Skills." Xie Tao quickly opened the system interface and entered the sub-page of the skill. He has a total of 2 skills, all disabled, and now has a new skill. Primary repair. Is this open world not disabling all skills? Xie Tao went up and saw the skill description. Primary repair. Put 2 things together so you can use them to see the fate. So unreliable. There is also a line below. This is a tributary task reward skill that disappears after leaving the current world. So Xie Tao understood. It is no wonder that Jiang Ting will say that he is lucky. He knows that this squad will give him a skill in the follow-up. Although the open world bans all skills, the skills acquired in this world are not banned. Even if primary prosthetics can only be used in the current world, it is a great benefit. Xie Tao used the skills. Zombie legs and Chen King's body are connected at a speed that is close to the naked eye. What makes people feel good is that with the fusion of the pus and blood disappeared, although the legs are still blue and purple, but only where it's not a big problem with the trousers blocking the first gear. Kang Yiliang and Chen King were both stunned. When the repair was over, Kang Yiliang couldn't help but ask, "Is this world not a disabling skill?" Xie Tao did not explain. Chen King has not returned to God. Xie Wei asked him, "How are you feeling?" Chen King took off her legs and found that she could really stand up. He blinked instantly and bowed to Xie. There is no way to save the life, but in the future, I will tell you. Xie Tao is only completing the task and does not want to accept this person. He splashes him cold water. Don't be too happy. If you become a zombie, I will kill you personally, Chen. King Gaiu whispered, I'm grateful. Before Kang Xiaoling's tears did not flow, but now he has a tear in his nose, and he can't understand. If he cries Xie Wei, it is very troublesome to save people. Kang Yiliang is a blind eye, because this life-saving grace must stated to cattle and horses, help Xie Tao in the river, to cross the mission. The half-hanging zombie is a clever mind. He sees that Jiang's inclination and Xie's ability are extraordinary. He and the stupid big guys don't help, but instead drag their legs, so they haven't asked their mission, just to make themselves big and stupid. The task information is explained again. Kang Yanliang's main task is to kill the witch. My mainline mission, to survive in the gladiatorial field. Our side missions are blue-grade carousels and experience. I love you. Sharing tasks is equal to sharing information. Under normal circumstances, players will not actively share. After all, players may have a competitive relationship. Paying their own old is equal to placing themselves in a dangerous place. However, Chen King and Kang Yulian did not have the scruples. Xie Tao is so helpless, they have nothing to repay. It is also appropriate to share what you know. Xie Tao listened at a glance. These are all messy tasks. The mainline task is okay, killing the witch's hope, indicating that there is a witch named Xie Wei, and it is easy to understand when he survives in the gladia. The quests are very fascinating. What are the ghosts of the carousel and the experience? I love you. If the blue grade is not too low. Shin King added, the witch is in the underground labyrinth. The forest is the entrance to the underground labyrinth. Unfortunately, a large zombie is blocked. We wanted to sneak in and get attacked by a flying zombie, and then lost one pair of legs. Underground maze. Xie Tao looks at the river slope. The main task of the river **** is to explore the underground maze. Shin King continued. The main tasks of Cheng Hao and Shan Tao, who were with us before, are also related to the underground maze. They did not elaborate, but I infer that the main battlefield of this open world should be there. Xie Tao nodded and said, maybe there are other entrances. Look for it. Chen King understands. It is possible. Xie Tao observed Chen King for a while and found that he had no intention of any zombie, and then let go of his heart. I don't know if Chen King's luck is good or this primary repair technique is very powerful. Anyway, Comrade Chen has half of the people and half of the zombies, because it was seen that Xie Tao and Jiang Xi had no intention of traveling together. Chen King and Kang Yuliang set off to find the entrance to the labyrinth after the repair. Before they left, Kang Yuliang left all the food they had eaten. Xi said that he did not need it. Kang Yuliang's 1m9 big man whimpered, please accept it. You must accept it. Xie Wei was afraid of him and had to take all of the medical expenses to eat. As soon as they left, Xie Yusang breathed and finally cleared. Jiang Xi wants to say, so I like to be alone with master? Looking at the good feelings, he stabilized and changed his mouth and asked, what is the new task? This is why Xie Tao has a stupid big and a half-legged zombie. He said, I share it with you. 9. Open the underground game field. The task has changed, and I have finally let go of the 2, but the new task is also confusing. What is the opening of the underground game field? Why is it open instead of going in? What does this underground game field have to do with the maze? Chapter 80 Open World 05. The game field is free and all items can be enjoyed. The task of the spur line is now. Xie Tao understands why the river slant calls it a guiding task. This one task after another seems to lead him to a certain route. First collect the branches, then find the cave, raise the bonfire to attract zombies, hold it to meet the injured Shin King. The next step is to save and choose to save. He got a primary repair. If you choose to kill them, did you miss the repair and directly open the mission of the underground game field? So what follow-up tasks will this underground game field lead to? Xie Tao is full of questions. He asked Jiang Xi, this will be another entrance to the underground maze, river, ramp, it should be. Xi said, let's open it. The main task of the river *** is to explore the underground labyrinth. If the forest cannot break through, you have to find another waypoint. Although I feel that there may be pits in this underground game field, I have come to this open world. It is useless to shrink my head and go forward step by step. It is the last word for the soldiers to block the water and cover the soil. Jiang looked at the black forest and said, "Open it, Xie." Wei noticed his sight and asked, "Master will not want to kill all the way." I really told him to be right. There are two paths into the underground labyrinth. One is to rush into the black forest, defeating countless zombies and killing all the way. The other is probably following the quests of the Spurs, going to the game field, and then to the underground labyrinth. With the temper of the individual leaning on the river, the zombies will be put together in a string like a gourd, and they will directly enter the underground maze. But now he is not alone. There is a child around. He is confident that he can protect him, and he can easily take him through the task. But in this way, the original intention of entering the open world is gone. What Zitao needs is not to be protected, but to sharpen and grow. Staying in the center for a long time, the river is clearer than anyone else. The only ones who can protect themselves are the more powerful ones, and all others are beyond their reach. Jiang obliquely asked him, "Do you think I can kill all the way?" Half of Zitao really swears at him. "Master can do this very well, but I can't do it. It will drag Master." The mouth is really sweet, and Jiang Sui suspects that he is being confused by the sweet words of the child and will not let the negative feelings of the negative number accompany him to play. However, the truth is that Zitao's sweet words are all ruthlessly taught by his soul. The tone of the river is very modest. "Even if I am, it will take some time to kill all the zombies or go to the game, Xie. Wei. Just to save time. The river is more modest. I have a sideline mission, and it's a pity to miss it, Xie." Wei. Jiang stinks and swears. "Why, do you not believe in the ability of the teacher?" Zitao has seen shamelessness. He has never seen such a shameless face. He raised his smile and looked like worship. "How come? Master is so powerful. It must be that when God kills God and kills Buddha, then a few small what is a zombie." The river slanted with its own shield, and all the insincere sweet words were collected, and the more you listened, the more you listened. This task is very simple. You don't need to thank you for anything else. Just make sure you open it. A dialog box pops up on the interface. "Do you want to open the underground game field?" Zitao meditated in her heart. Yes. The dialog disappears and the branch task is refreshed. However, Zitao has not had time to see what the new task is. The world is like a switch that has been turned upside down. A rigid mechanical sound, as if it is ringing in the sky, but it seems to fall directly into the human mind. The underground game field starts. Please survive the game. The game is free and all items can be enjoyed. The game is open for 72 hours and will be permanently closed when the time is over. Please ask the player to experience at least 3 projects in 72 hours, and less than 3 projects will be left in the game forever. After experiencing 3 projects, priority is given to the underground maze. 2 players who open the game will get a privilege. Kill them. Other players can inherit this privilege. The underground playground is ready. I wish you all a good time. The voice fell. Zizen felt the foot empty. The sense of weight loss made his heart panic, followed by a hot hand holding his wrist. The sound of the river slanted. "Don't leave, Xie." Zen's backhand also clenched his wrists, and the 2 men went up and fell straight down. After the beginning of the panic, Zitao has calmed down and even has spared time to observe. The line under their feet seemed to have been taken away, and it became a dark cave with no bottom. Black always brings unknown fear, especially if nothing can be seen. But Zizen feels good because the heat at the wrist reminds him at all times, and the river is also their point. After about a few tens of seconds, Ziwei felt that the speed of the fall slowed down, as if it had been stretched out like an invisible parachute. They landed steadily on the ground. Zitao turned her head and saw the river ***** at a glance. The river slanted, thin lips moved. Observe. Ziwei understands in a short while. Many people fell on this silver-white platform, men and women, tall and short, old and young. At least a few hundred people gathered together. Is this all the players who enter the open world? Zitao feels that this is not the case. After all, the voice before said, is the surviving player. Although the zombies have low combat power, they can't stop the number, and the players who enter this open world have no skills and props. If they encounter zombies, there will be casualties with so many people together. They will be noisy in a short while. What happened? What is the underground game field? This seems to be the player's opening. Which two grandchildren? Come out. Oh, they didn't trigger this game. You are afraid to feed the zombies outside. Ghosts know what is going on in this game field. Yes. Maybe it's more dangerous than outside. You are shrinking here when you are afraid of death. I'm going to the underground maze. This open world is released by the central government. It should not be too dangerous. Most of the people who speak are new people, and they can be seen from their chaotic words and panic. Xie Tao took a look and saw no acquaintances, but he knew that Kang Yulian and Qin King had definitely come in. Their side quests are carousels and experience I love you, and now it seems that they are all items in the game field. To leave the game, you must experience at least 3 projects in 72 hours roughly speaking. This does not seem to be harsh. If it is an ordinary amusement park, let alone 3 projects, you can play 30 projects in 72 hours. But look at this battle, how this underground game field may be an ordinary amusement park. Xie Tao is not naive to think that this open world will be released by the central government and will be kind to players. If you are kind, you will not have so many zombies who eat people. At this moment, the front was bright, and a colorful door flashed out of thin air. It is very similar to the gates of ordinary playgrounds. The style is full of fairy tale, the neon lights are very dreamy, and there are beautiful flowers on the pure white doorpost. The door slowly opened, and the inside was first dark, and the next moment suddenly lit up, just like the fireworks that exploded in the sky. Beautiful and dazzling. Xie Tao saw the gorgeous double-layer carousel, the towering Ferris wheel and the thrilling roller coaster, the big pendulum. It seems to be an ordinary playground in this way, but the place where it appears is very different. A stiff juvenile sounded, welcome to the underground game field. Please queue up to pick up the play project. Actually, have to line up. Xie Xi immediately thought that the project of the amusement park was limited, but the number of people was too large and the queue was too long. In the end, there were few things that could not be played. No. Xie Zhen quickly reacted. 72 hours is very long, even if the project is less, so hundreds of people will not be able to line up. Unfortunately, he reacted, but some players did not respond. They listened to the queue and rushed forward like crazy. They wanted to grab advanced. It is impossible to not enter. There is time limit in the game field. You can experience the project early, and you can leave as soon as possible. The so-called stay in the playground forever. The ghost knows that life is dead. There are many people who have this kind of thinking, especially in the back, but they are desperately pushing forward and do not want to fall behind. Xie Tao's position was interrupted, and the people behind him came in, and he was instantly squeezed out of shape. Jiang obliquely pulled him into his arms. Be careful, Xie. Tao is still younger than the younger, and he is thinner than him. This is squeezed, and the hole sticks to him. The river leaned out of his arms and held him all over. Let's go there, Xie. When he can't move, the sound is on his ear. Well, this kitten is calling the same voice. What is going on? Xie Tao knows his waste of brains. He is very grateful. The river is so powerful that it blocks the crowd and makes him less guilty. So he said, thank you, master. His master was not killed by the game and was killed by this fake little apprentice. The crowd went forward, they went out, and soon they came out. There are also many people who don't come to the front blindly. Most of them are leaning on one side and looking at the front. Xie Tao did not want to provoke people's eyes and ears and mixed with the river oblique in this crowd. At this time, someone shouted in the front, why is it extracted? Can you choose your own project? The boy with the stiff voice stood there and said with no expression, please ask the player to take the project. If it is not extracted after 3 seconds, it will be randomly assigned. That person is hard to squeeze into the front in order to choose a relatively safe project, which knows that it is extracted. He sighed. Fuck. I took a card out. Juvenile said, congratulations on your project, roller coaster. The man looked pale and pale. This luck is also okay, even if it is a normal playground. The roller coaster is a very exciting project. He actually got here. Z Tao noticed. Only one is taken at a time. Jiang slanted softly. The first project is not finished, and it is not a waste of time to pump other things. This is also true. The man has already bitten into the scalp, and the boy said, the number of roller coasters is 12. Please wait. The people behind will continue to pick up the project. Z Taojing listened and recorded the number of items and the number of people needed. In addition to the roller coaster, some people have drawn the rapids. Limited number of people. Bumper cars. Limited number of people. Rotating cups. Limited number of 8. Pirate ship. Limited number of people. Carousel. Limited number of people. Ferris wheel. Limited number of 20. After entering a third of the people, the boy suddenly said, the number of roller coasters is full and the game is about to begin. When he said this, everyone looked at it and saw that the 12 people standing in the roller coaster waiting area disappeared instantly. Z Wen's eyes are hard to see, but the river is slightly squinting. His vision is better than Z. Even if he is far away, he can see clearly. The roller coaster is an outdoor project, and although they are still outside the park, they can also see the hovering track. Z Tao asked him closely, can you see it? River ramp. It's an independent space. He could see that the roller coaster didn't start at all, and people didn't sit up, but the game started, and it was only transmitted to the independent space point. Although Z Tao has not encountered it, she can guess some words. This is the first person to participate in the game project. Everyone is very embarrassed, do not know how the result. The teenager said again, the number of carousels is full, the game is about to begin. 20 people disappeared. The carousel is facing the door, so Z Tao can see clearly. There is nothing in the wooden horse. I don't know where the person went, and what kind of carousel I went to experience. River ramp. Let's go. We should have passed. There are not many people left, and it is not necessarily a good thing to stay. Z Tao nodded. Jiang slanted his voice and said to him, be careful. Z Tao understands what he means. He and Jiang's team are both playing games, so they all have a privilege. This privilege is placed in his skill bar, and is immune to fatal injuries, and can only be used once. That is to say, he and Jiang Z have one more life. They have such privileges, and the previous announcements say, killing them can inherit privileges. Since it is fatal and immune, how can the players kill them? Is not this contradictory? Z Tao's understanding is that this fatal injury immunity is very likely to be only for the game field, but not for the player, so players can kill them and inherit this privilege. When they were about to reach them, Jiang said, in any case, protecting yourself is a top priority, you know? Z Tao looked up at him. Jiang oblique asked, remember? Z Tao seriously said, you are also, river, ramp, don't worry about me, as long as they don't separate. He can naturally protect him. I'm afraid that some projects are single, and he can't stay with the children. Z Tao came closer and found that the boy with the stiff voice was a zombie. No wonder the sound will be so rigid and unvoiced, but he is very different from the zombies outside. The color of the skin is not normal, but the facial features are still neat, not so sultry. Z when he took a light breath and took a card. The zombie teenager didn't even look at the road. Congratulations, you took the project. I love you vs no face. Z. Yang Iron. What is this project? Is there such a game in the playground? He seems to remember that there is a party game called this. The Gamma Play seems to only say to the people on the left that I love you, and to the people on the right side. At this time, the zombie voice said, the multi-person project supports the team to enter. The current number is full, and the game is about to begin. The river did not draw, and directly followed the Z-Way into the game in the case of team formation. The author has something to say. Jiang Yi, I love you. Z-Way, shameless. Chapter 63 Open the World 06 I love you vs Don 039 T-Face. The feeling of being transmitted has become accustomed to Z Tao, and he can even think in this gap. He dared not to remember all the items and corresponding numbers that were previously drawn by the player, but it is certain that he remembers all the items that have appeared. There is absolutely no such thing as I love you vs no face. The zombie voice said that the number is full, which means that only 2 people play this game, if this is the party. Game that Zitao knows. It is not two people who can play point, so this game is either not the one he knows, or there are other players, and the entrance of these players is inconsistent with Zitao point. Zitao prefers the latter, because he has watched the people outside, and has never seen Kang Yiliang and Chinking. They are only separated soon, and the two will not die so quickly point. Since surviving is not there is more than one entrance point. This problem is actually known, as long as you enter the game. If there is only two people with him and Jiang, there is a high probability that there is only one entrance, and Kang Yiliang and Chinking are more than a few point. Although it is quite awkward to abandon the stupid big and half-hanging zombies, they can save them hard, so it is very flamboyant to die. Ziyan opened his eyes and saw a little more out of the strangers. Jiang Zi is more accustomed to the transmission. Zitao can think of it. He thought about it again. He has been paying attention to Ziwei, seeing the child's relaxed tone, and his heart is soft. The little liar, who is upright and honest, said that he hates it, but he still cares about the two people. So to say, the river squinted at the I-365's good feelings, calmly thinking, the little liar is very concerned about him. Zitao no longer misses Kang Liangliang and Chinking. And he looks at the environment and the people in front of him. There were 6 people, sitting on 6 pink high back chairs around a pink round table. The round table is cold, and seems to be made of some kind of jade. There is also a white lace pattern on it, which is full of girls' hearts. Zitao can't see himself sitting in a high back chair, but I want to come to these 6 are all matching. The style is the same as the round table. It is also a cool pink jade, with a pure white lace pattern. Beyond the round table is a dark. This is surrounded by the sides, the top of the head and the feet. Zen did not have a high river, but his legs were short enough to reach the ground, so they were likely to be left empty. This is very strange, invisibly bringing tension and uneasiness. Zihao quickly looked at the other 4, and the other party was also looking at them. On the left side of Zitao is a girl with a double ponytail, squatting at the height of the 17-8, her eyes wide open, nervous. On the left side of the girl is a middle-aged man in a suit. He has a normal facial features, his eyes are bent, but he smiles very uncomfortably. On the left side of the suit man is a young woman in a white dress. Her hair is long and straight, very quiet. On the left side of the young woman is a young man wearing a sleeveless tight-fitting t-shirt. He is strong and looks handsome, but his hesitation is a bit uneasy. On the left side of the youth is the river slant. The river slanted to the world before the change of the lower Roka. Now it is a pair of blue eyes, squatting on the human form. The eyes of the girl and the young woman are nailed to him. On the left side of the river **** is Ziwei. They just wrap around a circle. I noticed the sight of Zitao, and the river **** also looked over Ziyugs and led the gods, and pretended not to know him. Such a strange environment, a bunch of people who don't know, and a game that can't figure out the situation. The best way is not to expose your own details at this time. A stiff laugh sounded from top to bottom, as if the blade was cut on the glass, sharp and harsh. Ziwei saw a pink little leather shoes, followed by pink pantyhose, pink tutu, pink bow and pink top hat. Look at the figure like a child of 8 or 9 years old. When the green and purple face came out, everyone knows that this is a zombie. The zombie girl smiled and said, "Hello everyone, I love you, welcome you to play my game." She tried to make the sound sweet, but the stiff voice, the dead blue face, all sweet. Even the pink color, which is rarely female, has become eccentric and strange in her. Zitao used to read a term on the internet, death Barbie powder. He remembers that this is the color of the girl's mouth sucking lipstick. Now he thinks that the zombie girl in front of him is a death of Barbie powder. As soon as she appeared, everyone looked at her, and the 4 men showed more or less fear. The zombie girl is unaware of it, still trying to be sweet. Before telling the rules of the game, "Please come and introduce yourself, equals, just from." She glanced around and pointed to Zen. "The most beautiful the people start. Turn to the left, Ziwei." He remembers that his property is from the European Emperor. How is it getting worse? The zombie girl floated behind him and said happily, "Hurry up and tell everyone what you are calling." Tao opened his mouth and simply said his name. Then there was the ****, the left side of Zitao. Her voice was really sweet. It was in stark contrast with the zombie girl. "Hello, my name is Lan Lingling, a recorder." The man in her suit on the left smiled. My name is Pan Shen, a collector. The next one is a young woman. She whispered. My name is Tan Lei. It is an explorer. The man in a tight t-shirt straightened up and said, my name is Pan Kai, a collector. Finally, I introduced myself to the river slant. He slammed it in a serious way. My name is Jiang Slant, the explorer. The name Jiang Tai is very strange in the center, because the famous designer is X, not Jiang Point. After introducing myself, the zombie girl said happily, great. Everyone who plays games is such a good person. I hope that you can find your love in the game of love. In addition to all the people in the audience, they all agree that you can find love here. How big is that person? Next, let's talk about the rules of the game for everyone. The zombie girl floated to the round table and tried to dress up with a stiff face and voice. The name of the game is That I Love You vs Shameless. According to the order of the seats, everyone can only say to the person on the left, that I love you, and to the person on the right, say no shame. If someone says something wrong, then this round will end. The wrong person is subject to punishment. You cannot say more than 3 times to the same person in a round, and you must be punished if you exceed the number. Sure. Enough. This game is the party game. That Z-Town knows the rules are very simple. As long as the record is for who said I love you, to whom to say shameless. This test is nothing but a resilience. If you concentrate, you are unlikely to make mistakes. Others were obviously relieved and probably felt that they had drawn a relatively simple game. Project point indeed. This is simple and safe compared to roller coasters, big pendulums, and jumpers. But is it really that simple? Zeta did not take it lightly. Point. The zombie girl said again, if you just said something, you may not understand it. So, let's try it out. Everyone will understand it soon. She added, because it is a demo, so don't accept punishment. At this time, the girl named Lan Lingling whispered, what kind of punishment is it? The zombie girl smiled and really had a cute look, but it was even more strange. Love can't say love. You will know when you officially start. The girl was quite courageous and actually asked, what is the end of the game? The zombie girl was disappointed. I haven't started playing the game, and I want to end. You don't want to play a love-loving game? Don't you want to find your own love? When she was cute, she was not cute at all. When she was scared, it was really scary. Point. The girl was pale and shook her head quickly. Point. The zombie girl raised a stiff smile and said, okay, start playing, and when you play, you will be as happy as love. I'm afraid that normal people will not be happy, probably because of the question before. Lan Lingling, the zombie girl floated behind her. Just start from you. Please say to the person on your left that I love you. A girl glimpsed. The zombie girl's blue-colored hand was placed on her shoulder, and the clothes were all felt like a bitter cold. Point. Her head was blank for a moment, and she couldn't care how hard these 3 words were. She turned her head and said to the man in the suit on the left, I love you. The suit man paused and chuckled. Don't be shame. The zombie girl is very happy. Yes, that's it. It's confession to people. Of course, you have to be cheated. Blue Lingling's face is even more ugly. Point. Everyone knows that this is because of her question. The zombie girl is deliberately disgusting with her. The zombie girl urged the suit man again. Continue. Don't stop. You have to be punished for more than 3 seconds. The suit man turned his head and said to the young woman on the left, I love you. The young woman replied with a blank expression, no face. She then turned her head and said to the t-shirt man on her left, I love you. The t-shirt man was a bit flustered, no face. Next, the t-shirt man said to the river. The zombie girl said happily, the boy is the most interesting. To confess to the boy. Hurry up. The t-shirt man stunned and turned back to the right side and said to the young woman, no face. The young woman glimpsed and responded quickly, I love you. Then she said to the suit man on the right side, no face. The t-shirt man turned his direction and ordered not to confess to the river. This is also in line with the rules and is the key to the game. Point. A's words are passed to B. B can choose to continue to say to A or C to say, so that it is not a fixed clockwise or counterclockwise. More test the reaction. Point. The eyes are screaming and passed back to the girl here. The girl does not want to say to the suit man that I love you, so he said to Z then, don't face. Z Tao didn't care too much, just a game. He replied, I love you, then turned to look at the river slope. The zombie girl is excited. Come on. This time the boy who can't escape can confess to the boy. I really can't hide as long as Zitao said to the river must reply to him. Zitao said, no face, Jiang. Zio smiled. I love you, Z. Weddy. Always feels weird. Then Jiang can turn to his right side and say no to the t-shirt man. The t-shirt man must return to him and I love you. But Jiang Yi didn't want to listen, so he looked at Zitao and said, I love you, thanks. To Z, I reacted and immediately said, don't be shame. Turning back to Zitao's home, Zitao can choose to say to the girl that I love you or choose to continue to say no to the river. Zitao hesitated for a moment and said to the river, don't shame. Jiang slanted his mouth and said, I love you. Wow, the sound is good. Zombie girl said, it's like a confession. But I have to remind you of the handsome guy. You have said it to him 3 times. I love you. If you say it, you will lose it. Jiang. Z still looked at Zitao and said, I love you, Z. Weddy. Hey. The zombie girl didn't wait for Z Weddy to say the shameful words. It floated to the river and leaned over and said, more than 3 times. You have to accept punishment. The river isn't changed, and the bubble in my heart is straightforward. How good it is, and it has not been rejected. Of course, this is a demo. There will be no punishment. The zombie girl said again. Let's try again. This time, I will reverse it and change it to the person on the right and say that I love you to the person on the left. Don't be shameless. Don't make mistakes. The zombie girl floated behind the girl and said, it's still starting from you. Said that the girl has been calmed a lot. She looked at the suit man on the left. Said, no face. Very sincere. The suit man is not angry. Said to her, I love you. The girl looked disgusted. The suit man can turn his head and say no to the young woman, but he does not. He said to the girl again, I love you. The girl quickly replied, don't face. At home, the girl is here. She doesn't want to entangle herself with the suit man and turns to her and says, I love you, Z. Tao's tone is calm, no face. Next he can choose a girl or a river. Instinctive Zitao does not want to say to the river, I love you, but continue to say to the girl that shameless is also very bullying. Besides, this is just a game. When the officials start, he also wants to say and so Zitao said to Jiang Teng, I love you, river. Slope, Z. Tao stared at him and blinked at him. The river slanted and said, I'm very happy, Z. Weddy. Chapter 64 Open the World 07x God 039 S mouth, deceiving ghosts. You are happy. No one is confessing to you. Please don't be passionate. Zizen really wants to knock on his head and see what is inside. The zombie girl floated to the river and leaned back. It's you again. You made a mistake again. He told you that I love you. You have to say no face. Jiang obliquely said, can I change seats? By relying on him, I may lose very badly. The zombie girl is curious and asks, do you know the river lie and the eyes are not blind? I don't know, zombie girl. So how are you? Jiang slanted and said, probably love at first sight. Some people are speechless at the place, especially Zitao. I really want to find a hole in the hole to put him in. Who knows that the zombie girl is happy? Wow, it's so romantic. Do you like him at first sight? Do you like him? Jiang. A bleak smile does not speak. The zombie girl turned a circle. The pink tutu dance became a small flower, but her appearance was too miserable. She couldn't be cute. Just listened to her and said, it's so happy. You are in the game of loving love. I found love. It's so good. It's so good. I hope that adults like the two people who love each other. Love and love are the most. Hearing the name of Zia, Jiang squinted his eyes and glanced at Z. Thank you, Z Wei. Kang Yiling's main task is to kill the witch. Hope that this zombie girl is a hopeful person. Is it difficult to find a zombie girl? Is it in the box? Looking at it this way, X-God is really an old driver who has passed through countless worlds. Haha. X's mouth. A deceitful ghost. Z sinks in. He only blames. This guy is just making trouble. By trial play. Will not be punished. Swear. The zombie girl stared at her eyes. Oh, it's so happy to love. How do you say the name of the adult? Okay, let's finish the game. The official game begins. Please remember the rules, and if you make a mistake, you have to. I was punished. She said that she looked at the river and said, the position can't be changed now. It is the happiest thing to be with the loved one. Xie Tao noticed the word now in her words. The position can't be changed now. Is it going to change in the future? There are many people who have heard this loophole, and everyone is thoughtful. The official game begins. Anyone who understands the rules knows who is the worst in this game. If everyone does not say anything wrong and keeps going along, then the first person who opens the door will be the first to say the fourth time. And once he says more than 3 times to the same person, he will be punished. What kind of punishment is it? Everyone wants to know, but no one wants to know the first one. So who starts first? The zombie girl said. I come to the turntable. Who is pointing at the pointer? Who will start first? Her voice fell. A pink disc emerged from the center of the table. The disc was large, and there was a slender pointer in the middle. The disc was divided into 6 parts, and the names of each of them were written on the outermost periphery. Who started first? It turned out to be Luck. Xie Tao couldn't help but look at the ice slope, and the river slanted. Look calm and steady. Xie Hao sighed, and felt that the river was coming and the rain, and the luck should not be too bad. The zombie girl said, get started. Her blue-purple fingers twirled the turntable, and the force was small, but the pointer on the turntable turned fast, and the line of sight couldn't keep up with its speed. At this moment everyone is holding their breath. No one wants to be the first, and no one wants to try the so-called punishment. Don't look at the test so easy. Who knows what will happen after the start? Such a strange game field. Such a gloomy environment, and this zombie girl. How to see all the evil doors and horror. The fast rotating pointer finally slowed down, and I was able to see the rotating needle tip. The pink pinpointed pink turntable. Every time I crossed a person's name was shocking. Slower and slower, more and more clear. Seeing that you have to stop, the pointer crossed the name of Xie Tao, and it was slow to the speed of the river. At this speed, it may stop. Xie Tao took a breath and stared nervously at the pointer, wishing to give it a sigh of relief. Let it stop. Jiang Slope originally did not play cards according to common sense. If it becomes the first one, it will happen. Seeing that the children are so flustered, Jiang is not so sweet in the heart. This game has been encountered many times. With his non-Emirates, he has been selected almost 9 times. This time what surprised everyone was that the pointer, which was slow enough to be slow, did not stop. It is like a snail who is old and dying, crawling over the name of the river, and stubbornly on Pankai. It only exceeded the distance of a few hair strands, but the pointer did stop at the name of Pankai. Xie Tao silently breathed a sigh of relief, and the river was slightly surprised. For the first time in his life, he was taken care of by the goddess of luck. The zombie girl is happy. Pankai, well, start from you, because you are the first person, so you can choose to say to the left that I love you, or to the right, I love you. Peng Kai is the young man who is wearing a tight t-shirt and is very satisfied with his body. He stunned and reacted, and his face was gone. I am this, yeah, said the zombie girl. Quicker, if you don't speak after 10 seconds, you have to be punished. Peng Kai looked at the river and looked at the young woman and said, I love you. He chose to say to the right person that I love you, so I began to cycle. The young woman didn't seem to be surprised, replied, don't face, then turned to the suit man. The game officially begins. In fact, Peng Kai will choose a young woman in Zen's expectation. He did not naively think that Peng Kai felt that it was too awkward to say to the boys that I love you. Peng Kai is to make the game become to the right, I love you, and he has a hint of luck. He wants Xie Tao to say to the river that I love you, and I hope that the river will not be played again according to the common sense. In this way, the river skewer became the first person to accept punishment, and Peng Kai can get rid of the disaster of this first person. Reasonable. Zen is really a little panic. I'm really afraid that the river will not care about the land. This is just a low world. Will the river underestimate this game? Zewei always feels that this punishment will not be simple. Even this game will not end easily. Everyone did not discuss it, but it was like a customary convention. All the people on the right said that I love you, and there is no order of destruction point. This is normal. As long as it does not destroy the order, it will only be the first person Penkai, because he will definitely say the fourth time. If it is a normal environment, friends playing this game will of course disrupt the order and deliberately create difficulty, but in this environment, no one wants to offend anyone, no one wants to go out, no one really wants to play the game. Penkai is not lucky, become the first person. Can only experience the punishment first, the girl Blolingling said to Zizen, I love you. After thanking her, Zitao did not dare to stop. She immediately said to the river, I love you. After he said that, he was a little nervous, his eyes were almost full. Don't do anything, don't do anything, don't do anything. The river bends his lips and whispers, no face. As soon as he spoke, everyone squatted. Not that he said the 3 words, but the tone, too gentle, like a whisper of a lover in a lazy afternoon. The zombie girl holds the face and says, oh, your voice is really good. The bones must be crisp. Not only her, but the other 2 women present also looked at the river. Ziwen, don't do anything to die. Forget it. I didn't break the rules. I didn't make a bird. The river obliquely looked at Penkai on the right side. He was cold and his voice was cold like ice. I love you. It is also a temper to say these 3 words so murderous. Penkai's face is very ugly, and he swears, don't face. This time he did not turn to a young woman, but he said to Jiangting, don't be shame. So, the order changed, from counterclockwise to clockwise, but everyone said the same thing. In fact, this is meaningless, because when asked, there must be an answer. He turned the order, and it just turned into a shameless 2 times on the river, and soon it will be more than 3 times. To say the only usefulness is probably to create some confusion for everyone. Some people may make mistakes after the order is disrupted, and if someone makes a mistake, then he will be saved. But who is going to make a mistake? Such an unknown game. Who is not mentally tight? Go all out. None of the people present are new people. They are people who have walked through at least 3 worlds. If you enter this open world, who will have no reaction at all. Everyone said the past, and never shuffled the order. As usual, they had to send Penkai to the guillotine. Penkai also understands that, if he is replaced by him, he will do the same, and the result of the turntable represents everything. Bad luck, who can blame, but not reconciled. Why? On what basis? Sacrifice him. Penkai does not want to accept punishment. He does not want to be their test piece. Do not want to try the difficulty of this game for them. The more I don't want to be nervous, the more nervous it is. The more ugly his face is. I saw it. Anne turn to him again. It's the 3rd time. Just come again. He will. First. Pause. The zombie girl suddenly said, you are so powerful. No one is wrong in 2 laps. Love is very happy. Give you a small reward. As soon as she spoke, everyone looked at her. Reward. Zitao has a terrible hunch. He does not think that this reward will be a good thing. The zombie girl said, I have a card here. I have placed it on the turntable, and the pointer points to who belongs to this card. Her voice fell, and the turntable popped up again. There was a black card inside. It gently landed on the pointer, as if a gust of wind could blow away, but it did not move after the pointer was rotated. Everyone can't figure out what kind of card this is, only that it is a variable. Zombie girls won't let them play games so easily, and they must make it difficult. The pointer stopped, and it was aimed at the girl blowing on the left side of Zitao. The blue spirits are wide-eyed and their faces are uneasy. The zombie girl said, lucky lady, pick up the card, read the words written on it, remember to be a word. Lan Lingling reached out and nervously picked up the card. She saw the contents of the card, and her face was instantly bloodless. Everyone looked at her nervously, and wanted to know what was on the card. Lan Lingling looked at the zombie girl, and the zombie girl repeated, a word can't be bad. If it is wrong, it will be punished. Lan Lingling took a breath and bit the lower lip. The card is forbidden. After use, the other 5 people are randomly banned for 1 minute. They can be discarded, and will not be valid after this round. She bowed her head after reading, and held the card nervously. Forbidden card. There is still such a thing. This game is really not a simple one. I love you vs Shameless randomly banned for 1 minute, which means that those who are banned will definitely lose. They only have 6 people. The interval between one person's speech can't be more than 3 seconds. It takes absolutely no more than 1 minute for a lap. This person is forbidden to say that he can't say anything. If he can't speak, he will definitely be punished. Point. When I heard the contents of this card, Pankai's eyes lit up, and the whole person came alive. Point. If Blue Ling Ling is used, he can get rid of the disaster of this first person. After this lap, he will say the 4th time in the next lap, when he will accept punishment. Point. But if someone is banned in this circle, then this person will be punished. Once someone accepts the punishment, this round is over, and they can start again. Pankai looked at the blue spirit with excitement, and wished she could use this card immediately. Lan Lingling did not dare to look at him. She held the card and her lower lip was bitten. Zitao knows what she is suffering. This card is invalid for the user, but only 5 other people are randomly banned, so the Blue Lingling does not need to harm her. In fact, this card is very disgusting, and it doesn't have to be a wicked person. She doesn't need a card. Pankai is punished. If the punishment is terrible but not dead, then Pankai must have hated the blue spirit. Because he had a chance not to be punished, Lan Lingling did not give him this opportunity. If Lan Lingling uses this card, then it may be someone else who accepts the punishment, and this person hates her, no matter who they are, because he can also be punished without being punished. I took this card, although Blue Lingling itself will not be punished, but it will definitely offend a person. If the punishment is for the life of this person, if not, don't kill. But the cruel punishment is gone. Lan Lingling looks at the zombie girl. The zombie girl said, must choose it. If you don't choose, you will be punished. Blue Lingling no blood, finally chose. I abandoned. She gave up. Pankai is full of despair. This kind of hope is shattered, and more painful than being in despair. Oh, said the zombie girl. This great reward has actually given up. Okay, no need to use it. The game continues. The atmosphere is more tense. It takes only a few tens of seconds to say it in a circle, but it seems like it has spent several spring and autumn. Pankai is sweating, and the whole person is too flustered. No one made a mistake. No one will make a mistake in this simple speech game. Finally, when the river leaned over to Pankai, it seemed as if the death knives were on the neck of Pankai. Pankai had no choice. He looked at the zombie girl, and looked at the Blue Lingling with his head down. He finally said to the young woman on the right, I love you. His voice fell, and the zombie girl's rigid voice brought a bit of strange sweetness. The 4th time. Oh, it's not accepted for a person's confession 4 times. It must be punished. Love is the most hated. Endless man. I didn't see what the zombie girl did, only to hear a scream of screaming. Pankai's right arm was cut off, and blood rushed out, spraying a young woman with blood. Even more creepy is that the zombie girl took the broken arm and opened her mouth. Chapter 65. It seems that there is nothing terrible in the open world. 08. The zombie girl still has blood in her mouth, and her mouth seems to be chewing, and she eats a good thing. If this scene is for ordinary people to see, it is estimated that it will turn around and spit. However, the players who have experienced several worlds are not even able to withstand such bloody. The young woman who had been squirted with blood was only wrinkled and frowned. There was no fear. She didn't look at the screaming Pankai, only slowly wiped the blood on her body with a handkerchief. Zitao is anxious, but after seeing that her arm was eaten by a zombie girl, she knew that she could not do anything. He is not sure whether his primary repair is effective for Penchi, but what is certain is that without his arm, his prosthetics will lose the conditions of use. Just lost his arm, and timely treatment is not fatal. But let the blood flow like this, life will soon be gone. Lan Lingling finally looked up. She stared at the screaming Pankai. After the zombie girl finished eating, she said happily, it tastes good, thank you for hospitality, let me help you stop bleeding. Her voice fell, and the blood at Pankai's shoulder stopped, but it was obvious that the pain was still there. But it is good to stop bleeding, at least not to lose blood. Lan Lingling took back the line of sight, and there was regret in her eyes. She wanted Pankai to die, because she knew that Pankai would not die, and would retaliate against her. Zitao was by her side, and she could see it clearly. He had a burst of coolness in his chest, and could not help but clench his fist. Okay, zombie girl said. The second round started. I don't know who is the next to accept the punishment. Pankai Penkai has barely calmed down. He is covered in blood, his face is sallow, his face is cold and sweaty. He is bungee baked, but his eyes are like a dark abyss, and he can't wait to drag everyone into hell. Lan Lingling frowned, and his back was straight. The zombie girl said, I want to start the carousel, and see who is the lucky first person. The pink roulette turned, and the atmosphere was more tense than before. If you still have a glimpse of luck before you see the punishment, then you are now standing on the wooden bridge of hell, and you must let yourself live at all costs. The pink pointer is slower and slower, as if it is gradually approaching the death bell. The pointer slowed down, past the Blue Lingling area, and came to the area of Zitao. It didn't have a tendency to stop. It went straight to the oblique area of the river. The pointer slowed down, like the last time, slow. It can't be rotated at a slower speed. Everyone held their breath, and Penkai was nervous to die. If the first person is him, then he must be finished. These people will sacrifice him. They will not take care of him. He is. Penkai squatted on the turntable and wanted to rush to it. The pointer stopped and stopped steadily. Penkai's eyes were all stunned. When he saw that it was far from his own area and hair, he was relieved, and the whole person collapsed. River ramp, it's me. Compared to his calm, Xie was very nervous with the first round of real demonstrations. Everyone has already had a bottom, and this first person is still dangerous, and the chance of being punished is more than double that of others. Punishment is so cruel. Thank you. The zombie girl looked at the river and said happily, the good looking people taste the best. I'm looking forward to it. Jiang Yi also laughed and said, thank you for complimenting. The zombie girl is in a better mood. You are so funny. I like to eat interesting people. Xie let you skin. Jiang slanted but didn't care. He looked at Zitao and was ready. The zombie girl knows him quite well. Okay. The second round begins. The handsome guy's going to confess. Jiang slanted her hopes and said to Zizen, I love you. Zitao is worried that it will not work. Look at the appearance of this old god, and there is no good there. Shameless, perhaps. The calm attitude of the river was infected with Zitao. In short, his tight heart calmed down a lot. In fact, the river is also very magical. He always feels that he is not reliable, but he feels that he is inexplicably reliable. It seems that he is there. There is nothing terrible. Hey. Zizen took back the preface and thought it was an illusion. The second round of the cycle began. Zitao said to the Blue Lingling, I love you. Lan Lingling back to him, shameless in the order of the previous round. She should turn to the suit man and say that I love you, but she did not. She said to Zizen, no face. Xie quickly replied, I love you. In just 1 second Zitao understood the intention of Lan Lingling. She deliberately reversed the order to give Penkai a surprise, let him panic in the pain of the broken arm, and again punished. What is even more frightening is that she has calculated that Zitao must go down and not reverse it. Because if Zitao reverses the order, more than 4 times will be thank you. This is the first lap. Xie first said to Blue Lingling that I love you. Lan Lingling returned to him shamelessly. This is the two people evened out. Only said once. Then Lan Lingling said to Zitao that he should not face. Zitao returned to her, I love you, and the two were evened out, and they said it twice, and it was the first hand of Lan Lingling. Zitao is safe. If Xie reverses for Penkai at this time, that is, he will take the initiative to say to the Blue Lingling that I love you, and when the Blue Lingling responds to him shamelessly, they are all 3 times, but the first hand has become Xie. At this time, Lan Lingling gave up Zitao and went to the suit man. As long as the suit man continued to go down, he would like to go to Zitao here. Xie had to return to the river to shame once. Even if he said to the river, he would not say a shame, reversing the direction to avoid the Blue Lingling, but he has also reached the river 3 times here. After that, no matter how much you turn, unless someone sacrifices halfway, Zitao will speak the 4th time before Lan Lingling. What is even more ridiculous is that, if Zitao's adventure is to save Penkai, then such a complicated reversal, in the state of Penkai, I'm afraid that the first mistake will occur. And Blue Lingling will be like it. Zitao felt the chill of the bones. He said to the river, no face. The voice of the river is full of relief. I love you, Xie. Tao looked up at the river, and the river did not stop. He said to Peng Kai, "No face, Peng Kai. This series of thoughts is a lot, but in fact it happened very fast. One person only 2 seconds, only 8 or 9 seconds to Peng Kai point. He was tortured to death by the arm, and the nerves collapsed to the extreme because of the turntable. Now it's hard to catch a breath, and the blue lingling's sudden reversal of his panic, listening to the shameless of the river, Peng Kai stunned and passed for a while. Oh. The zombie girl said happily. You made a mistake again. I love you. I love you. What am I and I? You still have to you. Peng Kai was shocked. No. No. The zombie girl said, to play the game, you must abide by the rules. If you lose, you will be punished. As soon as her voice fell, Peng Kai's leg was smashed. The screams made the scalp numb, and Peng Kai almost fainted. The zombie girl still stopped bleeding for him and said, if you faint, you have to play games. If you can't say anything, you still have to accept punishment. This sentence made Peng Kai die to bite the lower lip and swallow all the screams. He has no arms and one leg, and his pain is always consuming his physical strength and spirit. He is already on the limit. He looked at the blue lingling, and the desire for life and the hatred of the bones paralyzed his nerves, and made him strong. At the beginning of the 3rd round, this time the pointer Xie Tao became the first person. Thanks to Xie. Look at the Jiang ramp. I love you. Jiang is very distressed, but he knows better than anyone else. This game is not difficult. If you are in the higher world, it is not so simple to punish your arms. The real survival is not to die. It is unimaginable to ordinary people. Xie Tao came to the center, and could only grow. This time, Lan Lingling did not reverse the order. She knew that Peng Kai had preparedness. She rashly reversed, and might be counted by him. Seeing the end of the 2nd lap, if there is no change, then Xie Tao, who is the first person, will be punished. Just in the blue lingling said to Xie Tao for the 3rd time, I love you. Xie Tao replied to shameless, will soon speak to the river, said the 4th time I love you. The zombie girl spoke up. There are awards. Xie Tao's heart all mentioned the eyes of the blind man. He guessed that there would be a card, but he did not expect it to be at such a last moment. The zombie girl said, what a pity. The most beautiful people in the audience must taste good, but unfortunately can't eat it. Xie Wei. The zombie girl said again, not necessarily. Let's take a look at the rewards first. The pink turntable popped up and there was a black card on it. After the zombie girl fiddled, the wheel began to spin, and the pointer slowed down. When it reached Xie Tao is nervous. If this card is parked in front of him, he has a great chance to save himself and stop in front of the river. I believe that the river will not leave him alone, but if he stops at others. Xian looked at the eyes and thought about the worst. He has a fatal injury immunity, probably to the end of the game. But the next game? This first project is so difficult. The next 2? Not to mention the underground maze. Xie Tao does not naively think that his mainline mission has nothing to do with the underground maze. I can't manage that much. Even the first project can't go. Where is the coming? The pointer stopped in front of the strong support of Peng Kai. Blue Lingling's pupils are shrinking, and somewhat nervous the zombie girl said, come up with your other hand to pick up the card. Read the contents above. Remember not to read it wrong, and you should be punished if you read it wrong. Peng Kai looked cold and took up the card with pain. He was hoarse and gasping, like a dying person. Change the card. Specify 2 people to change seats. Can be discarded. Invalid after this round. After reading the contents of the card, a pair of hateful scorpions stared at the blue spirit. The face of Lan Lingling had no blood, and her lips trembled. No. I didn't mean it. Peng Kai's pale mouth raised, revealing a comfortable and crazy smile. I use the position card. The zombie girl asked, so who do you want to specify, and who to change position? It's this still asking? Everyone guessed it. Peng Chideo, designate Blue Lingling, and Xie Tao to change seats. The author has something to say. I saw the message in the previous chapter. The focus of this game is to reply. For example, Xie Tao said to the river, I love you, then the river will reply to shamelessly. If the river is going to reverse the order, it will be a shame to Xie, so the first hand is Jiang oblique. Whether it is I love you or shameless, as long as more than 3 times are a legal point in the last chapter, Penkai only chose to say to the woman that I love you. If he said that he would not shame on the river, he said first, more than 3 times. Chapter 66 Open the World 09 I love you, Customs Clearance. This round of the game has been played for 3 laps, and everyone has said it 3 times. The next one will be punished regardless of the opening point in order. It should be the first place to thank Xie, and the next punishment is him point. However, Penkai used a position change card to change the position of Lan Lingling and Xie Tao. Then the person who opened the mouth became a blue spirit, and the person who was punished also changed her. Lan Lingling was shocked and said, "No, don't. I don't want to change." However, she did not need to move at all. She had already changed her seat with Xie Tao. The zombie girl said, "The game continues. If you don't speak, you have to be punished." The blue spirit face is as grey as it is, and it is unwilling to look at Penkai's sight. "I didn't mean to harm you. The forbidden card was a trap. Why are you tell the wrong words?" Zombie girl said, "You have such 2 excellent men around you. Why go to see other people? Love loves this kind of non-specific person." Lan Lingling knows that he can't avoid punishment and simply uses this opportunity to question Penkai. As soon as she opened her mouth, the game ended. Penkai also had the opportunity to speak. He sneered, "The ban card is not your fault, but after that, you yelled me to reverse the order, and I lost another leg. You are killing me at all." Lan Lingling Dao, "You have not reacted yourself." Penkai said, "How can everyone not reverse? Then you turn." Lan Lingling bites his teeth. "Even if I don't reverse you, I won't let me go." So she has to start with a strong hand to eliminate hidden dangers. A zombie girl said, "Well, don't make a noise. You are not suitable." Her words are like a couple who are quarreling. If you don't fit, don't force yourself together. Peng Kai and Lan Lingling all looked ugly to the extreme, but unfortunately did not dare to refute zombie girls. The zombie girl floated behind the blue spirit and said, "Although I don't like to eat women, the rules are rules. If you set it, you must obey it." The voice fell, the screams of the blue spirit sounded, and her right arm was gone. Her right side is a river slope. The left side of the river asterisk is inevitably stained with blood, but he is taller than the girl, so the blood did not splash on his face. Jiang Slant has never been so fortunate in the matter of bad luck. Very good, at least not dirty children. The zombie girl ate the blue spirited arm and dismissed it. Not good. Lan Lingling bit her lower lip. To see her, the zombie girl is guilty of it. "Well, I still want to stop bleeding." She grinned and whispered uncomfortably, "The dead can't find love." She said that her voice was very small, and Xie was close, so she heard clearly. His mind was moving. The zombie girl said, "Okay, keep playing the game." 2 of the 6 people present were injured. Penkai lost 1 arm and 1 leg, and Lan Lingling did not have his right arm. Both of them are suffering tremendously and resentful of each other. The situation has been chaotic, and if we continue this way, they will only have 1 dead end. How to do? How can I do? Is this really a dead end? Can only keep playing like this, and finally everyone is here. Impossible. Xie Tao carefully recalled the details. After entering the game. The zombie girl said a lot of things, especially for the first time, when the river was sloppy. She said that she liked the people who loved each other. The game was originally mentioned to let them find love here. When Penkai was first punished, the zombie girl said that Zizen remembered clearly, if a person confessed 4 times and was rejected, he would be punished. The confession was rejected 4 times and was punished. It sounded like a casual statement. After all, the rules were set to be punished more than 3 times. But what if this is not just a rule? If this rule is built on a certain purpose? When I first heard this sentence, people couldn't help but think, if the young woman said to Penkai that "I love you," is it okay? Impossible, because the rule can't be more than 3 times. The 4th time I answer that "I love you," the zombie girl 80% will say, "If you love him, why don't you accept it earlier?" If it is still not good enough, you still have to accept punishment. But if I answer you in 3 times, the young woman violates the rules. That can only answer the shameless face of my love. then the one who is punished will be her. This is unsolvable, saying that after 4 times, it will not be punished if it is not promised, and no one dares to agree within 3 times. In this way, what the zombie girl said is really a joke. Her heart is to eat people. If the existence of a game is to let the player die, then the central is also to cruel. Z-Tao knows that in the eyes of the central government, players are no different from thousands of worlds and even zombie girls in front of them. The central government does not favor players, but it does not dislike. So, this game must be able to pass customs. So where is the point of customs clearance? Z-Tao couldn't help but look at the river. Jiang slanted his sight and looked at him. The two did not speak, but Z-Tao accidentally understood what he meant. Staying in the air. Yes, if you want to clear the customs, you can't be confused by everything in front of you. The real clues are definitely hidden inside. He needs to be calm. Don't be disturbed by the game. Don't be disturbed by zombie girls, let alone be disturbed by hatred and fear. A new round of games started. The pointer stopped in front of the young woman. She paused and said to the suit man, "I love you." After the man answered the young woman, he said to Zen, "I love you, Z." Tao did not notice before, and he felt that the suit man had a strange familiarity when he was close. He replied, "No face." He continued to turn his head and said to Blue Lingling, "I love you, Blue." Lingling whispered, "No face." She seems to be very painful. Her eyes are red, her body is shaking, and she is full of resentment in the sight of Penkai. Penkai did not give up. He pointed the culprits of all these disasters to the Blue Lingling. In fact, they became such a game, but they could not resist the zombie girl, so they angered each other. Zombie girls buried the seeds of hatred in their hearts, and they nourished it into towering trees. The lap ended steadily. At the beginning of the second lap, the zombie girl suddenly said, "Oh, there are awards." "Stop the award." The look of the young woman slowed down a bit. For the first person, the reward is a turning point to avoid punishment, but for others, it may be a disaster. Everyone looked at the roulette, and Lan Lingling bit his lower lip and prayed not to point to Penkai. Penkai did not care. Compared with death, he wanted to vent his anger. The turntable stopped and pointed to the river slope. The zombie girl said happily, "Your voice is very good. Just read it and let everyone know what card it is." Jiang skewed down the card. After seeing the words above, his pupils shrank slightly, and then the corner of his mouth overflowed with a smile. The reverse card, after use, can only say the opposite, can be used randomly for the other 5 people, or use it yourself. It can't be deprecated, and the end of this round will take effect automatically. Reverse card. Thanks to Z, the suit man is thinking. The young woman is a little nervous. Penkai and Lan Lingling are panic point. If this card appears in the early stage, it will be fine for everyone. They are all people with good responsiveness, and their brains are turning fast, so they don't turn sharp, because they say the opposite. Not working now. Especially the injured Penkai and Lan Lingling. Their normal answer is already strong. If they are used against the card, they may not be able to react. The tension of the young woman is because the effect of this card is too general, not as fatal as the previous card. No matter who is used the counter card, it will not necessarily make a mistake. If you do not make a mistake, then the person who is punished will be her and Z-Tao, but it is the key to seeing the break. River ramp. I use it myself. The zombie girl said, "Really, you have to think clearly. If you accidentally say something wrong, you have to be punished." Jiang looked at her. "Random is not good. What should I do if I choose my sweetheart?" The zombie girl turned around and was as happy as a naive girl. "Oh, you really like him? Really love him at first sight?" Jiang skewed and smiled. The zombie girl asked again, "Does he like you?" River ramp. I don't know yet, the zombie girl said. Then go and confess. River ramp. I will. The zombie girl is excited. I'm so happy. If you can find love in the game of love, love can always be hungry. The river slant hints very obvious. The key point is here, as long as there is a counter card, then when the other party says that I love you, because I have to say the opposite, so the answer of Jiang Tai will be that I love you, so that the conditions for mutual confession are reached. Is it waiting for the Blue Lingling to say that I love you, and the river obliquely responded to her, this game is over? Xie Xi looked at him nervously, hoping that the game would stop here. Although both Penkai and Lan Lingling have been injured, as long as they can leave this open world, they can be treated. After returning to the central committee, can it really end this way? The pause is over, and the game starts again. The young woman bites her lower lip, and says to the suit man, "I love you." After the suit man replied to her, she turned to Xie Wei and whispered, "I love you, Xie." Wei looked at him, and blinked. The man's mouth was slightly raised, and the facial muscles were slightly violated. At this time, the sight of the river slanted over, and the suit man immediately recovered as usual. Xie Wei did not dare to delay the time, but had to continue the game. It was the turn of the blue Lingling to say that "I love you." The river skew with the anti-call card should have said "no shame," but now I want to say that "I love you." According to the inference, they finished. The game is over. Xie Wei looked at them nervously. Blue Lingling Dao, "I love you." Jiang also said, "I love you." This is the only one in the game that said the same thing. What will happen? Zitao turned to look at the zombie girl. The zombie girl was indifferent, and there was no meaning to end the call. Zitao's head screamed, and his heart was cold. Is he wrong? Is this game really not over? Is this really a game to feed all players to zombie girls? No. Impossible. If it is such a dead end, there will not be so many clues. So, it must be what he ignored. What is it? Obviously, the young woman also thought of some, but Lan Lingling's confession failure made her disappointed. The next one will be punished. She is more nervous than anyone else. This round of games, she has always avoided looking at Penkai, has always said to the suit man, but this time she suddenly reversed the direction, said to Penkai, "I love you, Pen." Kai stunned. The reaction was fairly fast. No face. The young woman died biting her lower lip and looked at the river. Zitao reacted violently. Yes, order. Because the heart is the river, so it should be the river confession. The blue spirit accept. So, no. Zitao finally remembered the key point. Love at first sight. Jiang has been paved, and at the beginning, during the game trial stage, he made a good start. The object of his love at first sight was Zitao. Therefore, Jiang will confess to Zizen, and Zitao does not refuse to end the game. However, Z was used by Penkai to change the position card and change the position with Lan Lingling. There was a gap between the two people. Jiang team could not confess to him. If so, is it not possible to end the game? It can also end, as long as the blue Lingling is eliminated. Then the side of the river **** is Xie Wei. Zitao's heart seemed to have been put on a piece of ice. If Lan Lingling does not hold Penkai for the purpose of being strong first, then Penkai may not have such a strong revenge. If Penkai gives up the position change card, then when the river leans to the counter card, they end the game. It is the final result. May have 3 people lost their arms, but compared to death, it is already fortunate. Maybe I thought of something. Maybe it was the direction in the card that was suddenly turned, and the pain of losing my arm was overwhelmed. When Jiang slanted to the blue Lingling, she replied, "I love you." The voice just fell. The zombie girl smiled and flew over. "Oh, what is wrong? The girl has to hold some." He said to you, "Shameless, how can you still say that I love you?" Blue Lingling was dull, and the red eyes were tearful. "No, no. The zombie girl ate her left leg. Lan Lingling's screams were extremely miserable, completely without the original sweet voice. Xie Wei on her left felt the sticky and stinky blood. The zombie girl sighed and said, "Okay, start a new round of games." The blood stopped, but the pain was still there. The blue spirits were on the table, and it seemed that the strength of straightening up was gone. She cried silently, and the lower lip of the dead bite was full of blood. Is it really necessary to knock out her to end the game? Xie Wei couldn't help but clenched his fist. The new round began, and this time the pointer was aimed at the suit man. This seems to be a luck turntable, but it is very subtle and has not been repeated. The first person is different every time. The suit man was calm and said to Zizen, "I love you, Z." Tao always thinks that he is weird, but he can't think of anything if he studies it carefully. The game turned down, and although blue Lingling was on the table, he still had the strength to speak, and he could continue the game. Penkai seems to have adapted to the severe pain. When the anti-speech giant Tai said to him, "Don't face He reacted and picked up a shameless face point, seeing that after 2 turns, Z couldn't help but look at the zombie girl point. The zombie girl came over. There are awards, but there are only 3 cards here, and I can't surprise you too much, Z. Yan's eyes lit up point. This game is really not a dead end. With only 3 cards, they have a great chance of randomizing to the card, so that he can swap with Lan Lingling, and end the game with Jiang T point. Transposition card replacement point. Z where he stared at the roulette and almost uttered his voice point. It's a generation of European emperors. In the case of the card turnable, he seems to have a fascinating idea. The pointer stopped and pointed to the suit man pointers with the first person. There are 4 awards in the game. Each time it is a different person. Z Wei is not surprised. If the game continues, the next person who gets the card is either Z Zen or a young woman point. This is a game that looks at luck, but doesn't look at luck point. The suit man picked up the card and slowly read. Change the card. Specify 2 people to change seats. Can be discarded, and this round is invalid. Really? Is a replacement card. Z Tao looked at him excitedly point. The suit man stunned his mouth and said, I want to use this card. The zombie girl said, okay, who do you want to change position with? The suit man looked at Z Zen and said with a little regret, let Z Tao and Lan Lingling change position. Z Wei. He couldn't care more about the suit man's tone point. Great, this man must have seen the key to breaking the game. The zombie girl said, yes. Her voice fell. Z Tao and Lan Lingling changed their positions, and Z Tao came to the river again point. He looked at the river, and the eyes of the sparkling eyes were all looking forward to it point. Jiang slanted like a honey, no matter what the reason. Anyway, the child is expecting his confession point. The suit man said to Lan Lingling, I love you, Lan. Lingling passed the words, and Z Zhao said slightly nervously to the river, I love you, Jiang. Slanted to say the opposite, so he also said, I love you. The condition is reached. Is the game over? Zhao couldn't help but look at the zombie girl. The zombie girl didn't move and didn't mean to announce the end of the game point. Is he wrong? Zizin's heart became a group when the gentle whisper of Jiang slanted in his ear, I love you. For a moment, Z's messy thoughts were straightened out, and his ups and downs of his heartbeat also stabilized. He smiled and said to the river, I love you. The zombie girl is happy. Too good. You found love in the game of love. Love is happy. Unfortunately, time is running out. The game is over. Players who have not found love can only see you next time. Chapter 67. The open world is very common at first sight. The zombie girl floated in front of the river and Z Tao and said to them, be good to be together, love each other. If you break up, love will curse you. Jiang slanted and smiled, and Ziyu was shocked. Fortunately, the zombie girl didn't say anything more. With a small hand, she disappeared with all the pink things. When they participated in the game, they instantly fell from a height and fell straight down. Both the injured Lan Lingling and Penkai issued a breath of inhalation. Fortunately, although the height is high, they have buoyancy and will not fall. After finally landing, Z Tao was on a pair of eyes. Z Tao was shocked and screamed. Jiang slanted and held his hand. Nothing, it's all dead. Ah. The dead people still okay. Thanks to the enthusiasm, I found out that the place where they landed was a place like a mass grave. There were messy bodies around them. Some had no arms and no legs. What's more terrifying is that all the limbs are gone and they become alive. Human column, river oblique temperature channel. Don't watch if you are disgusting. He knew that the child was strong and didn't say he was afraid. Z Tao is very useful. Don't open his eyes and ask, is this all dead in the game? River. Ramp. Well, Z Tao frowned. In fact, this game is not difficult. But he has died so many people. River ramp many times. The difficulty of the game and the death rate are not the same thing. The game is not necessarily dead. The game is not necessarily simple, because people are a very strange creature. Their limbs are sound, but it is said that Lan Lingling and Penkai are falling to the ground and face like a grey. They survived, but they didn't have one arm and one leg. They couldn't walk anymore. What about the next 2 projects? If you can't finish it, you will be left forever. These dead people are left forever. Many of the bodies were without one arm and one leg. I can imagine that they live to the end of the game, but because of physical reasons, plus no one to help, they could only die here desperately. Lan Lingling and Penkai saw them, as if they saw themselves soon. The young woman stood up and glanced at them indifferently, turned and walked toward the exit. No one who would save a stranger, not to mention that the two were so hurt, saved and only gave themselves dragging to death. Z. Wei looked at Lan Lingling and Penkai and said, this game seems to rely entirely on luck. In fact, there are fixed rules. Who is the first person to rely on luck? But then everyone will be the first person. It's luck, but there are only 3 cards in total, and the people who get the cards are different each time. If you don't hate each other, we can end the game in 3 rounds, at most. I lost my arm. I don't have the ability to act like this. I can only wait to die. In fact, this is also the trap of this game. No one will be willing to be the first person. No one will want to sacrifice. As long as the heart is unwilling, there will be various situations. A forbidden card appears at the end of the first round, which is tantamount to a life-saving character for the first person to be punished. This card seems to be random to the hands of Lan Lingling, but Zen is very sure Penkai absolutely cannot get it. The game is deliberately given to the other 5 people, waiting for them to make choices. This choice is difficult. How to offend people is a doomed disaster. In fact, Lan Lingling is very right, and it is correct to abandon it. If Penkai is sensible, he can understand the helplessness of Lan Lingling. He is a person who has a good taste. She has no partiality or bullying. It just maintains the original, but the fire of hope is not seen. Unfortunately, Penkai fell into the trap, and he cast a disappointment and resentment on the blue spirit. Even so, if Blue Lingling can stabilize, don't be suspicious. Don't let the dead hand to frame Penkai. Then when Penkai gets the position change card, he may hesitate to let Lan Lingling and Xie Xi change position. Blue spirit will not lose an arm point because of this. Gradually accumulated resentment and unwillingness, the two of them struggled, and Lan Lingling made a mistake under the misinformation of the anti-call card and lost his right leg. These Lan Lingling and Penkai also want to understand, but what is the use? It is already late. Z. When he looked at the river and asked him, you have already seen the key to this game, so I buried the pavement when I was playing, although I don't want to admit it. The chaos of the river is indeed the key to this game. He grabbed the message that the zombie girl revealed and used the chances of the demo to pave the clues of love at first sight, so that the confession of the anti-call card took effect and made the illusion of finding love in the game. They can end the game. What Zitao can't understand is that there are definitely no old drivers and other players. They haven't been able to lay the ground in advance and how to create the illusion of finding love. Zitao can't believe who can find love in such a shocking game. Jiangxi explained, there is no need to lay the ground. The key is to pay. Pay, river, ramp, love certainly has to pay, and it is the key to use the card, but the premise is that you can't rotate the position. Tao understands that it is impossible for a normal person to say so much during the demo. The game is set up on the premise that everyone is a stranger. So what is the love? The location is very important. The zombie girl said to Lan Lingling, you have 2 good men around you. How can you talk to others? That is to say, only the 2 people who were originally adjacent to each other will have an effect. At the same time, this person has to use the anti-call card on himself. Because the rule of the anti-call card is that it is used by the other 5 people, or it is used by itself, and it cannot be abandoned. Only if it is used by itself, it is paying. Zitao did not figure it out. He asked Jiangxi, since the bedding is useless, what do you pave the way for? River, slope, Z. Wei looked at him. Jiang Laoxi is not the old man of Jiang. Stinking and shameless, no one can rival. I didn't pave the way. Z. Wei. He cleared his throat and said, I'm only telling the truth. Very ordinary love at first sight. Z. Wei. It's okay. To be honest, it's still normal, but it's still love at first sight. Zizin believes that he loses a word even if he loses. A smirk sounded. A man in a suit, who had not left yet. The suit man said, you are really interesting, Z. Tao looked at him and opened the door to see the mountain. Do we know? This familiarity can't deceive people. He should have seen him there. The suit is male, but not smiling. The river is cold and not open. The mask is very fine. His tone was gentle, but he brought some coldness. The suit man quickly waved. I'm not malicious. I can help you. Thank Xie Xi. Xie. The suit man reached out and pulled it off his neck. A human skin mask fell and revealed his original appearance. Zongjin, I cheated Ziyu into a fairy tale town and chased him all the way. Where did he come from? He said that he helped him. Zongjin blinked and said, I wish you a happy game. I will withdraw first. The appearance of his soles on his feet seems to be running, but he can only see the smile of the corner of his mouth, knowing that he is not really scared. Ziwei, I didn't expect to meet him here. Not to say that the number of central players is not clear. How so smart? Jiang Lei reminded him. His face is also fake. Xie Tao is not surprised at all. Jiang said again. He is the person you met in a fairy tale town. Xie Tao and he talked about the fairy tale town, then nodded and said a little. River ramp. This person is not simple. Xie Tao also felt. I will be careful. In this game, Zongjin is obviously clear early. I'm afraid I can understand it better than Zizen, but Zizen is very puzzled. When he uses the card, why should he show regret? What are you regretting? Don't want to end the game? Still want to watch the fun? Xie Tao feels very likely. After all, this man's character is really bad. The reason why Xie Tao said so long in this dead man's heap is certainly not a commentary game. He is just waiting for the suit man to go. Waiting for no one here. Then, Xie Tao looked at Lan Lingling and Penkai and said, I have a way to let you stand up. Do you want to try it? Lan Lingling and Penkai suddenly looked up and saw the light shining in his eyes. Penkai said, as long as I can stand up, I will do the horse for you in this life. Lan Lingling also excited, please help me. I don't want to die here. As long as I can go back to the center, I will give you all my things. No. Ziwei didn't want to have anything to do with them. He said, it won't necessarily succeed, but if you like, we can try. The two said in unison, willing. Where would you not want to? As long as they can stand up, as long as they can act, they have hope to live back to the center, and once they return to the central, they have unlimited possibilities. Xie Tao nodded and said, I can only find you legs and arms casually. If you don't look good, you can use it. Both Lan Lingling and Penkai were stunned. The old evil comrades are more conscious, and where they will let Xie Tao start, they have already smashed 2 arms and 2 legs, and they have to pay attention to it. Although Xie Tao saw more residual limbs, he still felt sick. He could only use his faceless expression to stabilize himself. Don't hold too much hope, Xie said. If you can do it, you will look at luck. He didn't have much confidence in this repair. It was because of the zombie legs, the dead body, the living thing. Oh, the legs are not alive. Xie Tao helped them set up and used primary repair. In turn, the arms and legs are connected together. Can you use them? Xie Tao did not care. He said, let's try it yourself later. Both Lan Lingling and Penkai are still in the midst of arrogance. What is this skill? Actually, you can put other people's arms and legs on them. This, if it can be used, it will be too bad. Also, is it not impossible to use skills in this open world? This person, when they returned to God, Xie Tao had left. After Xie Tao walked away, Jiang said with a smile, is not afraid that they will tell your skills. Xie Tao said, it doesn't matter if you say it. Other people know that I know this skill, and it won't hurt me. It's nothing more trouble. His primary repair can be said to be a milk in the open world. Even if anyone knows, it won't stupid to kill the nurse. Although it is a little troublesome, it can't be saved because of trouble. Chapter 68 Open the World 11 Non-Emirates encounters the European Emperor. Xie Tao thought of the privilege again. This is actually very troublesome. The people who opened the paradise were given a privilege, and the player can inherit the privilege if they kill them. Xie Tao said to Jiangzi, if they regard repairing as a privilege, it doesn't matter. This kind of skill that can only be repaired to others but not used by oneself. What is the meaning of robbing it? Excuses. A lot. In fact, it is soft. Jiang's heart is also soft. You are doing very well. Xie Tao is inexplicably hot, and he said, I don't want to save them. After he finished speaking, he regretted it. This is not to cover up, the river has been slanted. He said, of course you are not deliberate, just handy, just like a plastic bottle on the side of the road, thrown into the trash can. Xie. Wei. River. Ramp. You see how clever, there are just so many broken arms and broken legs, you have just such a skill, and it is also easy to help them. Xie. Wei couldn't listen, and looked up at him. Are you kidding? The child was angry. Jiang said with a smile, it is to praise the little apprentice. He did not mention that Zitao was soon forgotten by the apprentice. The game is too thrilling. His head is all used to think about business, and there is still time to think about those who have nothing. Z Momo suddenly couldn't name master, and he simply turned his head and strode out. Jiang slanted no more mouthful. After all, the degree of good 365 still have to be steady. When they came out, they found that they were already in the playground, standing here and watching. The scenery was quite beautiful. Ferris wheel, roller coaster, big pendulum, pirate ship, all of them are gorgeous and exquisite, with dazzling lights, and the amusement park in the night is no different. Z when he saw it slightly. Jiang Yi noticed, like an amusement park. Z. When he shook his head and said, I don't like it. Speak up. River ramp. This is my first time to enter the amusement park. Z. Tao turned to look at him. First time, river ramp. In my own words, it is too boring to come to this place. In one sentence, he reached the heart of Zen. He blinked his eyebrows. Has it been alone? Xie Wei did not ask this question. He felt very offensive. Jiang slanted and joked, although I have never been here, this is the first time. It is very interesting. Xie. Tao thought about the game of broken arm and broken legs, without words. Quite interesting. Jiang. Xie also wants to give himself some points. Interesting is because of, and you are together. Before I finished, the two oversized light bulbs came out. Engang. If the river is inclined, it will be smashed back. The squad is right, and the two good should be smashed. Come here is a stupid big Kang Yanliang and half hanging zombie Chin King. Chin King didn't know where to get a pair of trousers. It was pretty good after wearing it. He couldn't see a zombie leg. His face was also cleaned, revealing a pair of phoenix eyes and a thin nose with high nose. Z Zendeng feels pleasing to the eye, but it is not handsome or handsome, but simply thinks that he has washed white as a person. When Kang Yiliang saw them, they were too excited. I feel that I'm a good man when I look at it. It's great that you are fine, Chen King also said, have you gone through a few projects? We just came out from the second. It is so terrible. Z. Where he asked, have you finished 2 projects? Kang Yiliang began to get excited again. It's a big man, and the tears are so unbearable. Thanks to the public. We are really thanks to the public. Zitao is not clear. Chin King gave him a slap and solemnly bowed to Z. Fortunately, there are these zombie legs, and we can survive in the game just now. Z. Tao and Jiang Zi are about to play the next game. It is good to know more about the information. Chen King also understood very well. He didn't wait for Zi's inquiry to tell him about his experience. Probably because of the sideline task, Kang Yiliang got a carousel. They were in team mode, so they went in together. This carousel is not a childlike game in an ordinary playground. In Chin King's words, in addition to the name, the two games are no longer similar. As soon as they entered, they were on a zombie. The horse was rotted and rancid. It was like riding on a she. It was weaker and spit on the spot. After the game started, the zombie horse began to rotate, but it was not a turn of the carousel. Instead, each horse was circled in place, and the distance between them was close. The horses bumped into the same place, and they turned extremely crazy. The eyes are all on the ground. Xie Wei was so disgusting that he prayed that he would never take this game. Chin King continued. The speed of this zombie horse is getting faster and faster, and it is just like the Hot Wheels. Xie Wei asked, what is the customs clearance? Kang Yanliang answered, stand for 10 minutes. Xie Tao imagined the scene and felt that it was more than 10 years to fear the 10 minutes. Chin King Dao. One of the rules of the game is that it can't fall off immediately. Once it falls, it will be trampled by the zombie horse. Kang Yanliang said again, the second rule is that the zombie horse can't stop. If it stops, even the people will be crushed together with the horse. Xie Zen heard the scalp numb. Zombie horses will be killed. Stopping is impossible to stop, only to die. Shinking Deo. Yes, the venue is very small. 20 horses are standing together and standing together. After turning it up, it is a mess. Kang Yanliang added, if your horse is dead, you can grab someone else's horse. Imagine how fierce this 10-minute game is. The zombie horse itself is disgusting to death, but it is getting faster and faster. If the psychological quality is worse, I'm afraid that the horse will be trampled into the mud early. Even if you are steady, you must be careful that your horse will die. If someone takes the initiative to grab the horse, what kind of confusion will arise is really unspeakable. The people who play together have two groups of people who are enemies, take the opportunity to retaliate against each other. And finally, Chen sighed and said, I will survive 4 people. The number of people in the carousel is 20, and 16 people died in the 10 minutes. Confucius said, my position is very biased, plus my father has some horse blood. I'm a little riding just to escape. Chen King said with emotion, I'm really thanks to the public. If you give me these zombie legs, I will definitely not survive. Xie Hao paused. Is this leg convenient? It's not inconvenient, but Kang Xiaoliang was very excited. Aking became an undead body. Zen thought that he had got it wrong. I don't die. Chen King was grateful. Yes, I seem to be a zombie. It doesn't matter what the body becomes. It always recovers. Xie Yi said, but I'm just. He used a repair of a ramp. It seems to be a blessing in disguise. Zen reacted. He said, it should be that you were bitten by a zombie before, infected but survived. So, if it wasn't for Gong Gong who gave me this leg, I can't live. Chen King said sincerely. This is really a mistake. Hey, Zen remembered his own quests, and remembered the backquote killing them, that had appeared many times. If he really chose to kill them, Chen King is such an undead body. How to kill? Do not kill. Do not say. Offended such a brain with a brain. I'm afraid that it is still very troublesome. Zi Tao said, or you are very blessed. Chen King has also a lot of emotions. He is a typical example of death and death. The carousel used very little time. After the game, they played the next game. This time, Chen King Qiu, according to his quest, he really loved me vs Shameless. Of course, they and Zen are not a venue. They are not a zombie girl, but a boy. The rules of the game are the same, but there is such a bug in Chen King. This game is like a play. Chen King has a 3-round pot. When the card is out, everyone understands what is going on, and quickly used it. The confession of each other. The game ended smoothly. Chen King also asked Z to their game. Zi Tao said. Kang Yiliang loses his breath. This game is quite simple. Zen's products are also hearted, and they are very sad. Compared with these two, he feels that he is not worthy of being a European emperor. Chen King said again. Unfortunately, the ones that came out from here are customs clearance. I love you vs Shameless, and there is not much information about other games. There are only a handful of projects that both of them completed in one breath, and most of them completed one, even died in the project. Zi Tao does not expect to get too much information. If the people who pass the customs can get together, the difficulty of this game will be reduced linearly, and it will be easy to pass. Kang Yanliang paused. Unfortunately, there is no way to team up in this open world, or we can be together. It is indeed much easier to have Chen King's bug. Zi Tao said. Nothing. I have little problem here. The two of them are also very relieved. Zi Tao has such a skill. They have also seen the skills of the river. If they enter the world of the carousel, I'm afraid that the river will be able to dismount all the things. Because of the time limit, they didn't talk more and split up to the next project. Zi Tao and Jiang Zi came to the card draw. Zi Tao said, this time you come. They are a small team. One person draws and the other will follow. The river slanted immediately. You come. Zi Tao said, in case I'm not very good. Jiang said seriously, if you let me pump, I will definitely get the hardest project in this game. Zi Wei, you are very bad luck. River ramp, believe me, it is a history of blood and tears. Zi blinked, strangely curious. Have you ever encountered this kind of world before? River ramp, I have met many times. Zi said, how did you live? Like I love you vs Shameless. Although not all look at luck, but if the luck is very bad, it will really be very miserable. Jiang tilted down, faintly said, if it is me, you may go directly to the labyrinth from the forest. Would rather go to the zombie candied fruit. Cannot come here to fight luck. Xie. Luck is actually worse than this point. Is it bad to walk the usual way? Over the years, Jiang has been deeply aware of his non-Emirates don't count on luck. If everything can be solved with strength. In the case of 99% of the lives of others, he is only 1%. Xie Tao has a distressed pain, and he said, Master is so powerful, you don't need luck. River. Ramp, I still want good luck, so. Pitiful. Xie Zhen did not know what to say, but, after I was with you, I was much luckier. Jiang squinted. Probably I have been lucky for so many years, just to meet you, Xie. Wei. Distressed, the luck is not given to him. Xie Wei took a deep breath, and smoked the card. The name of the next project appeared. The chicken mobilized. It sounds good. River Ramp. Xie Wei said, is there such a project in the playground? River Ramp, there will be no games in the normal playground. That I love you. He said that when I love you, it is slow. And Xie Wei feels itchy ears. You can't take it lightly. Xie Tao said, the carousel is like that. This chick is not expected to go anywhere. The zombie juvenile who is responsible for drawing cards. The multi-person project supports team entry. The current number is full, and the game is about to begin. His voice fell, and Xie Tao and Jiang Zi were transferred to the game area, where the chicks were mobilized. There is still a sigh in the blink of an eye. The scene in front of me is too normal. It is the preparation area for the normal playground. There are 5 people standing in front of them, as if waiting for them. Is the player still? Xie Tao's stall. One of the 5 long-haired women said, what is your name? She asked the river. The river slanted from the peak of the eyebrow. The man next to the long-haired woman said, Miss Yun asked you. Answer quickly. Jiang skewed his name. The woman who is called Miss Yun is very proud. This is a group confrontation game. I have enough information here. There will be 2 cars after entering, each of which is limited to 6 people. We still have 1 person. You come on. River Ramp. No, I'm with him. Miss Yun squinted at Xie Zhen and said to Jiang Ting, don't say that I didn't remind you that this game is cruel. If you don't enter my team, you will definitely die here. Oh. The River Ramp. Into your squad. It is better to die. Xie Wei. Although he is often mad at him, it is quite cool to see others. Miss Yun squatted, and I didn't expect anyone to be so ignorant. The people around her are on fire. I don't know how to be good. If you don't see your body is good, do you think we will take you with you? Another man also said, I don't know how high the earth is. You are really a playground here. Miss Yun looked at the river and couldn't help but said, give you another chance. It's very dangerous. If your teammates can't, you can't do anything but you're dead. River Ramp. My teammates are very strong. The opposite man smiled and said, when you see it, you know what teammates are. Miss Yun is still not giving up. The man around him said, Miss, it's about to start. Let's not waste time. It's okay before we. Miss Yun looked at the river and finally gave up. She said, stupid. When this group of people let go, Xie Tao discovered that there are still people behind. The chick mobilization is 12 people, and every 6 people have a car. It is still unclear what is going on. It is necessary to have 6 people to work together. The Miss Yun has assembled a bunch of powerful guys, and the rest is sweet melons. Xie Wei fixed his eyes and could see that they were standing here waiting for someone else. 5 people who fell there. 2 had no arms, 2 had no legs, and 1 was better, but they didn't have a hand because Jiang was refused to join the team. The Miss Yun took him in order to make up the number. The young man who had no hands moved to tears, and he was so excited to Miss Yun. Ms. Yun is disgusting. You are lucky. The 4 people who were left behind were all dead. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69. Open the world. 12 gangsters teach you well. These 4 people are all male. If you don't break your arm and break your legs, you must be good. Think about the urininess of this playground. Zen is not surprised. These people are just after all. I have just finished my love vs shame. This is also to avoid them exchanging information in the game. However, Miss Yun just said that they have enough intelligence. It may be that they met the acquaintance who played the game like Xie Wei met Kang Xiaoyang. In general, this chance is still very small. First of all, this person has to complete 2 projects, and the second project is the same as her, so that they can appear in the same rest, and they must be familiar with the ability to exchange information. Even if she exchanged information, she had to be lucky enough to get the project. This chance is small enough to be neglected, and the playground does not mind having such lucky point like Zitao. I just got the information of the carousel, but I didn't take the project. Of course, Zitao didn't want to take the brain-breaking project that was riding on a Xie without the left arm of the buddy. Look down on the river and sigh down and say, "You are too stupid, only 2 are dead." The famous figure of the central government and the SS class designer X was said to be stupid in one day. Zen actually felt that. Very happy. The brother who did not have his right arm also said, there is still no emotional use, although the brothers are heavy, but also, river, ramp, we are not brothers. The point is this. Both of them have a bit of enthusiasm for the broken arm brothers who have analyzed his life problems. Jiang slanted calmly, we are, Z. Tao always felt that this skin X had no brains to do things. He quickly said, he is my master. We are teachers and apprentices. Jiang looked at him. Zitao raised a smile. Master, you are so good. I know you will not leave me. Jiang slanted and smiled when said, I can leave everything, but not without you. Z. Wei. No. Arms and brothers have heard the thick impure taste. They all have such a look. The teacher and the teacher are in love. It is no wonder that they must die together. Zihao is so angry. I don't want to find arms for them. Due to the end, you still have mood to laugh. The mouth is a short-haired man who has no legs. He was born thinner than the people present, and his face was the most ugly. I love you vs shame. That game gave him a huge excitement. The group of people just broke his hope, so his current spirit is very unstable. Do you know who the woman is? Zen thought, who can it be? Anyway, it won't be a female version. X short-haired man said in a tone to scare them to death. She is Miss Yunjen. You know the Yunch? The largest organization in the center. There are advanced players, and even a team of excellent designers. Oh. Then, he said such a sensational news, that Jiangzi and Ziwei were indifferent, and he was annoyed. It is a newcomer who knows nothing. I haven't talked. The brother seems to be very afraid of pain. He sighs and whispers, she is called Yundi. This time she brought a dozen elites to open the world together, and there is also an intermediate explorer. I see after him. He should be full of intermediate qualifications. Very strong. How strong can it be? Will zombie sugar good not? Without the left arm said, it is useless to say that. They are already on the bus. Let's go. The short-haired man with no legs resisted. I don't go. I would rather wait here to die than to feed the zombies. Without the left arm's eyebrows. You don't have to lose one person. The car won't start. Should we wait here with you to die? After listening to this, Zita knows why Yundi has to find a person to make up the number. The rules of the game are full of people. Short hair man sneer. What's wrong with this? Can you die? Another. Temper without arms is more explosive. You want to die. We still want to fight. The short-haired man said, put a fart. So a bunch of people are disabled. Just go to die. There is no airway in the right arm. Don't try to know. Isn't it just that there is no leg? You are not even bloody. Short hair man sneered. I am. When he didn't finish his words, Ziwei stood in front of him and asked, do you want to die? The short-haired man looked up at him and just wanted to swear, but he stopped. The young man who is condescending has no cold frost. He has a pair of very nice eyes. At this time, he has an explicit killing. The pale lips are slightly raised, and the voice is like an ice blade buried in the abyss. I can help you. Short hair man looks sallow. You, what are you going to do? Zen slowly asked, how much do you die here? The Short-haired man was so frustrated that he was scared at this time. You killed me. You are not enough. It is also a dead end, Xie Tao said. You don't get on the bus anyway, short-hair man. Xie Tao said, there are deaths on both sides, early death and early life. If you are so anxious, I will help you first. After the first world baptism, Xie Tao was very nervous, and it was easy to give a short-hair man a glimpse. They are all players, and even if they are tender, they cannot be regarded as children. Not to mention that they are short of broken arms. This young man really wants to kill them is a breeze. Not only this short-hair man, but the other three are also awkward. Only the river slanted. The smile of his mouth could not be suppressed. After all, how the child did anything so cute. Fuck. The short-haired man blew a thick sentence and climbed up. It's a **** madman. He slammed his legs very fast and got on the bus. Xie Tao looked at the other three. They also got on the bus. Half a word did not say. The four of them are not all scared, but they have raised some hope in their hearts. These two sound people seem to be too confident, in case it is really ferocious to be able to take a six. Who said that he is dead and dead? Who really wants to die? They lack their arms and lack their legs. And they came to this second project tenaciously. And where are the people who are willing to die? After getting on the bus, the game begins. A sly voice rang in their ears. Welcome to the chicken mobilization. Please try to defeat these nasty chicks. The first round of high scores will upgrade the chariot. The second round will be safer. Come on. The chicks are too annoying. Please kill them. Xie Tao quickly passed the information again. The task is to defeat the chicken, and the customs clearance requirement may be killing. At present, it seems that there are at least 2 rounds, and it is a small team competition mode. If the score is high, the chariot can be upgraded, which is conducive to the second round of combat. Yundi, they set off early, and it is estimated that they have already led a lot of scores. Xie Tao just thought that there would be something like a scorer. Just look at the front of a fluorescent card. The word is simple and rude. No one car. 22 points. Car number 2. 0 points. I also know that Xie Wei is here on the second. The short hair man who started before said that he was saddened. This mother can survive if there is a ghost already on the car. Xie Tao was too lazy to care for him. He sat down on the river. The disabled 4-person group still wants to live. They are seated according to the serial number and are responsible for one direction. The chariot is round. 6 seats are facing 6 directions, and each seat has a long knife. Just look at this position and understand that the chicken is from 6 directions and needs one person to be responsible for one side. So the cloud butterfly, they only hope to find a master team. In such 6 directions, one of the gaps is fatal. It is best to have 6 people to stabilize, so that the survival rate is the highest. Xie Tao's fighting power is generally not necessarily a chicken. Therefore, he consciously squats on the river, so that he can take care of each other. What he is not sure about is, give them a chicken leg. Can you use it? Jiang leaned and smiled. If the chicken is big, it should be very good. Xie Tao thought about the picture and groaned. Would they be too ugly? River. Ramp. They are afraid of death. Yes. Xie said with a sigh of relief. I hope it is a big chicken. River. Slope. I noticed that his face was weird, and Xie asked, what happened? Jiang skewed a cough and said, apprentice, teach you well. Xie. Very well, Mr. Jiang, who is stinky, says, I don't want to say chicken, civilize you and me. Xie. Very losing. The river slant cannot see the good sense of timely refresh or give yourself a zipper on this mouth. The car started and Xie Wei was able to see the chickens. Unfortunately, the chicken is very small. That is, the normal ***** looks like it is very fierce. The coxcomb is still colorful and it is not a serious chicken at first glance. Although the chickens are small, it is surprising that they are riding a zombie alone. It seems that they can manipulate these zombies, rushing toward them. The disabled 4-person group was pale and shivering. This game is really not simple. The chicken is basically a display. The real mobilization is a zombie. So many zombies. I can't see the end in a dense way. Don't say that they have been seriously injured. Even if the limbs are intact, they can't kill so many zombies. How about the 2 people's health? Even if the intermediate qualifications are all full, in the face of such a zombie tide, there is only a share of the escape. It's over. It's over. This is really dead point, the short-haired man said. My mother said it already, and got on the bus. With a bang, the man around him cut off the arm of the zombie. Because the angle was just right, the thick pus blood sprayed him. The short-haired man turned his face and looked at the river. Jiang Yi has long bothered him. A bit of a fuck. The child's ears he can pollute. Zitao also cut a zombie here. He said to Jiang Teng, help me for a while. It's easy to have zombies, and these 6 disabilities can be resurrected with blood. No one. Kai Yundi looked at the counters. Awui around her said, Miss Assured, the first round must be that we won. They have 26 points, and the number to car is still 0 points. It is estimated that the courage of those people who don't even get on the bus is not there. Yundi thinks about the handsome man, and he regrets. I didn't expect it to be a fool. The number to car has a score. What are you talking about? What are the scores of them? With 4 disabilities, I can get a very cut head. Zhao Wuwei said that he couldn't say anything. He was stunned. Yundi asked, what's wrong? She looked up at the scorer and was paralyzed. How can it be? How did the number to car suddenly score 25 points? The author has something to say. The good feelings of the old evil are all made by themselves. Chapter 70. Open the world. 13. Lack of arm. Broken leg squad. A branch of the river can sweep 1,000 troops, and now he gave him a long knife. He cut a zombie like a cabbage, a knife, and the zombie was split in half. The picture was very ferocious, but the arms and legs were guaranteed tight, and let the zombies lose their mobility. Ordinary zombies are hard to recover. Zitao thinks that the zombie biting chinking is definitely not simple. The zombies fell to the ground, and the chicks riding on them had no fighting power. They fell to the ground and were stepped into chicken mud by other zombies. However, there are still a number of downfalls, and the number of zombies and chickens is countless. The disabled 4-person group looked silly directly. They could see that the river **** was strong, but they did not expect it to be strong. Disabled skills and props can have such a skill. This person. Who is this person? Ziyading had no time to delay. He took a zombie arm and came to the side of the armless man. No arm man used another hand to cut the zombies. Seeing the movement is still somewhat ruled. It must be a good person when it is sound. What happened? Z. Welly was not cold. He couldn't figure it out. Z. Welly asked directly, do you mind having a zombie arm? No. Arms male. Z. Tao is just a polite question. At this time, you still want to think about it, don't want to use it, or go to feed the zombies. Zitao launched a primary repair, and the zombie arm was attached to the shoulder of the armless man with a very strange angle. Ziwei, Jiang Yi took care of the 3 positions, and peeked at him. He laughed unceremoniously. Ziyan's face was hot, and he wanted to bully his ancestors. No, isn't it true? Unloading the heavy security is alright. He slashed his knife and cut down the good zombie arm. No arms and avatars are stupid, and nothing should happen. How did this zombie arm grow on his shoulder? How did this little brother cut a knife again? How come back? Zitao King Zunzi said, let's use it. Let's live and go out and say, no. Man moved the zombie arm and looked shocked. Then a zombie rushed over and bit it into his zombie arm. Without a man's arm squatting, he only reacted for a long time. No pain at all, and still very strong. He swiftly waved the zombies directly. Zitao was a little surprised by his strength, but the face was calm. You can use it. You don't have to cherish it. If you break it, you can change it. No. Man moved his arm and excited. My name is Ko Guang. You are my big brother in the future. Z. Wei, who may be 10 years younger than him, does not want to recognize him as a younger brother. They are all in a car. This movement cannot hide. The zombie arm is attached to the human body, but also used to live and live. This is simply awesome. Yes, it's not horror. It's great. They are not ordinary people. Dare to open up the world, or have knowledge. What are the wonderful skills in the center? Give people a zombie arm and leg. What? It's very convenient. Ko Guan was excited to use the zombie's arm to fight zombies, and the other 3 were given a heartfelt prayer. Since Ziwei used the repair technique, it would not be thick and thin. The river was very sharp, and he had already prepared his arms and legs. Zitao went up and gave his legs and arms to Zuo Liu and Zhuang Yi respectively. The short-haired man who said a lot of sorrowful words was called Xie Li. He had already seen it for a long time. When he remembered what he had said, he regretted his death. If Ziwei is annoyed with him and does not give him a leg, then when Zitao came to him, he stuttered, "I used to," without waiting for him to finish his words. Zitao has already given him a leg. Zhe Li's eyes were red, and he suddenly looked up. Zitao said, "Less nonsense. It is better to keep cutting zombies with this effort." After he turned around, he picked up his long knife and stabbed the zombie that had come over. Although Zitao is a newcomer, but can't stop the money, but just 3 worlds will soon fill the primary qualifications, so the physical quality is not bad. However, combat does not only look at physical fitness, but also skills and practical experience. In this respect, Z is very scarce, so even if the strength is not small, the body is very flexible, but it is very difficult to cope. Next to him is the river slant, and the river slanting has been watching, and will not hurt him. In fact, this game is too simple for Jiang, even with children and for disabilities. It is too simple. Limiting skills and props is fatal to some people, like Yan Zhe who is not close to me. It is estimated that he can only rely on his face to live. But this is also good for the river slope. After all, the fighting skills and experience are integrated into the bone marrow, and the physical quality is also 1 by 1. Without skills, it is nothing but a small bomb from the destruction of the land. In the world, the bombs are also ruined. He can completely clear the way all the way, without any effort. But this way, I'm not thankful for anything. The most important thing he came to in this world was not customs clearance, but companionship. He had to look after Zitao and watch him grow up like a sapling. Zhe Li, who had a leg, changed his personality. Before that, he was still a dejected dog, and then he became a tiger. He probably has been succumbing for a long time. Once he resumes his mobility, he will be able to make a fuss. "Boss," Zhe Li said to Zizen, "you go to rest. Here, I'm handed over to me." Wei, who are you calling? Zhe Li has a knife in his hand and dances and flies. "You go to the middle of the boss. Protect yourself. We have broken our arms and legs, and you have to make up. If you are injured, you will be in trouble." As soon as he spoke, Ko Guang also said, "Yes. You have given us arms and legs, and it is sure to consume a lot of energy and quickly recuperate." The other 2 also moved a little bit. The same voice, "You can rest assured, we can hold." Wei, who was squeezed to the center and guarded by the group, Jiang, slanted his mouth and smiled. "Protect my nurse." The river slanted his mouth and moved, "No channel." This is also strength. Not everyone can let teammates be willing to protect, and no one can get the support of so many people in one breath. Although Jiangzi has a hard-hearted experience of Zitao's experience against the enemy, this experience is not limited to holding a knife and killing the enemy. Since Zitao decided to use the repair, he has already accumulated experience. If there is no river inclination, what should Zitao do? He must use this skill. As for what will happen in the follow-up, you can only cope with it. The 5 of them held the zombie attack. In the middle, Ko Guang's zombie arm was injured, and he became more and more incompetent. In the end, he was bitten by a zombie. Ko Guang has his own arm and retired. Zije, trouble, 19-year-old. Ziwei was called Zije by a 30-year-old man. "You don't have to call me like this." Ko Guang immediately changed his mouth. "Boss." Yu's hand trembled and almost gave him back. Zitao carefully observed that, although they also used zombie arms and legs, they did not have any resilience. Unlike Shinking, they were able to recover when they were stepped on mud. It seems that Shinking's undead is still, because he was bitten. Zitao is somewhat mindful of biting his zombies. If it is not dead, then the underground maze may not be so easy. Although the disabled 4-person group is not undead, but there is a thank you, as long as it does not hurt the body, the limbs and anything casual, like Ko Guang has already realized the fancy selling arm moves. Anyway, the arm can be changed, they are all it is used as a consumable. The more people behind the end, the more they are able to handle them. And they can't listen to them. Ko Guang Deo, old Zhu, this leg is good, do you want it? I will help you collect it. ZHU. Lideo. No, I see a more solid, thick and strong, and I'm very worthy. KO. Guan, you can be made high and short. ZHU. Lee. What a joke. I have a long leg. This is helping each other and competing with each other. KO said. Zuo Liu. That arm is mine. Don't grab it. Zuo Liu. You are crazy. What are the two right arms? Is it fun to go? KO. Guan, I'm right-handed, and the two right arms are likely to play 200% of the strength. Zuo Liu. No, this arm is what I saw first. KO. Guan, who cut it? In the middle of the silent observation of Xie Xi. Can you respect the zombie who struck them hard? What is more sung is the solemnity of silence. Xie Xi. No expression. This is a female zombie leg. Zuan. Yi is embarrassed. I always think that I should be a girl. Xie Xi. This is where the neuropathy, a bloody, cruel and thrilling zombie game. It's been awkward to be played by these half-legged zombies. They easily scored on this side, and the number 1 car was all over. The number on the counter rose like crazy. A zombie scored, and now the effort was 44 points. This number is like ridiculing them. Zhao Wu said. Impossible. Definitely. Where is the problem? How can they kill so many zombies? The 5 of them tried their best to get 22 points, and how can they get 44 points? Yundi bites the lower lip. The man is not easy. Zhao Wu does not believe. It must be that the counter is wrong. Maybe it is a blind eye, deliberately deceiving us. It's gone again. Someone exclaimed. 88 points. How can it be? With such a bit of effort, they killed 88 zombies? This Zhao Wu said. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. This open world can't use skills and props. Even a highly qualified senior player can't kill so many zombies in such a short time. What's more, how do advanced players will come to this small world? It's really not a senior player, but a god. And this paddling god level designer only killed the first dozen or so zombies, and the rest were killed by half-breasted zombies. The buddy who had no hands was miserable. He thought he had embarked on Noah's Ark and became the last survivor. Who knows that the Ark is a fake? The opposite ship is the real spaceship. A black-haired woman said, if we go on like this, we will lose in the first round. Yundi slammed back to God. She said, there is still time. Hurry to grab points. They are alone in the support, and when he is exhausted, he will definitely slow down. It is reasonable for her to think like this. 4 disabled white faces. Xie Xi. Let the man be strong and have time to take care of themselves. Zhao Wu also came back to God. He said, yes, you can't be scared by them. They are only temporary. Now those disabled people can help the man to block one side. When they are exhausted, the man is attacked by the enemy. Don't think about the ability of Haoshan. At least 40 minutes before the end of the first round, it is impossible for a person to stay for so long. Those who are disabled must not be able to keep it. When they slow down, they will soon be able to tie the score. However, as time went by, it was the number 1 car that could not support it. Too tired. There are too many zombies, and all 6 people are trying their best to be self-protected. How can they kill more zombies to grab points? The score on the counter has not stopped. They are 30 points. The second car is 130 points. They are 40. And the second car is 200 points. No one can talk anymore, and nothing can be explained. Even if the people in number 1 car are all dead, they can't catch up with this exaggerated score difference. Yundi Anger said, he must have retaliated against us. They're Lanoop. Even if they got the reward in the first round, it is impossible to pass the second round. No one dares to pick her up. Yundi said again, I obviously invited him. It is he who does not come, and now he is desperate to drag me into the water. It is too much. If this is the case, let the people of number 2 hear it. The disabled 4-person group will probably kill her. Princess disease is a serious illness. Cure. Near the end of 10 minutes, the score of the number 2 car finally slowed down. The number 1 car was exhausted and barely resisted the attack of the zombies. Zhao Wu's eyes lit up. They must have something wrong. The man who has no hands looks like a dish. What about that? We can't catch up with this score on the counting card. 122 points for the first car and 600 points for the second car. The gap is too big to be caught up. Zawuwi sneered. What do they win? The affirmation of survival is also scarred. The second round is very dangerous. It must be 6 people to be able to hold back, otherwise there will be no chance. On the second car, it was really scarred. KO. Guangdao. I found that my arms are no longer strong, so I use them. Chapter 71 Open the World 14. Or, kiss it. Zuo you did not have a good air. This is the reason you grabbed my arm. Shun. KO. Guang is proud of. Hey, the so-called music is sad. A zombie rushes over and bites on his arm. KO. Guang stayed and angered. My most beloved arm. Swords and slashed past, sending zombies across gut point. If a zombie has a brain, I'm afraid that it will be angry and spiraled into the sky. Not angry, hate not hate. I was riding by a chicken and I couldn't easily bite it. The taste was so bad that it smelled bad. I didn't even have time to cut it into 2 pieces. The zombies are working hard. KO. Guang is not abandoning as long as it is easy to use and the other is good or bad. It is most important to look good. Zhuang Yi looked at the 2 female zombie legs and couldn't make up his mind. Zitao said without words. Can you change it? Change is to change. But you look at these 2 legs. The number 1 calf looks good, slender, and well balanced yet, and the overall coordination on the second, straight health like a live leg. Z. Momo silently. Zhuang Yi explained. It is a living leg. Z. Wary. The world of half-hanging zombies. He does not understand. There is more nerve. Zhu Li came over. Mysterious question. Boss, can you safely? Z. Wei looked at his other leg that was intact. You didn't want this original leg. Zhu Li quickly shook his head and said seriously. I mean one side and 2. Z. Tao did not respond. Zhu Li said again. If you can be safe, you will be better. 6 legs dances absolutely. 6 legs are still dancing. You want to scare the zombies to life. Zitao is ruthless and ruthless. No. Zhu Li regrets. No. KO. Guang interjected. It must not work. You want 6 legs to have 6 ankles first. Zhu Li. Why do you press the ankle first? KO. Guangdao. No. The ankle joint needs support points. You still need 6 waists. Zhu Li. That can't be done. It's too inconvenient. And the operation won't come. Z. Wary. He really can't tell if the person in the car is a monster or a zombie under the car is a monster. Jiang said with a smile. Or la resting. And the second round is coming soon. Everyone can see the counter and the gap. That is several times makes them feel at ease. And rest is fine. The other side has no hope of surpassing. Zitao can understand why they chopped zombies before the injury. These 4 people are not weak. They are very confident about their ability. But I love you vs shame. This game is stupid. Bad luck. Just break your arms and legs. Finally, I came across and met the team of Yundi. They have information on chick mobilization and directly sentenced the disabled 4-person group to death. Like Zhu Li. This tiger does not pull a few. Was killed and lost his fighting spirit and lost to the extreme point. After getting on the bus, Zitao gave them new hopes, and it is so arrogant. Just like the general hope of opening, the arms and legs can be changed at will, adding a myriad of possibilities to the battle. I used to use the arm block to be distressed. This is a distressed fart, and it is broken. I used to use my legs to kick, and I was afraid of being hugged. Now I'm afraid of a ghost. It's worth the change to a zombie. How many zombies are there? Leg from the desperate to the good. From asterisk to heaven. It is no wonder that they killed zombies like crazy. The score that went up wildly was the unwillingness and resentment that they had suppressed for a long time. They can't see the expression of the number 1 car, but can imagine how colorful the face is when they see the score. The more you think about it, the more motivated you are. the more you can pick up a zombie until the river slanted to stop point. Although the arms and legs can be changed casually, it is quite fun. But the zombies can not only use this arm and one leg, but their physical exertion is not small. Point vent a pass, open the score, let the other chase. After chasing after the chase can rest, and rest. Point too slow. The next round is a hard battle. After all, the number 1 car is nothing. Their real enemy is this game. Point no one car here did not know their situation. They thought they speculated. The man finally could not hold. The number 2 car was on the verge of being wiped out. Point Zawuwi sneered. How strong is one person? This is a collaborative game. Yundi sighed. It's a pity. There is nothing to be a pity, said Zawuwi. This kind of coward, who has no brains, is useless. Yundi said, I can do this. He is a personal talent. It is sad to be so ruined. Someone immediately said, the lady is too kind. Yes, Mrs. Hart is really soft. They are so dead and hurting us, you don't care. The man who stood in the corner of the corner couldn't hear the goosebumps kindhurted. He doesn't know these words soon. Point at the end of the first round, the number 2 car won with undisputed advantages. The announcement sounded in the car. The hardships drive the chickens. The chickens are really annoying, but there are more annoying big guys. Please be prepared. The chariot will be upgraded. Please continue to upgrade after the upgrade. Defeat the annoying chicken. Then there was a sizzle, and their round small mine car was instantly updated. I rely on it. It is a gun. I am a gun. I still have a glare bomb. Z. Tao also saw that years. The river was next to him, and after a glance, he smiled. It's good, Z. When he said, why am I a bulletproof vest? The other 4 people said the same thing. Protect us, Z. Tao turned back. Half-baked zombies changed their way. The boss is to sit in the middle of the town. Nanny and boss. Z. Tao can't tell which name is more annoying. This wave of chariot upgrades should be assigned according to the previous battles. It is not based on how many zombies are killed, but on the basis of professional positioning. For example, the 2 tigers, not ZHU Lee, got the artillery, which is very similar to his previous style of painting. Point the screaming blame is a pistol, or 2, just one hand. A sudden rise is very energetic. Point Zuo is a phosgene bomb, in line with his combat style. Point Zuang Yimo is sorrow. This electric whip is really powerful. He slammed and sparked. Point Z when he looked at his long legs and realized, is this a female soldier? Poor Z. Tao has been hiding in the center, being treated as a protected object, and the distribution is actually a set of bulletproof vests. Z Wei is not satisfied. He can fight. He can also be a bombardment. However, the half-legged zombies will not let him shoot. His precious hands are used to give them arms and legs. How can they touch these things? In fact, compared with guns, Z Wei actually does not want to touch these zombie arms. After the car entered the second round of the venue, the chickens and zombies disappeared, and they stopped in an empty hall. Point the calm after the excessive shackles always makes people feel uncomfortable. Point everyone looked at them, and watched the monsters that suddenly appeared. Oh. A chicken screamed, followed by a symphony, and the chicken screams with a bang. The chicks with colorful coxcombs came out. This time they didn't ride the zombies, but they rushed themselves. What's happening here? Everyone is a little embarrassed. Point this scene did not last long, but 3 or 4 seconds of effort. Thousands of chickens gathered together, became a big asterisk with a full height of 5 or 6 meters. The big asterisk is like a hill. When you look up your chest, the sound is so loud that you can shake your ears. Fuck. ZH Lee was hurt by his head. Point KO Guang. They are not much better to go. One by one, licking their ears. Z Tao turned to look at the river. Jiang's oblique hand pressed on his ear to help him get tight. Point Z's ears are hot, but the mouth says, I have my own hands. He can lick his ears and don't have to worry about the river. Jiang slanted. I'm not good at this hand. The reaction is too fast. My mind can't handle it. Z. Wary. At this time, the roar of the rooster stopped, and the river slanted down the hand. Take it, ZHU Lee. They couldn't wait any longer. Get the weapons one by one, and get off the fire with the big cock. Point Ziyan's eyes saw a red issues at the oracle of the river slope. At a glance, He thought of the qualification of Jiangshan's **** level. The higher the qualification point, the more developed the 5 senses, and the sharper the sensation. The cockerel sounded just more than the impact of the people in the place. After all, his hearing is definitely the best, the sound of the sky. Zizin's heart smashed into a ball, and wanted to say something, but unfortunately this guy has already rushed out. Jiang's slant was really instinctually more rational. He judged the cockerel with his own standards. He was afraid of Zi's deafness, so he first gave him an ear. In fact, Zitao's current hearing, at most, is a headache, not causing real damage, but the river eardrum is almost shattered. The zombie 4-person group was originally weak in combat power, and with the weapons of the pickpockets, one could not do anything, and the big **** like this mountain was stunned. Zitao stayed in the car. His eyes were like sticking on the river, and he couldn't help but look at his ears. This distance is invisible, and he can't see the slightest difference in his demeanor. It seems that the trace of blood is only his illusion. Retreat. The river slanted suddenly, and the other 4 responded quickly. They returned to the car, and returned to the car. I saw the big ***** that was still dying, and suddenly cheered up, and the blood was resurrected in an instant. How is this going? The 4-person group did not believe in evil, and went on for a while. The big ***** was beaten and smashed, but in the next moment, it was a shake, and the spirit was 100 times. What is even more incredible is that its combat power has also become stronger, and the speed has increased. A stall, a bow turned to KO Guang's arm. KO said, "My most beloved arm, Z." Tao, who had been observing the war, almost broke the power. The most beloved fart. How many favorite arms have been replaced for you because of the injury? The 4 men retreated back to the chariot. Zitao said that, while changing someone's love arm, he said, "Don't come. The ammunition is limited. It is very troublesome to use up." Zuo Liu also said, "This big **** is not quite right." Zhu Lidao, I also think that this leg is too strong. Your focus is on the legs. Zhuangyi thought a bit. It seems that there are 6 lights flashing when it comes back to the state. Have you found out? He mentioned that several other people are also serious. There is indeed. Z Tao also saw it. He said, "It was a flash, as if something had rushed into it." KO Guang's brain hole opened. Will it be a chicken? Zii. It is really possible that this big **** was originally composed of countless chickens. So when it is too expensive, when it is about to fall to the ground, there are new chickens to add in. So can it recover quickly? Zitao has long wondered. Why do they pay attention to 6 people? Just want 6 people to start? Then just find a number. Do not brush better early. The first round of zombies is cruel, but it has not reached the point where the 6 masters should cope. Sure enough, the requirements of these 6 people are useful in the back level. Zitao said, "I remember the beam point. We stand in one direction." The disabled 4-person group was shocked. "You can't get off the bus? What a joke. The nurse has a long and a short. How are they still?" Zitao is speechless. This **** is to treat him as a weak chicken. No. Disabled. It's actually a small public point. Zitao took the lead to jump off the lane. Don't care about the enemy. Don't know how to die. The disabled immediately followed, and their eyes were on Ziwei, so he was afraid that something would happen. Zitao didn't want to give them arms and legs. Jiang leaned and smiled, and Z couldn't help but look at his ear. The river slanted down. Zitao just wants to speak. The big **** has begun to go mad. Stop it. Kill the chicken first. They inferred that they were right. When the big **** was beaten, there would be new chickens to replenish energy. The place where the 6 people stood was just blocking the way of the chickens. The chickens ran fast, but they were 0 combat power. You can know from the need to ride a zombie attack before blocking the way the chicks went. The big **** couldn't stand their gunfire attack, and it was a bang, and the battle was over. Zhu went up to look at it and surprised. This chicken leg is still intact. KO Guang sprayed him. "What do you want? You can't even let the chicken legs go." Zhu Lidao, you don't want to try chicken wings? KO Guang, boss. KO Guang, who was spotted, asked, "Can chicken wings be safe?" Xie Tao's footsteps. Send them one person. Roll. He is suffering from some neuropathy. The disabled are not dying. And they are talking about the big cock. Xie Wei can't listen. And walks to the river. Jiang slanted and smiled at him. Xie Hao paused and whispered, "Does the ear hurt?" Jiang smiled deeper in the eyes. Slightly. Xie Yuxin was tight and looked at the past and asked, "Is it hurting the eardrum?" He couldn't fix this kind of injury. The pressure on the corner of the river could not be suppressed, and the -365's good feeling could not stop him. He whispered, "Nothing. If you blow it, it will not hurt." Xie Yan's eyes wide open. Jiang Lao Xie is insatiable. Or kiss. Xie Tao came back to God. His ears were hot, but the sound was like the autumn wind sweeping the leaves. "It seems that I'm so hearted. Master is old. The ears are back. Listen to the chicken. Wake up and wake up." Heartbroken. Compared with the age of Xie Tao, the river that has lived for a long time is really a little old. Jiang was dissatisfied, holding his wrist and pulling people over. "I'm your master, Xie Wei." Jiang stared at him, his eyes burning. "I really are not crushing you?" Chapter 72. Open the World 15 Boss. WHATN-039. S wrong with you? How the ears are so red. What to follow? Xie Tao not only has hot ears, but his face is hot. He said, "What are you talking about?" Jiang looked at him. Xie Tao tried to earn a bit, and the river looked like it didn't work hard, but like he gave him a handcuff. It was locked. How to do? The river is not just a suspicion, but actually asked for an exit. He doesn't believe that they are masters and apprentices. So how do you explain why they came to the open world together? Obviously under normal circumstances, the river will not come here, but now he is coming. Originally, it was a nonsense, but if he was not a master or apprentice, why did he bring him? It's it. Jiang said slowly. Xie Tao suddenly approached him and touched him on his ear. River slope. Xie Tao can be considered to be free from it. His eyes are twitching and he says, "No pain." The child kissed him and kissed his ear. Soon, it's almost like water, but it's really a kiss. When Jiang slanted back to God, Xie Tao had already ran to the disabled 4-person group. He had a stomach to ask, but he could not speak. He doesn't care if there are other people. He is worried that Xie is shy. What if he turns back and is angry and ignores him? Look at the inclination of the river. -365. Hold back. Xie Tao felt that she was crazy when she finished this work. 80% was infected by this group of neuropathy. Even if you can't find an excuse, even if you are afraid that he wants to think too much, you can't scare him in this way. And this hides the first day and can't hide from 15. After waiting for this game, Jiang will ask him again. What should he do? Xie Tao's head is messy. Ko Guang called him, "Boss, isn't the chicken wings really good?" Xie Tao looked at him. "Why do you want a chicken wing when you are a one-winged angel?" Ko Guang Dao, "So big wings." Slaps a wave. "Oh, what monsters are gone." Xie Tao is speechless. "If you have this wing, you are the biggest demon ghost." Fortunately, Comrade Zhu Li gave up the big chicken legs, and he regretted. "I have to jump on one leg, and I'm too tired." Just tired? Isn't it ugly and neurotic? When the river came over, the announcement sounded, "Thank you for killing the annoying big cock. The last round is the competition mode. The track leading to the treasure can only accommodate one car. Please prepare the 2 vehicles for battle. One-on-one battle is about to take place. Weapons can't be used in battle. 4 wins in 6 games can qualify for the treasure. If it is 3 wins and 3 losses, no one is qualified to inherit the treasure." The final round turned out to be heads up, with a total of 12 inter-chariots and 4 victories in 6 games. Xie Wei listened carefully to the announcement. "If you lose, you can't inherit the treasure. You won't be trapped here. If you don't greedy, you can live without problems." The disabled 4-person group is unanimous. Lose. Xie Wei Zhu Li was very passionate. "You can watch the boss at the side. We are enough." The 4 of them scored 4 points. Xie and Jiang are really just looking at it. Ko Guang also said, "The boss is assured. If I lose, I will break my arms." Little sincerity, your arms are not worth more than clothes. Zuo Liu laughed at him. I'm not the same when I'm smashing goods. If I lose, I will smash the arms of KO Guang. KO. Guangdao, you are not awkward. Why are you licking my arm? Zuo. Liu's eyeball turned. You are very good in your arm, and occasionally a good turn is a fresh life experience. Before this, Zitao would not care for them to go to the river, but now, he is not afraid to approach the river. He can only listen to this group of people point. They are really easy. What are you afraid of? Even if the number 1 car is in a state of victory, they can beat them down. And what is the state of victory in the number 1 car? They are embarrassed, and several of them are already venting more air. Although the second round of the big asterisk was ruthlessly crushed by Zizen. In fact, people are very arrogant. The hill-like body, the proud chicken wings, the healthy chicken thighs. It is a level boss. Normal in the case, the player can be abused to cry and shout. The number 2 car has a variety of weapons. It is very easy to play. But the number 1 car has only a long knife. This knife is also good for cutting zombies. It is tantamount to hitting the stone on the big cock. Zhao Wu's head rushes up and cuts a knife in it. Li Dang's 3-footed chicken drumstick, slamming point. The chicken legs are not annoying. The knife is broken. Zhao Wu is stunned and was blown by a big asterisk with a wing and slammed into the wall and spit out the old blood. Zhao Wu has a good deed and his qualifications are all in strength. This is a desperate attempt, and it is unscathed. Enough to see how thick the big rooster skin is. Fortunately, they have raiders. Yundi said, don't worry, stand up first. Try to attack its lower abdomen. There is a piece of soft meat covered by feathers that can cause fatal injuries. Zhao Wu's face is hard to read. The rooster skin is thick, and they can't beat it even with weapons. Yundi said, the defeat is useless. No one blocks the position. It will soon come alive again. The weapon and ammunition given after the upgrade is limited. He can't win alone. It is a pity that after a slight look, the man who looks so handsome has seen her for the first time in her life. Zhao Wu cheered up and organized his teammates to find the right position and stood up to attack the big cock. These 6 people, except the men who have no hands, have good fighting power, but after the first round of baptism, they are exhausted, and the big asterisk is really strong, even if they have raiders. Know its weaknesses, and also grind for half an hour. Just put it. The big asterisk is dead, and they are also embarrassed. Yundi's shoulder was injured, and the whole arm could not be lifted. Zhao Wu's left leg was broken, and people had to walk away. The other 4 couldn't go anywhere. There was one of the worst black men, and the back was big. The asterisk took a sip and the blood flowed into the river. I don't know if I can leave the game alive. Zhao Wu panted and said, do not worry, the 3rd round is one-on-one confrontation. We win. Yundi nodded. The treasure is definitely ours. The cost of this project is not small, but as long as you can get the treasure of the zombie, you have the opportunity to recover. At this time, the announcement sounded, welcome to the 3rd round. Please submit the list, and the first game will begin later. Hearing this, Zitao is very interested. Xie Li said, I'm the first. No one should grab me. KO. Guangdao. Then my second one. Zuo. Liu said, I'm third. Zuang. Yadao. That will let me end the game. He is the 4th. If he wins, it is indeed possible to declare the game over. Zitao has been hiding from the river, but he can't escape now. He asked, what about you, river? Ramp, the 5th. If they overturned the car, he would make another point. Zitao is still very conscious. Among them, his combat power is the lowest, and there is no way to put it in the end. Zitao confirmed the order again. Everyone nodded and said no problem. He submitted the list. Jiang is not full of serious things. Little Z. Wei. What did he call him? Zitao was scared to go back 3 steps and almost hit Zhu Li. Zhu Li is boiling. What happened to you, boss? How is the ear so red? Is it uncomfortable? Z. Wei. I really saw the ghost. He can apply to withdraw from the team. The number 1 car also submitted the list. The first one was Zhao Wu. Although he had a broken leg, he had to be the first. The reason was ready-made. I don't know if there is anyone on the opposite side. Maybe we are go through the game. The big asterisk is so dangerous. If the number 2 car is not standing, it will only be defeated. In the third round, you can't use weapons. Let the man be strong again. After the first and second rounds, even if you are alive, you will definitely stand still. Zhao Wei was in a fire in his heart, and he had to personally teach this man who was ignorant of the sky point. If he refused their invitation arrogantly, they would lose both of them. When the list was submitted, the car moved, and they walked into an iron gate, and came to a place like the arena. After 2 rounds of game, the players of the 2 cars gathered again. When entering the game, the number 1 car is all elite. Only one is a hand-to-hand man who is difficult to bring. The second car, except Jiang Yi and Xie Wei, the other is not a broken arm or a broken leg. It is not good. Now, the other way around. The people on the first car are all smashed. Yundi and Zhao Wei are even more pale, and their faces are unbelievable. How can it be? How are the 6 people in the second car? And the arrogant man is unscathed. It's not just him. The young man who looks too much is not doing anything. What makes people feel scared is that he doesn't even have clothes to be dirty. On the other hand, the number 1 car is really miserable, not to mention the injured person. Even the high-flying Miss Yunis, as if she is playing in the pigsty. Both Yundi and Zhao Wei suspect that they have seen the illusion. Otherwise, how can such an incredible thing happen? The man is really strong enough to kill 600 zombies without any harm, still easily killing the second round of the cock. How can it be? ZHU Li Ko Guang. They saw the expression of a car opposite. Don't mention how cool. When I first entered the game, Yundi and others stabbed them with their suspicion. It is true that they are physically disabled, and it is not conducive to customs clearance after the team is formed, but they are not grouped by Yundi. Why do they ridicule them? Why do they sentence them to death? Why do you have fun with their despair and pain? The announcement sounded. The first game is about to begin, and the players will soon enter the competition venue. Zhao Wei returned to God and looked at the river in amazement. This man will definitely kill him. Soon he knew he didn't deserve to be an opponent of the river. The white light flashed, and one of the 2 cars disappeared. Zhao Wei of the number 1 car, ZHU Li of the number 2 car. They were transferred to the high platform in the middle of the center. ZHU Li moved his neck, and his hands and feet were grinning. Zhao Wei has already shaken into a sieve. Xie Wei looked far away and silently spit. Don't laugh. Can't tell who is the villain. There was no suspense in the battle. Zhao Wei was swollen, and his face was swollen. He was not willing to ask, what is your leg? You are not. ZHU Li gave a punch. Less nonsense. Zhao Wei was extremely humiliating, and could only shout, I admit defeat. As long as you admit defeat, the game is over. There is no suspense in this match, and the outcome of the game from both sides has been fixed. After 4 wins, the number 2 car was qualified to inherit the treasure point. Although the number 1 car is scarred, this game is actually a customs clearance, as long as it passes the second round. The third round is only for the final reward. It doesn't matter if it is not obtained. It is not fatal. The announcement sounded again. No 2 car stands out and is favored by the zombie princess. Please go to the treasure chest to receive your special reward. The favor of the zombie princess. I don't always feel very beautiful. Xie Wei looked at the number 1 car and saw the Yundi who was stunned. In 4 games, Yundi did not appear. She squinted her shoulders and her face was blank. It seemed that she had not recovered from the shock. The number 1 car is leaving the game. The number 2 car is leading to the treasure chest. The direction is just opposite. When the 2 sides are in the wrong car, a silver flashed over and straight into Zen. The genius of the cloud and the face of the gods were also exposed, and the thin blade in the hand was aimed at the heart of Zitao. She gritted her teeth. No wonder you are so fearless. You have the privilege. As long as he killed him, this powerful cure is her. Zitao didn't have any fear at all and looked at her with no expression. Yundi was shocked and found that the dark muzzle in Zitao's hand had already been directed at her. Chapter 73 Open the World. 16 Shangis. Dear. For the sudden attack of Yundi, Zitao actually had precautions. Even her lame acting Zitao saw it in the morning. Confused, shocked, and overwhelmed. These expressions don't know how many times they've done it. They don't look at other people's performances. They just feel a little embarrassed. Zitao is very clear that when Xie Xi, who lacks broken arms and legs, appears on the high platform in good condition, it will definitely cause suspicion on the opposite side. This world can't use skills. It can only be a skill in a short period of time. Everyone has no skills. Only one person can use it. Then this person must use the privilege to open the game. The privilege can be inherited as long as he kills him. This is what Yundi thinks. Yundi did not know whether Xie Wei or Jiangxi saved the disabled, but when the game field opened, the announcement said that both people have privileges. Yundi sneaked on Zitao, purely looking for soft persimmon pinch, but this persimmon is not soft at all. It is fierce. Which of the faster the knife and pistol is obvious, Yundi said with horror. You can't kill me. My brother is the elder of Yunj. You killed me. He won't let you go. She didn't say that it was okay, and she said that she must die. Zitao is against this murder, but when he comes to the Central Committee, he will certainly experience this kind of thing. He gave Yundi an opportunity, and if they left like this, Zitao would not do anything. However, Yundi is not greedy, because a privilege does not hesitate to kill people. It's stupid, and it's so hot. This person can't stay. Zitao did not say a word, and he only hesitated for a few seconds. He buckled the trigger with a bang. The bullets came out. So close to the distance, there is no need to aim at all. Yundi's head bowed and looked at the blood from his chest. He couldn't believe it until he died. The people in her car took a moment and reacted. You dare to attack the big lady of Yunj? Look for death. They rushed up and Jiangxi pulled Ziyu behind him. Xie Xi and others responded quickly and immediately greeted him. The two groups of people fought together, and the river slanted with Zitao back to the side. The gun in Xie's hand had already fallen, and he groaned, his hand shaking uncontrollably. He told himself that he must kill Yundi. Her so bad personality, she will be more troublesome in the future. If she is really a Yunj person, it can't be kept. Yunj is so powerful that she will return. The central government, using the power of the Yunj, is even more endless. Although this also offends Yunj, as long as they are handled properly, they will not know who did it in a short time. It's okay. Jiang sighed and held his trembling hand. You are doing very well. Don't worry, she will not be an important player, even if she is a member of Yunj. Tao also thought about this. The people who entered the central government were all abandoned by the original world. There would be no family ties at all. As long as they went to the central government, everyone lost the ability to reproduce and progeny. The so-called Missy may just be the woman who borrowed the name of Yunj to come to this low-level world. Yes, it is like this. You think it is right. Jiang Oblique comforted him. Thanks to Z, it was realized that he accidentally spoke out his heart, and then he found himself surrounded by the river in his arms, whispering like a child. Z Wei, Jiang slanted his heart and couldn't do it. He kissed him in the forehead. I knew that and helped him kill the woman. Although he had exercise, he was not in a hurry. Later, there was an opportunity. Zitao pushed him away and stuttered. Master, the river is empty. Zitao loudly said, please pay attention. His voice is too loud, and the disabled 4-person group that has ended the battle there. The river slanted, smirking and separating their eyes, not letting them see the red-faced children. Ziyu is dying. I can't wait to find a place to sneak in. The river slant is still dead. I'm a ceremonial exchange. Tao kissed his ear, and he kissed his forehead. It was really a gift. Xie Wei was furious and angry. If it wasn't the hand that robbed the ground, he must, interrupt at least one of his arms. Announcement: the treasure library is about to close. Please collect the treasure as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if the river is inclined. He has already received the best treasures under the sun. Others are not interested. The disabled 4 groups are eager, but the bosses are still clearing me, and they are too embarrassed to bother. Zitao can be found to be the reason for getting up. He said, hurry to get the reward. It is a pity to miss it. The river slanted to listen to him, and even the punctuation marks did not fall. After everyone got on the bus, The car drove into the treasure chest point. Although the favor of the zombie princess sounds creepy, this treasure library is still a serious, no horror element, just a relatively bright room, the center of the golden treasure chest. You can see that it is hidden inside thing. Ko Guang said, I can't do it. I have a bad hand and can't open the box. Several other people shook their heads and they said together, come on, let's come. No matter what we open, we are happy. This is not adulterated. I can meet Zitao. I can regain my limbs and pass the project. It is the greatest fortune for them. I really don't dare to think too much. River ramp. If I open this box, I might be able to open a zombie princess. The disabled 4-person group was horrified. When Zitao stepped forward, she was curious. What can I really do to let the river slant? Forget it. Always feel that the left eye is jumping, and it is safe to give it to him. In fact, the zombie princess had happened. At that time, the river was still not convinced. I had to open the treasure chest myself. As a result, the baby did not open it, and opened a big boss. This boss had to be tied to Yan Xie Xi to do it. Mrs. Xie Xi was finally beaten to death by them. From then on, even if the river does not give up, Yan Xie Xi will not let him touch the treasure chest. The old evil comrades will do the same. Let the treasures of the treasure box be handed over to them. Xie gently lifted, and the box opened. In a flash of gold. People don't have to get close to knowing that there is definitely a good thing inside. The distracted 4-person group has a small eye that is excited. Although it is already satisfied, it will only be happier if it is icing on the cake. Announcement. Congratulations to you. Get the kiss of the zombie princess. Each player can choose to open a disabled skill. When the words fell, several people present were stunned. Zhuli married a mother. This reward is absolutely KO. Guang also came back to God. Boss, you are angry. Zuo. Liu is the most skinny, and he slams his thigh. The European Emperor is on. Please accept the non-Emirates. Zhuang. Yi's most neurotic disease. I can finally change back to a woman. Z. Tao does not want to know what skills this guy has. Jiang Laoxi is still in the honey, so he is very unconscious. Come on your hand, and give me some good luck. When he said that the thief had touched it, Ziyu took a shot, and gave him a look. Jiang stinks and swears. Don't be so stingy, Z. Tao turned his head, and didn't look at him, but the red ear pointed out his emotions. The river tickles, but he does not dare to anxious him. It is just like being scratched by the cat's claws. This reward is really great. It is a surprise to open a skill in a world where everyone is disabled. Even if they are low in level, the skills are very general, but there is no difference between right and wrong. The disabled 4-person group began to seriously ponder which skill to open. Zitao has nothing to ponder. He has a total of 2 skills. Summon X cannot be used. He already wants to kill X, but also summon, call a ghost. The rest is the passive ability to take away the same items at random. Although I don't think there is anything worth taking away in this world, but I don't have to use it. Ziwei chose it. In fact, the biggest benefit of this reward to Ziwei is not to open a skill, but to rationalize his repair. The disabled 4-person group has skills, so that everyone will no longer suspect that Zitao's repair is a privilege, virtually avoiding a lot of trouble. When the disabled 4-person group hit the zombies, the tiger did not pull a few, but in fact they were very smart. Zhu Li said. I chose the popular technique, KO. Guang said, my fire is fire. He said that he still opened his mouth and sprayed it. Zuo Liu's more foreign style, suspended. He floated directly, but unfortunately the height was a bit low. Zhuang Yi really did not live up to expectations. Transformation. Turned around, a good Chinese character became a flame red lips beauty. Ziwei. Although I really want to vomit, but Ziwei also felt their mind. They all deliberately chose the skills that are more eye-catching. They will use the skills immediately after leaving the game. There is only one purpose for doing this, to help Z to cover up the privilege. Zitao's repair, whoever sees it will be considered a privilege point, but as long as they all use the skills, then they are confused. No one will stare at Z's endpoint. Everyone has chosen, and only the river is still hesitating. Ziwei didn't want to talk to him and couldn't help but talk to him. Is it chosen? Jiang. Z did not choose well. He hesitated for a while. To view the skill of feeling good. Xie asked, what's wrong? It's so difficult to choose a skill point. Of course, Jiang Sui will not expose the good feelings. He calmly said, there are too many skills, and I don't know which one to choose. Someone. At the place. Chapter 74 Open World 17 Why do you like rose flowers? In the face of the sluggish people, Jiang asked, what happened? The disabled 4-person group reported a sly and polite smile. After all, it is the boss. How to hold a field point rarely. Zitao does not want to vomit him, because the skill of X is really too many to count. Point this time, the river slant did not say anything, just to state the facts, but unfortunately everyone did not believe it. There is also a countdown to the selection of skills. The eyes of Jiang's eyes turn around in the view of good feelings, and finally give up. Point you can't use this, because it's hard to explain, if you can't show it. Point looking back, the child asked him, what skills did you open, Jiang? Oblique, check how much you feel good about me, children. You can see how much I feel good about you. Hey, it's hard to get up to 365 with a minus sign. Point Ok Jiang slanted thoughtfully. The mature man does not need to be optimistic, so he changed 1. Xie curiously asked him, what did you choose? The river did not say anything, and reached out and grabbed it in the air. His fingers were straight and slender. His hands were also very good looking, and the movements were handsome enough. The big guys had seen his strength and wanted to know what he had chosen to hang the sky. Point especially the disabled 4-person group. There are little stars in the eyes. The next moment, the river oblique spreads open. A white rose flower appears out of thin air. Everyone. Z. Tao is quite calm. Jiang Zi handed him the rose flower. This skill can turn the dead and even the air into a rose flower, but only for 1 minute. The disabled 4-person group screams in the heart. You picked and chose to engage in a half day. Have you chosen such a mad skill? Jiang Zi asked Zi. Is it good? Zi Yan is expressionless and even wants to be violent. It turns out that it is right for the old comrades to choose not to check the good feelings. If this is the election, he will see how the waves are full. How about this? He reached out and circled in the air, followed by countless white roses blooming in the air and falling to the ground like rain. This empty room was covered with white roses in an instant, set against the golden treasure chest. Fairy tales. The 3 men of ZHU Li, Ko Guang and Zuo Liu were shocked by the fancy show of Daxi and walked away silently. Super is the Zhuang Yi who turned into a beautiful woman. He holds his face. It's too romantic. Z. He didn't even have the strength to vomit. He couldn't beat it. What could he do? Can only turn around and leave. Jiang Zi immediately followed. Whispered, I have a lot of skills, but they are very tasteless. This is useful. In fact, it doesn't matter what kind of skills Zi chooses. He is the biggest bug in this open world. But the skill of changing the rose flower. It's hard to say. The river slanted again. There are many zombies here, and you see disgusting. I can turn them into roses. Z. You live. River ramp. You can use it, even if you give your arms and legs. This skill is just a blind eye. The essence of the item remains the same, and it will not work after 1 minute. Z. Tao's stomach full of vomiting has become a hot stream because of the river's slanting words. His chest seemed to have never been so warm, and even his voice changed. I know disgusting. Jiang Student said, you just don't like to watch. Z. The blind eye seems to be blocked by what, but I don't know what to say. The river obliquely grabbed it again, and a pale blue rose flower appeared in his hand. Ziyan glanced at it and twitched his fingertips to pick it up. He looked at this beautiful flower in detail and whispered, why do you like rose flowers? This flower is also in his garden. River ramp. I don't know, just feel comfortable when I see them. It seems that I have been in a place full of roses for a long time. Z. Tao looked at him. Your garden, Jiang slanted his head and said, the central garden is the reflection of my spirit, not real. So those roses will be withered after he is injured. Zitao stared at the rose flower and watched it for a while before she whispered, it's very nice. The sound is too small. Actually, the river has heard it, but he deliberately said, what? God level qualifications can also be deaf. Xie Tao's ears are red and say, nothing. The river is selling silly. The rooster was too loud before. I have some tinnitus, and the hearing may not be as good as before. Zen really believed. He looked at his ear and asked, is it serious, river? Ramp, fortunately, as long as you say louder. Did he really hear it? Zewei is somewhat uncertain. The river slanted for the little bit of sugar residue and spared no effort. What did you say, Zewei? The river slanted and sighed. Nothing. Don't want to say it. Tao still wants him to hear it. He pauses and raises the volume slightly. I said, it looks good. The river is tilted to the feet. What is so good, Rose? His voice was low, and he remembered the hearing loss of the river, and then tried to raise the volume. The rose flower looks good. After listening to it again, I was very happy. Jiang Liuxin was satisfied. I thought you said that I'm very good. Never seen such a brazen man. They have already come out and talked to the rest of the project. Chick mobilization and I love you vs shame belongs to two very different games, and it is not good to say which one is stronger. The natural value of the high force is more inclined to the chicken mobilization, and the general value of force may be more expecting me to love you vs shameless. After all, the latter does not want to die. And the former is really a group. All that can come out is good and basically get the last treasure chest. Just don't know what they are driving. The disabled 4-person team began their exaggerated performance as soon as they came out. Ko Guang is most like a busker. He is steadily striding and yelling at the air. Ha, Z. Tao was shocked by him. With a loud bang, a flame spurted out of Ko Guang's mouth. How do you know the lethality? The squad is really big. When he did this, everyone looked at it and saw that he was shocked after the fire. Some people even whispered, this is a privilege to open the game. The second appearance was Xie Li. He picked up a stone and threw it out and blasted like a small bomb when landing. This skill is much more powerful than fire breathing. The onlookers groaned and whispered, is they both playing the game? Does this privilege look unscathed? It's not so bad, it's so shabby. At this time, Zuo Liu also launched his own suspension technique. He flew too low and could not see it clearly. Ko Guangqiang explained to him, brothers, this suspension technique is very good. There is no bridge for a cliff. As soon as he fell, Zuo Liu fell down panting and rubbed his sweat. Cough. The cliff is more than a meter away. Is it not good to jump over a 1 meter wide cliff? Zhuang Yi is also ready here. His visual impact is the biggest. After all, it is from the man to the beauty. This beautiful woman is also very **** and very eye-catching. Zhe Li also came to hold him. Brother, you, this. He thought for a long time, and the machine was moving. The chest is really big. Zhuang Yi. A high heel smashed into Zhe Li's ass. Smelly. Rogue. Looks beautiful. Zhuang Yi's voice is still a rough man. Their acrobatic performances can surprise the people around them. What happened? How do all 4 people have privileges? Impossible. The announcement says that only 2 people have privileges. You are stupid. Will privilege be such low-level skills? Can this world disable skills? Why are they? Someone reacted, and they were shocked. Is it open to the treasure chest? The trough? It's impossible. Is there such a baby in the treasure chest? We are driving a one-handed pistol. We are all wounded and healed. We are a meat buns 1 person. In the end, this man successfully won the attention of everyone. Ordinary meat buns. The dear friend took out the steamed buns and took a bite and said with no expression, the taste is not as good as the ordinary meat buns. I always feel a zombie smell. Everyone instantly balances in the heart. This non-Emirates is too miserable. The disabled 4-person group does not need to expose their skills. They do it all for their thanks. Zhao is hot. He whispers, thank you. They whispered, what are you talking about, boss? If you have not, we died early. Zio smiled and didn't say more. The purpose of his rescue is not so noble, more for his own clearance, but can save such 4 people. He is comfortable. At this time, Zhao has not moved the follow-up branch task. 10. Repairing 100 people. Zhe shared the task to the river. The river obliquely whispered in his ear, fortunately, it is the treasure chest you open. If You don't open the treasure to open the skills. Then Xie's quest for this sideline can't be done very well. It's not difficult to repair 100 people, but it's hard to fix so many people. When you save someone, you will get rid of it. Now I'm not afraid of it. There are 4 people in the show, and they come out together. Everyone understands that this repair is opened by the treasure chest point. As long as there is no premise of killing the ability to inherit, no one will hurt Xie Tao. A unique nurse, who will brain break, to break his own path. River ramp, you wait for me. He has a very good nose and smells everything, including the body. After a while, the river was back, and took a bouquet of roses. Xie Tao knows what this is. He raises his mouth and says, I'm not so delicate, river. Ramp, why don't you have skills, Xie? Yan's eyes bent. Thank you, River Ramp. No thanks, Xie. Tao's heart was just warm, and Jiang's strength gave him a deduction. You can do it on your own. Xie Zhao smiled and froze, took the white rose, went to repair people. There is a lot of disability from the chick mobilization. After all, it is a game that is fighting all the time. Xie Tao was very vigilant in the past, but as long as he explained his intentions, one by one was shocked and stunned. Zhu Li. They also saw their performances, but they broke their arms, and were unwilling to join in the fun. Xie Tao said a little, they are too excited to be themselves. Thank you, Xie. Wei shook his head and said, do your best. He is just brushing the task, and does not need their gratitude. There are not many people at the rest. He only repaired 12. Zhu Li. They are very moved. The boss is really a good person. KO. Guang, it's no wonder that luck is so good. Zuo. Liu. The living and the virtues are good. Zhuang. Li's perspective is quite unique. People are still so beautiful. The people who were repaired quickly yelled at dad, and those who were not repaired also wanted to mix their faces. If they had their arms and legs, they would find a master. To repair Xie Tao's task is still 88 people. I hope that they will unload their arms and change them now. Cough. Just think about it. No one can repair it here, and there is no need to worry. Anyway, after passing the 3rd project, I went to the underground labyrinth. The number of broken arms is definitely more than this number. I just finished the task. After repairing. Xie said, let's go. To be separated. The disabled 4-person group is very sad, boss. Xie Tao said, the last project. Come on. The underground labyrinth. This made the 4 people cheer up and said, okay, see our underground labyrinth. The last project. Jiang slanted honestly, you come to pump. Xie Tao did not dare to use him, took the initiative to draw the card. The name of this project is still not an ordinary playground project. Xie Wei whispered softly, does the dream come true? What is this game? Jiang Xi also came over and looked at it. It sounds very good. At this time, the zombie boy who was responsible for drawing the card said, this is a double project. The team is effective, and the game is about to enter. Actually, a double project. Xie Tao is a little nervous. He looks at the river. Is it a match? River. Ramp. Nothing. We have privilege. Opening. The game field to give them real privileges. Fatal and immune. That is, each person has 1 more life. If this is a game of battle, it does not matter. Jiang Slope can send a thank you. Xie Yusang said, yes, if it is a battle class, you will kill me directly, and I will not go to a project. The river slanted slightly, and the corner of his mouth was bent. Impossible. You can only kill me. Xie Tao disagreed. You are very bad. I'm leaving. What if you get the hardest game? Jiang's heart was soft and he said, before I met you, every time I got it, it was the hardest. I still walked all the way. Xie's heart. I dare not think about what this guy has experienced. Jiang said again, I think we think too much, and you won't be too bad. Xie Tao is still worried. After all, the first 2 games are not too good. The transfer begins, and they enter the game. The announcement sounded, the game is about to begin. Please enter the sleeping cabin. Xie Tao saw and discharged the sleeping cabins at a glance. River ramp is not reasonable. Shouldn't you sleep on the bed? Double bed, 1 bed, and light off. Xie Wei stepped into the sleeping cabin first. The hatch was closed, and the game started. Xie Zhen felt a deep sleepiness. A dream come true. Is this to make him dream? If it is a dream, why is it a double project? Xie Tao closed his eyes and fell into a deep dream point. When I opened my eyes again, thank you for your help. He sat in a spacious classroom and his head was in a mess. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't feel it. Is he in the university classroom? But he is not. What's up with him? It seems that nothing is wrong. Yeah, he managed to save enough tuition and he finally got into the favorite profession. He has been in school for half a year. What can be wrong? Xie Tao pressed the temple and calmed down. At this time the bell rang and the class swayed. I heard that the new teacher is not handsome. Get a professor's title at a young age. Really? What is the title of the professor? The research project he is chairing can change the world. Really handsome? Really handsome. You will know when you see it. Xie Tao was speechless. He pushed his glasses and looked down at the textbook. At this time the door opened and some people came in. The noisy classroom was quiet and it was clear to the tip of the needle. What happened? Xie Tao looked up and looked curiously. There was a young man standing on the podium. He was wearing a dark grey shirt. His cuffs were pulled over his elbows and the hands holding the podium were long and powerful. His voice was low and he rang in a quiet classroom like a cello solo at the concert. Good classmates, I'm your teacher of software technology majors this semester, Xie Xi. Xie Tao looked up and looked into a pair of different eyes. Chapter 75 Open the World 18 Dreams Come True. 1. This eye. Does the teacher also bring beauty? Also bring such a mad color? Really? Fancy? Xie Tao bowed his head and only hoped that he would not commit a second illness when he was teaching. Fortunately, the class is quite normal and the classroom discipline is particularly good. It is probably that the Professor Jiang's charm is too great. On weekdays, the young ladies and sisters who are talking about the cosmetics Korean drama variety show are sitting straight and listening to the lectures. Seriously, even the boys around the front and rear are not allowed to play black games to sleep and snoring because the quality of the class was particularly good. Xie Zhen was in a good mood, not so much to dismiss the flamboyant Professor Jiang. After class, the students who had been running out of the field became very eager to learn. They just started to ask the teacher for a problem. This Jiang teacher is not an ordinary person. It is estimated that he has seen a lot of big winds and waves. When he meets the idiot problem raised by female students, he smiles. If you don't understand this question, it is recommended not to waste time and change your major as soon as possible. Female classmate. In one sentence, I forced a lot of female students who were eager to move, so I left some time to really ask questions. Xie Tao is a bit of a question to ask the teacher, but the new professor is too eye-catching. He doesn't want to attract attention. Just let go. First point. After finishing this class, I arrived at lunchtime. Xie Xi went to the library and waited for an hour before he walked slowly to the cafeteria. There are only 20 yuan left in the meal card. The money for working will be completed on Saturday. He must eat less and eat less and eat less. In the past 2 days $20 to other students about a meal will be killed. Xie Tao has to use it for 2 days. If you don't eat breakfast, there are 4 meals. You can only use 5 yuan for a meal. Normal girls are not enough. Xie Tao was very hungry, approached the cafeteria, smelled all kinds of scent, and swallowed it. He also wants to eat spicy and put bacon ham tenderloin. I also want to eat hot and sour powder potato powder over the bridge rice noodles and want to eat pancake fruit. The oily hand cake is also very good, but unfortunately, the hand cake does not put eggs for $4. Only the palm big. Eating too much. Xie Tao's goal is to eat rice and vegetables in the center of the canteen. Compared with all kinds of snacks, school subsidized meals are the most affordable, although it is difficult to eat, and occasionally there will be the taste of sainted fruit fried eggs, but overall, the most cost effective. For a dish of $2, if rice is used, Xie Xi can give a spoonful of smiles to the aunt. It is no problem to eat enough. A meal is controlled at $3 and the rest of the money will be ready for breakfast. The reason why Xie Tao came so late is because the big fish and big meat are basically swept away in an hour and there is no need to line up. Xie Tao can buy the cheapest vegetarian food without any scruples. The days are getting tighter and Xie Tao is not willing to let others know. He only wants to finish the university normally, instead of becoming a special existence under the gaze of others today. As usual, Zitao bought a piece of cabbage stewed tofu, full of 2 tablespoons of rice, a total of 2.5, is perfect. He found the most remote corner, and sat down to eat. People are very hungry, and they feel incensed when they look at everything, even if the rice is sticky and lumpy. Zen is eating seriously. Sitting next to the other person. He was slightly stunned. The first thing I saw was the golden fried open-backed shrimp, then the whole silver squid, and a potato stewed sirloin. The more exaggerated is that the soup is a small can of good mushroom soup. Xiao, who has never seen such a good canteen meal in this life, he couldn't help but look up and saw the man with his eyelids drooping. Xie immediately said, "The teacher is good. It is the new teacher who is full of bells and whistles." Jiang looked at his plate and his eyebrows wrinkled. "How come you eat it?" Tao's hand holding the chopsticks was slightly forced, and some were cramped. Jiang Sui disagreed. "It is time to grow up. Don't think about losing weight. Thank you." Jiang skewed his own open-back shrimp and silver carp to him. "You young people, the aesthetics are really problematic. So thin. The man still has to be strong." Tao looked at the golden shrimp and the fish with a strong scent. He was so hungry that he was sore. He swallowed his mouth. "Teacher, you don't like it. River. Ramp, the fish and shrimp are high in protein, and they don't eat long meat." His misunderstanding made Ziyu feel very comfortable, but he did not want to accept it. He shook his head and said, "I'm allergic to seafood this way." Jiang Yan pushed his own potato stewed burdock and mushroom soup. "Eat this." Tao hasn't eaten meat for a long time. Seeing the real calf, "I really can't hold it." Jiang. Oblique interrupted him. "This is homework. You must eat." Tao still did not move. How to eat this meal? The next meal is even more uncomfortable. Who knows that Jiang Xi has actually stood up with a plate and said, "The little girl saw me again. I left. Thank you." Xi said, "Teacher, your dish." The river asterisk has already gone. The steps are very big and go very fast. The people were gone. The potatoes on the table, the sirloin, the mushroom soup, and the silver squid and the open shrimp all looked at him with pity. Zitao's throat is surging. If you don't eat it, it's wasted, and waste is shameful. He can't carry these to chase the professor. Jiang. Sure enough, still, Zitao picked up the chopsticks and poked the calf. The beautifully colored burdock bounced off, scented the sauce, and the sauce wrapped the potatoes. Everything was just right. If you don't eat it, it will be cold. It is also a violent thing. Zitao chopsticks hang for 3 seconds, and finally made up their minds. Have eaten. Do not eat white. Do not eat. Anyway, the teacher is gone, and it is better to satisfy his stomach than the cheap trash can. Zitao picked up the burdock and ate it in one bite. The taste of the meat made him happy to die. Really tasty. It's so delicious. When Zitao returned to God, he had swept everything on the table, and even the soup was eaten with rice. The age of the 18th is just the time to eat more. Zitao is often hungry, and it's really satisfying to eat such a meal. I always feel that I don't have to eat at night and save 3 yuan. If I go back to work, it would be too late to go home on the night bus. Zitao's heart was beautiful, and even the impression of Jiang's inclination was changed by 360 degrees. Although he was born with the bells and whistles, the teacher Jiang is still very good. In the afternoon, Sun Muking, a junior at the junior year, found Ziwei. "Xiaozi, have you been free recently?" When Zitao entered the school, Sun Muking was a newborn receptionist and took great care of Zitao. Zizen was very grateful to this enthusiastic brother. Zitao said, "What is the brother, Sun?" Muking's eyes brightened. "I have recently taken a job. If you have time to help, I will pay you a salary." He knows that Zitao lives alone and is not well off. This is no different from timely rain for Zitao. He quickly responded, "Good." He had to pay for the tuition and fees for the next semester, and he could not wait to play 10 jobs. Sun Muking patted him on the shoulder. "Do not worry, the brothers will certainly not treat you badly." Tao said, "The brothers have been taking care of me all the time. I'm very happy to help. Today is a lucky day." Zitao sat in the classroom with full stomach, Satisfied. After class in the afternoon, Zitao asked Sun Muking after he finished. Sun Muking said that he was not in a hurry. He would inform him after 2 days. Zitao nodded and returned home. He didn't live on campus. Although the accommodation fee was very cheap, he couldn't spend money without spending money. Zizen didn't mind running home for half an hour. Others have to take time to run, and this time he is also a workout. There is only one person at home, and his mother Zisu has already moved out. Zisu has long been used to living. The old building is ruined everywhere, and the sanitary conditions are extremely poor. If there is time, Zitao will clean the corridor, clear a small advertisement, and do something within his power. However, I have been too busy recently and have not cleaned it for a long time. Zewei was running out of breath. Looking at the time is still early, plus enough to eat at noon. He took out the broom and smashed the corridor for a while. The time for clearing the small advertisement was gone. He went back to the house to pick up the glasses and wiped his face and then went out. Z was sweaty. When he got into the winter weather, he couldn't help but squat. He wanted to take a shower, but the water heater in the house was too power consuming. He couldn't bear it. It's hot when you run. Wait until you go there and wash. Zewei sighed and ran to the light smoke bar. This is a new job he found a month ago, serving as a waiter at the bar. This job is very suitable for Zewei, mainly because the time is good. From 6 PM to 12 PM. It will not affect his normal class, and the salary is not bad. Waiting for the salary this week, his life will not be so compact. Now, Zitao entered the bar from the back door, and the young man who worked with him, Xiaoli, said, "You are too hard to fight. You can get a bus on the bus. Is there a student card that costs a few cents?" Unfortunately, Ziyilian did not have the money to recharge the bus card. Zitao said, "I have been busy recently. I will go to the bus card next week." Xiaoli said, "It doesn't matter if you don't need a bus card. Is it a province to make a bus?" Zitao did not say anything. He said, "I'm going to change clothes." Xiaoli, "Go to the cold first. Remember to blow your hair." Wei should go down and go to the locker room. After rushing for a hot bath, Zizen felt much more comfortable. It must be that the energy lunch at noon gave him enough strength. After changing into a small suit, Zewei grabbed the hair covering her eyes and grabbed it, revealing a smooth forehead. Xiaoli just came over and saw it after saying, "You face this, really? How many times I saw it didn't fit, and it was so good." Zhao smiled and said, "You are handsome." Xiaoli said, "When you are not there, I still feel very handsome. You come." Oh, Tao does not like this face. From small to large, it does not bring any good things to himself. Let's go. The time is almost the same. Ziyu opened the topic and started the spirit. It should be changed with Chenjian. The light smoke bar is a clear bar with a high style and a good atmosphere. Some of the elites who come here to relax are Zitao is particularly low-key in school. Low-key to invisible people come here. He can only straighten his body to expose the whole face for work. And when he shows his face, more or less will always get something. The middle-aged man who has been coming for nearly a month has already set his eyes on him. Zitao is very uncomfortable. But there is no way. The man just looks at him like this. Just order him to send the wine, and the other is nothing. At about 8 o'clock, Zitao went to the 6th deck to deliver the wine. When he arrived, he stopped. The man in the middle of the deck is also squatting. Zewei quickly bowed his head and his hands were full of sweat. He is a new professor. He is the new teacher who is coming today. The author has something to say, waiting to wake up. The old evil comrade is afraid not to be distressed. Doge face. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.